the fucking reality, and then at the same time
I
you say
never
that it's
said
not
anyone
acceptable.
being unalive.
Right? Let me finish. No, there are people that aren't
I'm
alive.
Stop you because you just put words in my
No,
mouth.
I didn't just lie. I didn't lie or anything.
Said any-
Stop fucking screaming over me, right? Put your big boy pants on and listen to the conversation first. Let me finish because I'm going to let you fucking finish, okay? Right? What you're not understanding is that there are still people that go to gay clubs and still unalive people on the basis of them being gay in America. I can point you to many different gay clubs in America that relate to Miami, that relates to Colorado, that relates to many. He just left because he got angry. Many different places around the world where people are still, and I mean, not just in the U.S. even, right, are still unalived on the basis of them being gay, right? So this clearly still happens. There's clearly not an acceptance targeted towards this, and the same thing is not happening towards straight people. So if there's not something that we need to recognize here, right, then clearly speaking, I don't see how that relates to sex life, one, right? Because we're just talking about how you shouldn't kill people on the basis of their attractions, which doesn't relate to their sex life. Again, we made the distinction between sex life and between attractions. All right, I didn't have a sex life when I was a virgin, yet I still had attraction, right? So there's no sex life to reference, yet I'm still a straight person. Right, but let's go on to the next person. If you disagree, send a guest request right now. Please only send a guest request if you disagree. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live, everyone. Let's go on to the next person, though. All right, everyone. Kenny, thank you so much for the hat mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kenny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's going on, brother?
Yeah, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 39.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
It's against life.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral?
I think it's wrong.
Okay, so you think it's wrong because it doesn't lead to reproduction?
Absolutely, brother. And the Most High God of Israel told us to reproduce and multiply, be fruitful and multiply. So, I mean, it's got to be wrong. I mean, where would gay people even have people to have sex with if it wasn't for heterosexuals or people that like the opposite sex?
Well, there are people that that are produced through IVF, in vitro fertilization, or through artificial insemination, which didn't require someone to be attracted to another person to produce children. Plus, there are gay people that have produced children even though they haven't been attracted. So if we want to relate to whether or not there's reproduction, is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
Is it wrong for you to do so? That would be your choice. That would be your choice.
Well, obviously, but is it wrong?
I would say no.
Yeah, but it doesn't lead to reproduction. So if it is the case that you engage in intercourse and it doesn't lead to reproduction, it's wrong when it relates to gay people, then why wouldn't it also apply in this scenario?
Because that was by your choice. You chose to have sex with someone that couldn't reproduce.
Someone chose to engage in intercourse with someone of the same sex.
Okay, it's the same thing, man. You can't reproduce, man. I mean, it does not produce
neither in the
life.
scenario when you engage in intercourse with the infertile woman.
Oh, come on. Yeah, let's just keep it real here. I see what you're saying, but what you're talking about is man-made. We're talking about natural, okay? What the Most High God gave us. All right, it's totally wrong. It's absurd. It's not conducive. I've actually been dealing with it myself with my daughter. So it's not right, and I tell her every day, like, dude, you got to stop, man. I need grandchildren, you know what I mean, et cetera, et cetera. It's not.
No,
natural.
I think that's fucked up, right? Because you have no basis for your religious claims, and then you're pushing that religion and those religious claims on your child in that scenario. One, two, when it relates to like the infertile woman scenario, you had no justification, right? It is the case that both of these scenarios, when engaging in intercourse, didn't lead to reproduction, yet you consider one to be wrong and not the other. That's called a double standard. That's called hypocrisy. I appreciate
No,
it.
it's not.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
No, it actually is. It's the exact same standard. It's the exact same reasoning. You said that being gay is wrong because when you engage in intercourse, it does not lead to reproduction, right? Well, then I gave you a scenario that a man engages in intercourse. Wait, hold on. I gave you a scenario
with the same sex.
Yeah.
It's wrong for us to lay down with the same sex, man.
It's about the same sex. It's not about the reproduction.
It's against my creator. It's against our
it's
creator.
against your creator. So okay. So what's the justification for your God existing, for your creator existing?
What do you mean? Every day you wake up, you breathe, right? You look at the sky.
Me breathing is compatible
trees,
with naturalism. It's compatible with deism. It's compatible with many different explanations for why we're here. Me being here and breathing today could also entail a tooth fairy created me, right? Just as much as it could entail your God.
Not absolutely, bro. You're wrong on that.
Give me the distinction between the tooth fairy creating me and your God creating me. That means that one is more justified than the other. Unironic. I'm not joking. I'm not using this as a joke. I'm actually serious. It's the same justification. It's just based on faith.
Okay, so check this. Okay, so everything that you see, okay, was created. Like, do you have children?
I do not have children.
Okay, so if you created children, you know that child would have came from you, correct?
Yes.
Right, it would have came from you. So therefore, when we go outside, we look at the sky, we look at the trees, we look at the butterflies, we look at the different animals, different creations on this earth. We know that they have to come from something, correct? Not in the Big Bang theory. Now, to all these molecules and things exploding, and it just comes to existence. That doesn't make sense, because if the monkeys we evolved from monkeys into humans, then why the hell is we still got monkeys
Oh
and
my God.
gorillas?
Okay.
Does it
So
make sense?
I'm going to show the absurdity with a few of these claims. One, I just explained why we can have an explanation, why everything can come from something, and that something doesn't have to be the God that you believe in. That something could be the tooth fairy. That something could be a naturalistic explanation of a prior set of fundamental particles. When it relates to evolution, right? We didn't evolve from monkeys. We evolved from a common ancestor that monkeys also evolved from. This is essentially saying, why do my cousins exist if I still exist? That's exactly what it is. Because essentially speaking, monkeys are our cousins, right? So you're just saying, why do my cousins exist? Why do they have kids if I still exist? That's just like, that's exactly what the statement would be.
In school they taught, they taught that we evolved from apes and monkeys. You know that. And if
Not
that's
from
the case,
monkeys.
then
We
why
currently
would
are
they-
great apes. I appreciate the Lindsay. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. But we did not evolve from monkeys, right? Monkeys exist today. Monkeys evolved from the same common ancestor that we evolved from. They're essentially our
Why didn't
cousins.
they evolve?
They did. They just adopted different traits than we adopted.
Oh, come on, man.
That's exactly how
They're
evolution
still
works.
there. They're still. That's
Yes,
not true.
exactly.
You can lie
Like
to
my
me.
cousins. My cousins adopt different traits than I adopted because they have different parents. They have different traits. They have different
Man,
mutations.
come on, dog.
Well, that's exactly how it works.
That's fine. I mean,
That's literally what you just said. Appreciate the handout.
I mean,
Thank you.
I get your claim.
Why do my cousins exist
the
if
last
I
thing
still
was gonna
exist?
add-
Like that's such an incoherent statement.
So, all right, I get what you're saying, bro, and I get it. You know what I mean? The theology, all this crap, all the BS. But all the thing I wanted to say was the reason why being gay is wrong is because it's not conducive to life. Period.
We
It
just
doesn't
went through
matter
that,
about
right? Again,
technology. It does not matter about technology. Technology did not exist over 500 years ago to inject women and all that crap that you're talking about. It did not exist. It's not conducive to life, and that's why being gay is wrong. And that's all I have to say about it, man. And
okay, so
I
me
appreciate
engaging
you-
in intercourse with a woman who's infertile, that's not conducive towards life, therefore it's immoral. Is that your view?
Okay, and you know she's infertile, right?
Yes.
All right, so that is your choice. Okay, so again, is it wrong for you to make a choice to have sex with a woman that's infertile?
Yes.
That is your choice. It would not be wrong for you to have sex with a woman that's
Yeah, but it's not
infertile 'cause
conducive
she's a
towards
woman.
life. It's not conducive
Because
towards life.
because she is a woman. You chose to be her king. You chose to
But
be
it's
by
not
her
conducive
side.
towards life.
But you're not going against the Most High God. by
Oh,
having
okay.
sex
So
with
it's
the
not
same
about
sex.
reproduction. It's about your God. But do you have a justification for your God existing?
Well, what I'm saying is it's not conducive to life. You're not making life if you're
Again,
gay. So
are you listening to me? Neither is
Yeah,
again
I'm
engaging.
listening.
Hold up, listen. Right, if I engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile, that's not conducive towards life either. That's not going to produce life, right? But you didn't consider that to be wrong. So it's not about the idea of whether or not it produces life.
Because you're
It's
with
about the
a
fact that it
woman.
goes against what you consider your creator, right? But the point is that you don't even have a justification for your creator existing. Therefore, how the hell are we even going to establish a basis for us even caring
why
about
do-
what the supposed
why do-
creator says more than say
my
what a
Father in
tooth fairy
heaven
would
does
say,
not
or more than
need
what a different religion would
justification.
say?
He shows you every day who he is. He shows you every day when he opens your eyes. He does not need it. You look at just go out into your world. This just came out of nowhere. Everything's so perfectly, intricately, and perfectly made. Correct?
No. So it's definitely not perfect, right? One, two. Again, just because we exist and just because it
It's not.
functions does not entail you're God, right? That's compatible with naturalism. It's compatible with there being a prior state of fundamental particles in which has the necessary properties to bring about this reality rather than another one. In the same sort of way that God had the necessary desires to bring about this reality. God desired to bring about a state of affairs where there are humans interacting with each other rather than a world with just marbles or a world with just slime.
Most High
Or a
God
world, hold
created
on, let me
this
finish.
world.
Let me finish, please. Or a world with just with just tennis shoes, right? All of these different worlds, these were different possible worlds that God could have desired, but God had the perfect desires to bring about this world rather than another world. So you see how the same issue actually exists within God's mind, and that God's mind has to be ordered?
Okay. Well, it's a thing called free will and the freedom of choice. And that's what it comes down to. You choose your path. We all choose our own path. All right. And
Wait,
choosing
can you
the path.
restate to me what I just said?
Excuse me?
Can you restate to me anything I just said?
Yes, I can. So basically you're saying that God, my Father in heaven, which you called him God, which is just a title. All right. His name is Yahuwah. And you basically saying that he has to have some type of mind state that is some confusion shit that you said, and I don't believe in it. And I'm like, I've just kind of ignored it because it's like crap, and it's like,
Yeah, so you have confirmation bias. You're not willing to take into account any type of arguments. You simply block out everything that is said in response to what you think, right? Because you are not willing to accept other types of arguments. Once you open your mind, you are going to realize the issues that exist within the context of religious claims, and you'll stop pushing it upon like your children, upon people in your life. Because again, all you have here is confirmation bias. You're not willing to engage with any other point. I appreciate the forever Rose. Thank you so much. You just proved
all right,
it.
man. Hey, man, it's not that. It's just not that. It's just it's basic, bro. It's common sense. Like laying down with the same.
Oh, you know what's
sex
common sense? You know what's common sense, right? Religious claims like this entail contradictions. Okay, that's common sense. But you can't see that common sense because you have confirmation bias.
Satan is the father of lies, bro. You got to be careful, man. Be careful.
Then you must be Satan.
No, I'm not.
You're the one that's following the lies.
What lies?
That these religious claims are true when there are literally contradictions within inside them. I appreciate the baby dragon. Thank you so much, Iman. I appreciate it. I'm not joking. I'm not saying this in a light way. Like I do believe that there are contradictions within your worldview. Right? Do you want to go through some of these?
The Most High, man. Okay, go ahead.
Are you willing to actually engage with them? Because it didn't seem like you were willing to engage with the prior.
I'll engage with you. I'm a content creator myself. I'll engage with you. But you know what I'm saying? Like I said, that's why my stance is. So go ahead. I'll listen.
Okay. Does God have free will?
Does the Father in heaven have free will?
Yeah, does Father in heaven have free will?
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's free to do whatever he like.
Is Father in heaven all knowing, all powerful, and all good?
Absolutely.
Okay. So is the Father in heaven able to do evil?
He created evil.
Right, for the purpose of good?
Create equal. I don't. On my opinion, not based on biblical. My opinion, he created evil for a balance.
Oh, okay. So essentially here, that's just going to entail a contradiction then, right? Because you're saying that God is all-knowing, all-powerful, and all good, yet cause something evil. That's a contradiction.
But no, sir. No. You choose. You forgot about the free will. You choose.
No, that's literally a contradiction.
Where you want to go.
All good, which means that they always do something good, did something evil, entails contradiction. You can't do something good and evil simultaneously.
No, he created everything. You choose if you want to take the path of righteousness or unrighteousness. You choose.
You said
that.
God created evil. Okay, so if God created evil, God did an action that caused evil. If God did an action that caused evil, he can't be all good. That's a contradiction. You'd have to then hold a different view about whether God can do evil.
No, it's not.
That's a contradiction. That literally is. God did evil and didn't do evil simultaneously. Is that not a contradiction under your worldview? I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much.
Man. That's crazy.
That is the most blatant contradiction. This is what I mean by confirmation bias. That's a clear contradiction. That is like the most blatant contradiction in front of you.
No, that's a reprobate mind, bro.
What's up?
That's a reprobate mind to me. I'm sorry. He said a W for Parker. Hey, man, if you feel like if you're going against the Most High God of Israel like that, dude, you go right ahead. And when this life is over, you'll have
This is the confirmation bias. Right, because you're not willing to engage with my point here. You're not willing to engage with the argument. You're only willing just to say that, I'm just going against your high God. Yeah, because I think that there are contradictions within the view. I can't go against something that doesn't actually exist.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely give you. Since you got it. You can take it. I'm gonna just say this: sleeping with another man is not what's up. It's not conducive to life. It's not going to.
We already showed how that it resulted in a contradiction. We showed how your worldview, when it relates to your religion, resulted in a contradiction. You have no basis for saying that being gay is wrong.
From a man being with a woman, you were created from a man being with a woman,
and you have an irrational prejudice.
How?
right? Because you think that it's wrong with absolutely no justification. You relate it to the context of life, and you
And
relate
yes,
it
I
to the
do
context
support
of your
my brother.
religion. Both of those unjustified and led to contradictions. And then at the same time of you doing that, you push this on your child constantly. You said every single day you tell her that she should not be that way and that it's wrong for her to be that
No,
way.
I don't.
That is
No,
absolutely an
I
irrational
don't. No,
prejudice.
not every day. Not every day. I do not say that.
That's
No, I
what you
do not
said.
say
That is literally what you said.
No, I don't say that to her every day.
That was verbatim what you
I
said.
said I had to deal with this. I have to deal with this every day, and it took me a long time to deal with it. But I understand. Everyone has their own choice. Everybody has a choice to make in this life, and that's the choice she wants to make. Doesn't mean I should just abandon her. I should stick by her side and support her and tell her, hey, I need you to, kind of understand why you have these feelings inside, because you came from me and your mother getting together. Me and your mother eloped and we created you. Why don't you have the same feelings? That's what I need for her to understand.
Yeah, because she's not straight. She doesn't have the same feelings because she's not straight. And the fact is, you can't recognize the fact that she's straight and she's different from you. That's the point.
Man, I don't. Well, hey, man, it's not good. It's not a good thing. And clearly in the Bible, it clearly says that anyone that's
No
involved with
justification.
homosexuality is
Contradiction.
going to hell.
No justification. Both those views that you just named out resulted in
Will burn.
contradictions.
Anyone that is gay will burn in the lake of fire. So
Well, you don't even know a lake of fire exists.
yes, I do.
I could say that I believe in a particular religion, that all Christians who believe in
It does
believe in
exist.
heaven,
It does
or
exist.
all those different religious claims that you believe in, right? You say that you're going to go to heaven. They're actually that's the devil, and those are like demons that are trying to suck your soul, right? By using your faith, right? So they're essentially controlling you to take you away from the real truth, right? That there is no type of evidence, right, in any of those types of beliefs, right? So essentially, under my view, right, I could have faith that you go to hell.
Well, if that's the case, then so be it. However,
We'll
I
see
do
who's
know
right.
that I do know how, but being homosexual, or being with the same sex, there you go, lake of fire.
Well, it seems like if you believe in your beliefs as well, also lake of fire.
I don't think so, sir. I'm doing everything.
I don't think
so.
so. My view doesn't result in the contradiction. Yours does.
It's no contradiction, man. You're
I
trying
literally
to
laid
twist
it out
words.
to you.
You're
Like
trying to twist
I actually
words.
laid it out to you. Your view literally results in a contradiction.
Oh my goodness, man.
You said
You're
that
good.
God simultaneously was all good and always does good in every single
created
scenario,
He created
and then
everything.
created evil, right? And
He
it wasn't
created
for the
all.
purpose of good. It was for the purpose of apparently balance, which isn't good.
He created all, everything.
Yeah. So God created child abuse.
I wouldn't say that he created child abuse, but it came from evil, right? The knowledge of good and evil came from the tree. When Eve ate the apple, no one was condemned. As soon as Adam ate the apple, everyone's condemned. We must be redeemed.
Yeah. So here's my point, right? If you believe that God is all knowing, all powerful, all good, right? The thing is, there are human beings, right? I could ask you this question, right? Do I have the choice to do good today?
Everything.
Do I have the capacity to do good today?
All of us do.
We do? Every single day, if I were to ask you that every single day, would the answer still be true? That I have the capacity to do good today?
Every single day we make a choice.
Yep, every single day we have the capacity to do good. So, okay, if we're talking about God being all knowing, all powerful, all good, God knows about every possible reality that could be the case, right? So there's at least one possible reality out there. Maybe if it's 0.0000001 infinity zeros 1% probability, there's at least one reality where every single person on the planet did good in every single scenario. I appreciate the paper crane. Thank you so much. Because there was a probability that they would do good in every single scenario. Right? So if there is that one world that exists where we all freely did the good thing, and God had a choice between a world where there's evil, where we exist here today, where there's evil, where there's child sex trafficking, where there's genocide, where there's slavery, where all these bad things that happen in our world, versus a reality where everyone just did the good thing every single time freely with complete free will, right? That means that God prefers child sex trafficking, P3DO, right? Slavery, right? Genocide, all of those things over no genocide, over no child sex trafficking, over no child abuse, over no illness, over no cancer, over no back pain,
I'll let you
over
finish.
none of your issues that you go through in your life when it relates to sin.
I'll let you finish. Hey, it goes back. He gives us all a choice. We all have a choice to make in this life. We all choose to do good. We all choose to be hateful to our spouses, to our mates. We choose to be hateful to our coworkers, or we choose to be good, being in good spirits. We all have a choice. That's what this gay thing is about. We all have a choice. You can be gay, or you can be what the Most High God made you to be, which is heterosexual. To have a finding wife, man, and find a wife, find it's a good thing. Okay, have a wife, have children. Okay, because the people that these people are having sex with, the gay people are having sex with, they come from a heterosexual relationship. I don't care how it's put up, how you try to contradict and switch with the words. Okay, it's all about us making a choice. At the end of the day, at the end of our life, what choices did we make during our life? And that's what it's all about.
Yeah, so two things here. One, you don't choose to be gay. We can go over here that in a second. Two, I actually took that into account. If you listen to what I said, right, in that scenario, it was the case that you chose in every single scenario. But given your choices, you chose to do the good thing in every single scenario. That was one of the possible worlds. So I'm saying God would actualize that world, as that world was better than all the other ones, and it still retains free will. So your view here results in the fact that God prefers child sex trafficking over no child sex trafficking. God prefers slavery over no slavery. Thank you for the paper crane. I appreciate it. God prefers genocide over no genocide. God prefers Holocaust over no Holocaust. God prefers Indigenous Americans dying over no Indigenous Americans dying. Right? All of those things are things that your God. Hold on. Let me finish. All those things are things that your God prefers, right? Under this worldview, right?
No, that's what you're saying.
No. You didn't critique that thought process. Go for it.
No way. That's what you're saying. What I'm saying is that he gives us all free will. We can all choose. You can choose to be gay. You can choose to be immoral. Choose to be a murderer, a whoremonger. You can choose to be rich. You can choose to be poor. You can choose anything in this life.
I understand that exactly, and you can choose to do the good thing in every single scenario. You're not listening. You're not listening. I'm saying you can choose to do good in every single scenario. The same way you say you could choose to do all those bad things, you could choose to do good in every single scenario. And there's one of these realities where every single person on the planet chose to do good in every single scenario, even though how unlikely it was. God can see every possible reality, even though it's not likely. Okay? So God sees the reality where you ate Cinnamon Toast Crunch or the reality where you ate Captain Crunch. If God sees both those realities, God can see the reality where you chose to do the good thing in every single scenario. And that reality is one in which you are free. That's not one in which you have no free will. That is one in which you are free and is no distinct from this reality, other than the notion in which there's not sin. There's not the fact that people are dying, right, due to genocide. People are not being discriminated against in society. People are not treated negatively in all those particular connotations because, again, no one sinned. Okay. So God knows that world exists and God decided not to create that world, indicating that God prefers, again, all of those bad things that I just named over those things not happening.
That would put him as a dictator over our lives. He loves us so much that he lets us do whatever we would like.
Oh my, he loves us so much. I actually, are you like not listening?
Control us.
Dude, no, in both of these worlds, that happens.
I'm listening to you.
In both of these worlds, those worlds,
what you're saying is, okay, so basically, if the Most High God came down and let everybody know, yes, I'm here, I'm real, this really existed, I really created this, everyone would worship the Most High God, okay, out of the fact that, okay, I know for a fact, but because we walk by faith and not by sight, okay, is that why our love is genuine towards our Father in heaven. Unlike others, they choose to go the other route and they don't have that genuine love for our Father because they don't walk by faith. They only walk by sight, what they see in this life, what has been indoctrinated into their minds with this LGBTQ stuff and everything else that's going on in society. They're only walking by sight. They think that it's cool to go sleep with the same sex, but it's not. And they don't know that because they are going to find out. They should know it's wrong because it's not conducive to life. Forget all the infertility stuff that you're talking about and this new age shit. We're talking about biblically from the start of time. It's not conducive to be with the same sex. That's why he destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah, okay? Because they were sodomites. That's why it's destroyed. And it's even biblical evidence that it was destroyed as well. So everyone can make their own choice in their depictions on I'm not in a religion, by the way. I don't go to church. I don't do none of that. I just read my Bible and I follow the Most High's laws. That's it. I'm done.
You said genuine, right? You said that you can't have a genuine relationship with God if it's not based upon faith. So let me ask you a question. Do you have a genuine relationship with your mother?
Yes, I do. I did not say that though. You're putting words in my mouth.
Do you know your mother exists?
I did not say that.
Are you
sir.
certain your mother exists?
I did not say that. I did not say that.
That is literally
That's
what you
not
said.
what I said.
You said that
No,
you
it's
have to
not.
go based upon faith in order to have a genuine relationship with God.
No, we
if
walk
you have
by
a
faith and
genuine
not by
relationship
sight,
with your
dude.
mother, you can have a genuine relationship with God based upon the same preconditions.
Wow. That's what you got from it, right?
Yeah, unironically, that's what you said. Okay, I'm not joking. Don't gaslight me. I have this recorded. You can watch this later on YouTube. That's literally what you said.
Man, this is straight Satanism, man. Hey,
This
I wish
isn't
you the best,
Satanism.
man.
This is logic and this is reason. If you can't handle logic and
And I
reason,
wish-
and you
hey,
care more about your
it's not
feelings than
reason.
facts,
It's
I
not-
appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Well, then this is exactly what's going to lead to the degradation of our society. As soon as we start caring more about just feelings when it relates to these circumstances, rather than the facts of reality, we lose our grasp on our ability to determine what's the truth, what's a lie, and then you are subject to authoritarianism. You're subject to QAnon conspiracy theories. You're subject to being controlled. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And people who are authoritarian, people who want to control people, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. They rely upon people having the exact same thought process that you have to be able to control people. Thank you for the hand heart. Thank you for
I'm
the
not
mic drop. I
controlling
appreciate it.
it. Hey, everyone you have your own choice. You have your own free will. Do as you may. All right. Hey, I appreciate you giving me a time on your platform, dude. You're awesome. I pray that you do something right for the kingdom of heaven. But if not, then hey, it is what it is.
Hey man, if I could rationalize it, I'd love to see it, right? But like, I have to be able to have facts, okay, that can actually back up the points that I believe in, okay? If I have no facts, if I have no evidence, right, then I'm just holding any type of belief. I want to believe that when I die, I'm going to be a Pokemon master. I appreciate the passion, Rose. Thank you so much. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate
man.
it. That I'm going to beat all the gym
journey.
badges, that I'm going to beat the Elite Four, right? But that does not mean it corresponds to reality just because I prefer that. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you. Like, they've sold you a paradise. They want you to believe in this because they've sold you a paradise, right? And I know it sounds great. It sounds great to me too. I would like for there to be a paradise, right? But how do we know that this is true?
All right. But man, hey, it is what it is, dude.
Are these questions that are too much? If these questions are too much,
no. It's not because I don't have my Bible. I don't have my Bible with me right now. I could break it out. But there's a lot to do with outside of the Bible. My experience with the Most High God, and I don't care to go into that right now. But just know that the spiritual realm is real, and trust me, there's not people out here sacrificing goats and children and worshiping Baal and different pentagrams and candles for no reason. They also know that the spiritual realm is real as well. So you do the math and you do the research on that, and then you get back to me and make your choice on who you're going to serve. I'm going to choose to serve the Most High God of Israel.
Yeah, I think they hold the same sorts of notions as the other side does, right? Just because there are people that do stuff like that does not mean it's accurate. There are billions of people around the world that worship religions that you believe are false. There are billions of people around the world that follow religions that you think make no sense, that you think are contradictory, that you think have no evidence. If that is the case, well, then you can easily accept the idea that there are going to be some people out there that follow things like Satanism or devil worshiping and stuff like that, and it's false too.
And it actually the Bible speaks that the path to destruction is broad, but the path to get to the kingdom is narrow. Not a lot of people getting into the kingdom of heaven. Not a lot. And the only way you can get into the kingdom of heaven is if you keep the law, statutes, and commandments. And one of the commandments is do not lay with someone of the same sex. And that is a commandment, period. And and that's just where I'm standing on it.
Is this from the Old Testament or New Testament?
Excuse me?
Do you hold on to the Old Testament?
I read the entire Bible.
No, but do you hold positions on the Old Testament? Like if something's in the Old Testament, would you take that as fact?
It is a fact.
Oh, okay. So have you read Exodus 21:20 through 21?
All the Bible.
After a day or two, since the slave is their property, that's your worldview?
Is that my worldview? My worldview?
Yeah, do you hold to that view?
Now we have to go into context.
Okay.
Now we got to go into context. You said Exodus what?
Exodus 21:20 through 21. I don't think we need much context for this. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. So one, the slave is their property. Two, they can beat them so long as they recover in a day or two. And they shouldn't be punished.
Okay, is this speaking to Israel?
This is
speaking to the
I
Israelites?
appreciate the mic drop. Thank you so much. Well, this is an
Is this speaking
Exodus.
to the Israelites?
Yes.
Is this speaking to the Israelites?
This is going to be speaking to the people within that context, right? Absolutely.
That's
At the
what I'm
time.
trying to find out. Who is it speaking to?
Yeah, right. I mean, speaking to the world, right?
20. You said 20. No, the law was given to the Israelites, to Israel.
And do you think that do you think that the Israelites, the laws that are given to them, are applicable to the rest of the world? Because again, you were using claims within the context of the Old Testament
No, the law
to
was given.
justify.
No, the law was given to Israel, and Israel only. We were the light. We were the salt of the earth.
So you believe
We
that
are
it's
all-
not applicable outside of the context of Israel?
Through
Yeah.
Moses.
So you think that slavery is justified and it's okay to beat slaves in ancient history, like in ancient Israel? You think it's slavery is justified then?
If the Israelites have slaves, okay, and if it was by law and it's permissible by the Most High God, then it is permissible.
Yeah, it's permissible to beat them. It's permissible to own them as property. I appreciate the Stephanie. Thank you for the subscription. And you just don't question that. You want to know why? Because you have confirmation bias, because you just hold your belief based upon this notion of faith. And regardless of the authoritarian evil acts that are
If the
done,
Most
you're just
High
going to
God-
follow this religion
Most High
because you don't
God
have the
said-
ability to critique it.
If the most I do have, excuse me? Yeah, hold on. You're putting me on the spot, dude.
Yeah.
You're putting me on the spot.
Yes.
Right? And I'm trying to look this up. I'm asking you, Exodus 20 and what?
Exodus 21, 20 through
21.
20 through 21. Yeah, 20. And there's the dash marks. 20 through 21.
Okay, let's get into it.
Appreciate the mic drop. Thank you so much. In the meantime, everyone tap
Anyone who
that
beats
screen.
a male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Why did this law exist? Okay, to beat their slaves. The obvious answer is that in the social structure of ancient Israel, physical punishment was considered the appropriate response for acts of disobedience and rebellion. The text does not specifically say that the corporal punishment has to be some form of disobedience. However, based on the larger Old is to assume that the slave masters were not allowed to quarter, ballots, or authority to also whatever they wanted to their slaves. So they could do whatever they wanted to their slaves. Israelites ran this world. We were on top. We ran the whole world until what? Till some of the Israelites wanted to team up with Rome, Greece, and go against the other Israelites.
And does that
Okay.
justify owning and beating people?
Does it justify owning and beating people? Okay. I'm gonna say this, man. If the Most High God allowed it, I'm for it. If the Most High God says that that if it's a slave and he's disobedient and he's rebellious, that as long as he doesn't die, it's cool.
Dude, and you just don't. This is exactly what I mean. Faith literally primes people for authoritarianism, right? Because
says it right here.
now you are so fucking ingrained
owners
in your
are limited
cult.
in what they
I'm not
can
joking.
do.
Here, let me. I want you to address. I want to
Law.
address this. I want you to listen for a second, man. You're so ingrained in this cult, in this idea, right? That you are willing to literally say that slavery is justified and it's justified to beat people, right? As long as they recover in a few days. If you can beat them with a rod, though, as long as they recover in a few days. Or because they're your property. Appreciate the mic drop. Thank you so much. We can own people as property. I appreciate the gods. Thank you so much. Because of a faith. Because of an unjustified belief. Right? That's exactly what degrades society. This is exactly what I mean, is that if you have no process to confirm or disconfirm a claim, then you fall into absurdities like this. This is absolutely an absurdity. The fact that you can't see past something like this is actually very, very, very concerning to me and demonstrates the exact notion of why I come on this live every single day and I make these different types of arguments, right? Because again, there's nothing wrong with holding a particular religious belief, right? As long as you have a thought process to be able to confirm or disconfirm a claim. And there are people who hold religious beliefs that do have that ability and do that, right? But this idea that you can just hold this belief with absolutely no justification leads to stuff like this happening. I appreciate the hanging lights. Thank you so much. We're going to unmute him. Let him respond.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yep.
All right. I mean, I get what you're saying, bro. You're trying to make a good point for whatever beliefs that you're doing, that you're pushing for your channel. Okay, but we have to think about this. This is ancient Israel time. This is back in the day. Okay, we're not talking about now society. You're trying to make it into context of now society, how we live now. Okay, so and really, to be truthfully honest with you, all of us are economic slaves. To be honest with you, and a lot of us is getting beat up at the pump, at the grocery store. We're getting beat up, child support,
Okay,
etc.,
to compare that to literally beating someone, owning them as property,
what I'm
in
saying,
terms of a capitalist society that we live in today, where you engage
I'm
in
talking
voluntary
about,
transaction,
I'm
is
giving you
wild.
two. I'm
It's
giving you
fucking
two different.
wild.
You're not letting me talk, dude.
Yeah, because you're
I'm
comparing
giving you two
slavery
different.
and beating people, owning them as property, to literally engaging in mutually beneficial voluntary transaction for the benefit of individuals in the context of making our lives better off. Right? That is completely fundamentally different.
Okay, okay. I get what you're saying, bro, and I get what you're calling. For sake of argument, all right. Just listen to this real quick, okay? It's certainly troubling to people with modern sensitivities. Modern people in the free world have to come to view autonomously personal freedom as the highest form of good, and anything that curtails personal freedom as the ultimate evil. That's what you're hitting on. That's what you're pushing on. People may be tempted to read this passage which you brought out, which is Exodus 21:20 through 21, and charge Yahuwah with moral evil. Such charges need to be challenged, for slavery is not the only area where modern sensitivities and biblical guidelines clash. Abortion and homosexuality are two other flashpoints. The danger on this issue is that most Christians would agree that slavery is morally reprehensible. Okay, so even the Most High says that homosexuality, like, doesn't really take it in that like that. But the Most High says, yes, you can beat your slave. That is your slave. Okay, that's your property back in those days, and that's okay. Also with the other point of abortion, it's wrong to do abortion.
The guy that was up
Appreciate
here.
this one. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll just real quick. You already know the deal, y'all. All right, everyone, give it a second, y'all. Tap that screen, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you think that being gay is wrong or moral? Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Mark.
Yeah, I think it's wrong.
Why so?
I just first I just think that we don't really completely know where homosexuality starts, like where it came from. We don't know exactly if it's genetic or if it's exactly a like a disease. So I think it's kind of wrong that that we're promoting this when we don't exactly know like what the problem is, and you got kids.
Yeah, can you give me any academic like paper or anyone in the academic field that would say that it's a sickness or a disease?
A lot of people. I mean, Ben
Go
Shapiro
ahead, give
says
me one.
Ben Shapiro. I'm just giving you a name, dude. There's so many names. I'm just giving you one name. Okay. I don't know. You don't have to go. You don't have to.
I don't even think Ben Shapiro thinks that. Come on. That was
pretty sure
that. Come on, bro.
I'm pretty sure.
Ben
he does.
Shapiro wouldn't even say that.
What are you talking about?
Ben Shapiro would not say that gay people are a disease.
There was a trans man that literally threatened him on live TV.
That doesn't. Okay, I'm confused how that makes him think that gay people are like have a disease.
That's literally what he said. Like
He said gay people have a disease.
dude, yeah, I'm just telling you what he said.
Well, you're critiquing Ben Shapiro then. I don't think Ben Shapiro said that. I'm going to be nice to Ben Shapiro, but
look it up.
yeah, I would love to see it. If you can send me that source, I'd love to see it. But again, Ben Shapiro is not in academia. He does not conduct studies. Okay?
I never said he did.
I asked for someone in academia.
Dude, you asked me you asked me who would say this.
I asked for an academic who would say this.
A paper.
Like a paper, give me any type of study, anything.
That's what I'm trying to tell you is that we haven't done that. We haven't.
So there's nothing. You just whipped it out of your ass, threw it at the wall, and said gay people got a disease.
I didn't say gay people have a disease. We don't know where homosexuality came from.
What do you mean where it came from, right? It just is the case that people are gay. You don't know where being straight came from. Appreciate the pinata. Thank you so much. You don't know the exact point in which human beings were straight, right? We don't know the exact point in which human beings were gay, right? But it is the case that it's biologically determined.
You don't know if it's biologically or genetically.
It's biologically. Wait, what are you saying?
You don't know if it's genetic. You don't know if it's.
Actually, we do have pretty good basis for there being genetic predispositions towards being gay. Same thing when it relates towards being straight. There is not one gene, but there are multiple genes in which are linked with predispositions.
Okay. So.
Yeah, that's a genetic basis. There's also a basis in the context of the mind. You can look at brain scans that show that like when men look at other men when they're gay, right, they have that part of the brain that goes off that indicates sexual arousal. When it relates to them seeing women, it doesn't go off. When it relates to men who are straight, I appreciate the train. Thank you so much, Rap. I appreciate it. When it relates to men who are straight, when they see women, it goes off. When they see men, it doesn't go off. Right, we can literally look at this. Right, next, right, also, right, can you choose to be sexually attracted to a man?
Can you choose to be sexually attracted to a man?
Yeah, could you choose right now? Like, could you choose to be sexually attracted to me right now?
You could.
You could? Could you choose to be sexually attracted to your mom? Thank you, Christina. I appreciate the Ferris wheel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, like, if the person wants to do that, if that person
No, can you? Can you?
What do you mean, can me? What are you asking me?
Yeah, can you choose to be sexually attracted to your mother?
Hell no. Why would you ask?
Hell no, right? Yeah. So you don't have a choice. If you can't choose your sexual attraction, what makes you think that gay people can choose their sexual attraction?
How is that? How are you going to compare like go from like having sexual attraction to a family member? How are you going to compare that?
It's just demonstrating the point that you don't choose. Apparently you might be bi because apparently you can choose for men, but you can't choose for your mother. So you can't choose. I mean, if you can choose, it just tells you that you're bi. But yeah, so like clearly speaking, it just shows us that you don't choose your sexuality.
You don't. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, you don't. You don't choose your sexuality.
Exactly. So if you don't choose your sexuality, then how are people going to be gay if it's not going to be something that's like biologically determined?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. So it seems like gay people don't choose that, right? They can't just like decide to be gay. So it seems like they just are gay just based off the like biology.
I never even said that. The question was, is gay being wrong? I said it's wrong because we don't exactly know all the information about it, and I don't think we should be showing that to children.
Why should we say that you shouldn't be gay to children?
Because it's wrong.
But like, you didn't really give a reason why it's wrong. You just said we don't know everything about it. We don't know everything about many things. We don't know everything about vaccines. Does that mean that we shouldn't give vaccines to children?
Yeah.
Oh, you're against all vaccines to children.
I'm not against. No, I'm not against all vaccines to children.
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. But we don't know everything about those vaccines.
I'm just answering your question. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so then we shouldn't be giving them to children. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so we should get rid of the polio vaccine.
No.
No, we don't know everything about it though.
Well, yeah, it doesn't mean we should stop studying and stop researching.
Oh, exactly. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. So just because we don't know everything doesn't mean that we should stop.
Right.
You just ran right into the point. Okay, so we should still say it's okay to be gay. There's no issue with being gay, even though we don't know absolutely everything about being gay. The same way we don't know absolutely everything about being straight.
Okay.
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much.
Okay, but I just don't see what's the where are you getting your positivity from? Like where's the positive?
Where's the positives?
Yeah,
expression of love, pleasure, right? The same way that I get expression of love and pleasure from the types of relationships that I have. Appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. What's up?
Nobody cares about that.
What do you mean no one cares about that? That's the dumbest thing that you've ever said, right? Like when it relates to relationships, many people look for relationships. Many people care about relationships. If I were to say that you in your life will never be able to be with someone that you love, care about, or are attracted to, would you care about that?
Nobody cares about you, like you talking about it, you talking about your relationships, or you expressing that. Nobody cares about
I'm not gay.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, so like I'm not talking about like people in society talking about their attractions or talking about their relationships. What I'm saying is that we just say it's okay to be gay, it's okay to be straight. And that's it.
That's fine, but you don't have to promote it and you don't have to show it to
What do you mean
children.
promote it? How am I promoting it?
What do you mean promote? I'm not saying you're promoting it, but there are like they are promoting it. Like they're promoting it out there. You can go see it. You when you go look.
Just give me an example.
Research, you can see it. When you
I have done research. Give me an example.
I'm sure you've seen it then.
I haven't seen anything that I think to be crazy. Can you give me any type of indication that there was promotion? Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much. If you think this is promotion, then obviously you're mistaken. If you think it's promotion to say it's okay to be gay, that's obviously not promotion.
I didn't say there was anything crazy. I just said they were promoting it. That's it.
Promote? What do you mean by promoting it? Do you just mean like saying it's okay to be gay?
Right.
That's not promoting it. We say it's okay to be straight. It's okay to promote being straight, but not okay to promote being gay.
No, but you're going at kids. If you're teaching this to young children in like schools, and you're giving, and then you're having books and you have some type of
we teach people it's okay to be religious. Riley, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much.
I'm not going to go into religion. I'm just strictly talking about this. Like there's promotion. You've seen it out there. If you do your research, you know it's out there, and like that's what I think is wrong. That's it. That's my opinion.
Okay, but what about Disney movies or Disney TV shows that have straight individuals in them all the time? There's nothing wrong whenever it talks about promoting heterosexuality.
Yeah, because that's natural.
So what does it mean to be natural?
You mean that's just what like you're naturally you're naturally biologically you're a male going to be attracted to a female, same vice versa.
Can you just give me a definition? You give me an example. I'm asking for like a definition.
Of what?
Of natural?
Of natural?
Mm-hmm.
What you're naturally born in your essence.
You use natural within the definition of natural, so I'm just asking you what natural means without using the word natural.
I mean, it's just everything that's in your essence. Whatever's in your essence, that's natural.
Yeah, so someone being gay?
We don't know if that's natural. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then how do you know that being straight is natural?
What do you mean, how do I know? What do you mean, how do I know that?
Yeah, I'm just asking you how you know. How do you know that being being straight is a part of your essence, but being gay isn't a part of your essence? Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Because I'm a heterosexual male.
Yeah, and there are people that are homosexual males, right? And they could say the same thing.
They could, if they're crazy.
What makes them crazy and you not crazy?
Life, Well, I mean, what life itself? I don't know. What do you mean?
What about life?
I don't know what you're trying to like. I can't give. What do you want me to do? Like, what are you trying to get from me?
I'm trying to get a specific, like a reason. You just said life. You could say the same thing for gay people. Like, what's relevantly distinct between you and the gay person that makes them crazy and you not?
What do you ask? I'm not. Never said they were crazy, bro.
You just did. What?
No. No, the way that quote, whatever you said, was crazy. But okay, listen, man. I just think it's wrong. Like I said, I think it's wrong to promote that for children, and that's my opinion.
Okay, but you think it's okay to promote being straight because it's quote unquote natural, but then your definition of natural applies to both gay and straight people. So what's the distinction now?
What are you talking? No, why you keep? No, I didn't say any of that.
Okay, then can you restate what you said?
Again? You want me to say it again?
Yeah.
I think it's wrong to promote homosexuality to kids.
Yeah, but I was asking what's the distinction between being gay and being straight? That means it's wrong to do it with straight people. I mean, with gay people, but it's okay to do it with straight people.
What's the distinction of it being wrong?
Yeah, what's the relevant distinction between gay people and straight people? That means it's wrong to promote being gay, but it's right to promote being straight.
Like we said, because it's going against nature.
Again, how is it go against nature?
Because of science, and
science says it's natural. I mean, we observe hundreds of species that exhibit homosexual intercourse. Hundreds.
Yeah.
For example, bonobos, 97% genetically similar to human beings, right, are very well known for being lesbian. About 10% of rams, right, engage in gay intercourse, will not engage with the opposite sex.
Okay, yeah.
Penguins form homosexual relationships, and they actually adopt children amongst their own species.
Okay, yeah, true. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be natural, it could not. We don't know yet. We don't have.
We literally observe it to be natural.
Okay then. All right. So if it's natural, then all right, that's fine. But I still don't think it's wrong. I still think it's wrong to you don't just be promoting that to youth. We don't be promoting a specific thing. Like you don't just be, teaching your kids, hey, like, we're gonna teach you guitar. You don't start specific. You don't do a specific thing for kids. Like you teach when you're teaching education. You don't want to go like on you don't go on to a specific tangent that's going like that. What is the purpose of promoting homosexuality?
People feeling okay with who they are, right? It's about the acceptance. By promoting, you just mean like we're saying it's okay to be gay, right? It's about acceptance of people, right, for who they are, because there's nothing wrong that you can mention with two people engaging in gay intercourse in a consentful adult circumstance.
What's the part of this from promoting it to children?
Well, it's the fact that it's, again, the same way that we do it with people who are straight. We accept people who are straight when they're younger. We should accept people who are gay, right? I knew I was straight when I was 5 years old, right? Many people know that they're gay when they're that age, right? So it's applicable to the children who are gay. It's accepting of the children who are gay. It makes them less confused with who they are, okay? It's not going to make you gay to hear about the fact that there are gay people, right? If I hear about the fact that they're gay people, I can't choose to find that gay person attractive or to find that man attractive. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That's not how it works, right? I am attracted to what I'm attracted to.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. No, you're right. I don't know. But I don't know. I just I feel like it's getting a little bit promoted to like a little bit heavy, and I don't know. I think I don't know. It's just causing problems.
Yeah, but you can't give me a relevant distinction between being gay and being straight. That means it's wrong to do this with one, but okay to do it with the other.
See that, like, that's the thing. I don't think it's wrong to be gay. I don't think it's wrong to be gay. I just think it's wrong to promote it to children.
Yeah, what's the relevant distinction that means it's wrong to promote?
Um, just the age.
Okay, the same thing's true with when you tell that age about being straight.
Yeah.
So again, right, you're saying it's okay to do it with someone who's straight, but not okay to do it with someone who's gay. Why?
I don't know.
Appreciate the corgi. Thank you so much, Noah. I appreciate it. You don't know? So why do we hold a view on gay people when we don't even know?
No, I'm not holding a view on gay people. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with being gay. It's just I think it's wrong promoting it to children.
But you don't have a reason.
No, I don't.
So maybe we should think about that.
No, I was just...
Land, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. No? Frodo, thank you for the galaxy as well. I appreciate it. W's in the chat, everyone.
Yeah, I was just giving my opinion. That's it.
That's it? You got nothing else?
That's it.
All right, appreciate you coming on. Let's go on to the next person. All right, everyone, if you like the content, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone, every single day for multiple hours, like 6 hours every day. So tap that screen, try to get to 500,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 500 shares. Let me go on to the next person, though. Only send a guest request if you think that's wrong or immoral to be gay. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. Yo, thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for the Venmo as well. I appreciate it, by the way. Thank you, Jenna. Jenna. Thank you so much. All right, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go to the next person. Again, keep tapping that screen. Everyone, if you want me to respond to any message particularly, Venmo is the best way to do it. Linktree is, not Linktree. It's in my bio if you want to check out the Venmo. But let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
For sure. Do you think that it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Most definitely.
Why so?
Because it's so the guy before me said it wasn't natural, but we were created and everybody has a different purpose. Everybody doesn't have the same purpose, like the guy said about reproduction, and that's it. You're appointed your purpose once you find it. Then you're supposed to fill the rest of your days or spend the rest of your days fulfilling that. In a religious view, in a natural view, no matter what is alive, they're supposed to reproduce. If they do not reproduce, they have other jobs to do. I would like to ask you, do you think that it's wrong to be gay?
No, I don't think it's wrong to be gay. I have a question. Do you think it's wrong for a man to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
No, I don't.
It doesn't reproduce either, though.
I didn't say that was the only... Did you not listen to me, or did you just listen?
I did. I'm just trying to clarify. So the reproduction part doesn't necessarily imply that it's wrong. If you want to relate to the... Well, I'm just clarifying, right? So when it relates to the reproduction point, not the reproduction, the religious point, right? What would be the justification for that particular religion as to why we should follow those claims? Appreciate the chef's kiss. Thank you so much.
So your religion is by choice. So if you chose to be gay, that's your choice. And my religion, it states there's consequences behind every sin, regardless of what it is.
So could you choose to find attraction towards men right now?
Could I choose? Most definitely, it's a choice.
Could you choose to find attraction towards your mother?
Most definitely, it's a choice.
Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. Could you choose to be attracted to dog shit?
Most definitely, it's a choice.
So you can? Okay. So if we actually want to look at like the
But if you want to go back to what your question was, do I think it's wrong to find attraction to your mother? Yes. Do I think
I'm
it's wrong
not
to
necessarily
find
claiming wrong. I
dog
appreciate the
shit?
baby dragon. Thank you so
Yeah.
much. I appreciate it. I was just asking whether or not you can choose. Apparently, you can find dog shit sexually arousing, right? But like I'm just.
But okay. So now do you choose now to say, do you think that it's wrong? And everything you just said, yes, I think all that's wrong as well.
Well, no, I was just asking about choose because you were making a claim that like it's a choice to be gay, right? And I'm disputing that.
Most
Right, so
definitely.
it's absolutely not right. You can choose to act upon your desires, but you don't choose your desires when it relates to sexual intercourse or like attraction. So when it relates to this, right, if we want to look at almost every single academic academic paper or research, if you want to look at any institution, right, it's going to indicate to us that, literally speaking, right, there are different parts of the brain in which will indicate that someone is likely to have a particular type of attraction. We can see within their brain scans, I appreciate the happy bar, thank you so much, that there is arousal, right, for like a part of the brain, right, for straight men when they see women, for gay men when they see men, right, for lesbian women when they see women, and for straight women when they see men, right? That happens in their part of the brain. They don't choose to do that. If they try to, right, it doesn't produce it. So again, we can see physiological responses from particular stimuli around us.
Physical attraction, or are you talking about sexual attraction?
That's sexual attraction.
Okay.
It's indicated by a particular part of the brain.
Okay, so who you're sexually attracted to, it's not a choice to act on that and be gay. So no,
it's a choice to act upon that, but it's not a choice to have that.
What? It's not, okay, so it's not a choice to naturally feel attracted to somebody.
Yeah, no, I don't choose to be attracted to someone or to not, right? It just happens to be the case that I am attracted to people or I'm not attracted to them.
Right. So if you thought that another male, you're not gay though, right?
No, I'm not gay.
Okay. So have you ever seen a guy that you thought was attractive?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not gay.
So in order to find a guy that was attractive, not sexually, but to look.
Oh, so you don't mean sexually attractive? Or,
that's a good looking
yeah,
guy.
I can recognize that there are good looking males.
Okay,
sure.
Right. So that's showing attractive. That means that.
No. I'm talking sexually attractive.
Okay, so sexually attractive is way different.
That's what I was claiming. My first question was about sexually attractive. I literally clarified sexually attractive. And remember, you said you could be sexually attracted to shit.
No, you said that, and
you said that. I asked you if you can be sexually attracted to dog shit, and you said yes.
I said that was your choice if that's what you chose to do.
So you can choose to do that?
You can choose to do anything. It's choice. That's what the difference.
I can't choose to do that. Apparently you can, though.
What's the definition of choice?
What's the definition of choice? You're going to have the ability to do otherwise.
Right. So it's a choice.
So you have the ability to develop attraction for shit?
And you have the ability to not find it attractive. Am I right or wrong?
I just happen to not find it attractive.
Right.
That's just how it works.
Right. It's a choice. Is it?
No, it's not a choice. I can choose to act upon a desire that I have, but I can't choose the desire. Like, for example, right? When it relates to our taste buds. Hold up. For example, when it relates to our taste buds, right? I can't choose whether or not I like a food. It just happens to be the case that I like a particular food.
Hey, would you fuck dog shit? This is the guy's argument right now.
No, you're not listening. I asked you, can you choose to find dog shit sexually arousing? Because you're making a choice. You're making a determination that you can choose your sexual arousals or your sexual attraction. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm showing the absurdity of the claim. It's called a reductio ad absurdism.
Why is it not wrong to be gay?
Well, because there's going to be no reason to treat someone who's gay differently than someone who's straight unless you provide a good reason.
You didn't ask me about treating somebody. You asked if it was wrong. Why would
yeah. So like when we're saying that it's wrong, you're treating them differently within a connotation of saying that it's wrong.
No, it's wrong.
Yeah, there's no reason to indicate that. Can you give me a reason?
There's no reason to ask for somebody's opinion on it. Unless you're unless you're singling them out on being different from normal people.
Not necessarily, right? No. For example, right? Not necessarily, right? If I ask you, why is it wrong to support Donald Trump or to support Joe Biden? Does that necessarily imply that it's not normal to be them?
Boy, I don't know what to say.
What did you say? Did you hear what I said?
I didn't. Yeah, it's something about.
So if I ask, why is it wrong to support Trump or to support Biden? Right. Does that make a claim that they are like necessarily not normal?
No, it makes the claim that they're more relevant than other people. Why would you make that?
Yeah. So gay people are more relevant in this context because that's the topic that we're doing right now.
Right.
Because because of the hatred, discrimination, or the fact that people disagree with this context. That's why we're having this conversation is because there are people who disagree.
Just because you don't agree with it and you think that it's wrong doesn't mean that they're different or need to be worried about.
I'm confused what you're saying.
If you didn't like somebody because of the color of their skin and you didn't speak on it and didn't point them out and single-handedly or abuse them or disrespect them, that doesn't mean that you have a problem with them. That means that
What? What are you talking about? If you're racist, you literally have a problem. Did you get a call? Yeah, you got a call, bro. Send a guest request back. Country boy Kev, send a guest request back. But yeah, that literally means you do have hatred. Like what? That was like the most incoherent stance I've ever seen. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 750 shares, everyone. Let's get to this person back again.
no, so that's not. The fact is that you can have differences and see completely different from other people's point of views, but still be grown enough to understand that if you don't like that type of person or that person in general for any reason, you don't have to deal with them.
Yeah, but it's still wrong for them to have that irrational prejudice.
That's not a prejudice. Having
What are
differences.
you talking about? Having a prejudice towards someone because of the skin color or because of their sexuality is absolutely a prejudice. You have an issue with them because of that particular characteristic. That's an irrational prejudice because you can't justify it.
Right, it's a sin. Segregation.
So do you want to justify your rational prejudice?
It ain't about segregation and all that other shit. What I'm saying is that if you can find anything different from somebody and you don't want to have nothing to do with them because of you not agreeing with who they are and their type of, and I'm going to tell you this, the color of somebody's skin is not a choice. The color of, or the people that they sleep with is a choice. It is a choice who you sleep with, period.
Yeah, you can choose to act upon your desires, right? What I was showing you in that scenario is that you just have an irrational prejudice based upon a characteristic in which one has, right? So would you like to justify your irrational prejudice? I appreciate the touchdown. Thank you so much, Kristen.
I don't understand what he means by that. What do you?
Would you like to justify your irrational treatment of gay people here, saying that it's wrong? Would you like to justify that?
I have already.
How so? You didn't justify that at all.
I mean, just because you didn't agree with my point of view doesn't mean I didn't justify it.
No, I didn't hear a justification.
Right.
I can say whether or not there was a justification provided, even if I disagree. There are many people I disagree with that I still think provided justification for their view.
Talk to you, you're saying hasn't justified because that's not what you want to hear.
No, can you just give me the justification? Like, I just want like an argument or like a reason. Yo, thank you for the whale diving. W's in fucking chat. Let's go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do you want to give the argument?
Yeah.
I'm waiting.
Man. These guys right here are crazy.
I mean, do you have an argument, or do you just want to say I'm crazy?
No, I'm reading some of these messages that I'm getting from
You should hold on the screen and click clear display.
No, I'm talking about my messages popping up from all these other people that are obviously gay in the chat that's sending me hate mail now. It's great.
Do you want to justify your position?
No, I'm good, man. I'll get
No,
in the inbox, I guess.
Christian Cali, thank you for the gold mine. I appreciate it. So you're gonna hold this irrational prejudice and you have no reason behind it. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
That's what it is. Definitely.
Yeah. So you wonder why people are responding that way, because you have a hatred towards a particular group of people just off the basis of them existing.
Because no, that's the fact that I don't agree with something and hate it is totally different. So to think.
So what do you mean by wrong?
The think that somebody's victimized because I don't agree with the things they do doesn't mean that I hate them. So you guys.
What do you mean by you don't agree? Can you clarify that?
Yeah, definitely. So if I don't agree with a man, if my religion doesn't allow me because of my beliefs, and you expect me to respect your decision, you should respect my religion. If we can't, then we can go our separate ways. You're by you saying or trying to contradict my God or do blasphemy on the God that I believe in, saying that he's not right and that there's a lot of contradictions. That's your belief, but don't bash my religion to justify your gay beliefs.
By the way, it's not bashing your religion. I'm acknowledging the facts of reality that your belief is unjustified and leads towards contradictions. I'm acknowledging right that you are bashing. Hold up. I want to clarify here, right? Because I'm just making an argument against what you're saying.
Cut me off. You're not letting me get to you asked for my point.
Yeah, and I'm addressing it.
Right, but you're not letting me finish. You want to cut it off because when people get to talking and giving you their point of views, you like to think that, you know what I'm saying, just because it's your chat, that you can cut people off.
Well, you want to know why? Because people will go on and they will ramble for minutes and minutes and minutes on end.
You asked for it. I stopped for a minute because you wouldn't be quiet long enough for me to answer. So here I am answering. And yet again,
I'll let you answer, right? But I feel like I had the ability to respond at that point.
So all I'm saying is we can agree to disagree. What's the difference? My religion is what I believe in and what I stand on in my faith and the way that I guide my life. If it contradicts the way you live your life, who's wrong?
You, because there are contradictions entailed by your particular.
And you're wrong because
you stop talking. Can I respond?
Right. I asked you a question.
Yeah. Can I respond then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so the reason why you're wrong is because there are contradictions with your worldview. I can show you why your belief is unjustified. You can't show me why my belief here is not justified. I appreciate the baby dragon. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So you have yet to even justify your position, right? And I can give you contradictions with your worldview. I don't think you're even willing to accept those, though.
I'm not going to.
Because you considered it blasphemy for me to say that there are contradictions when I'm acknowledging reality. Right? So anything that is contrary to your opinion and your belief, that's blasphemy. That's wrong. I appreciate this. The dog. Thank you so much. You don't even ask for justification. I actually ask for justification.
Right. And when I ask you why it wasn't wrong, you couldn't ask. You couldn't answer.
Actually, well, because I gave you a reason, because there's not something that considers it to be wrong. Like, for example, right? Like when I walk into a forest, I pick a rock off the ground, right? That action isn't right or wrong. It just simply is an action. We'd have to give a reason as to why it's wrong. Okay. So the basis isn't that it's wrong right away. The basis is that it's not considered right or wrong.
So to say that my religion is wrong, what's your basis? Because I have
a contradiction. Proof by contradiction.
In what religion? All of
in Abrahamic religions. So if you believe in the Christian God, there are contradictions with that view. If you believe in the God from Islam, there are contradictions with that view. If you believe in the God from Judaism, contradictions with that view.
You can't. So my religious beliefs can be disrespected, but the fact that if my beliefs are against what you believe in, it's wrong.
I'm not disrespecting you by saying that there are contradictions with your worldview.
No, you're saying, yes, what you're saying is that I'm wrong if I base my belief off of my religion because it's not what you believe.
No, because there are contradictions.
And you believe there's contradictions.
No, objectively speaking, there are contradictions.
Like I said, you believe that there are contradictions.
No, it's not just my belief. It is the case. It is my opinion because it is the case in reality.
Right, and the fact that...
The same way I believe that I exist, and it is also the case that I exist within reality.
So I believe that my beliefs are real, and that my beliefs are true.
Yeah, so do you have evidence?
And as a whole, hold on, and the reason you're having this chat, and you stated it, was because as a whole, people think that being gay is wrong, and as a majority. Right?
Well, not a majority in the U.S. Like it's like 30-something%, right? But
so only 30%, only 30-something% think that being gay is wrong in the United States.
Yeah, globally speaking, it's higher numbers though.
Right. As a whole, mankind, humans think that being gay is wrong as a majority.
Yeah, and I think they're wrong, right? The same reason why I think that the billions of people that believe in religions are wrong.
Right, but as a whole, more humans, mankind as a whole, believe that Jesus Christ or that God is real. The same ones that you say has the contradictions. Right. So more people believe what I'm saying than people do that you're saying.
Yeah.
It's what you're telling me. But you're trying to change the whole masses to believe a small fraction of what you believe to be true.
Yeah, because they're wrong. Because there are contradictions with their worldview.
Wrong, but you're right.
For example,
the percentage is right.
Yeah. Actually, yes. Like for example, right? It is the case that in history. Hold up, I want you to listen. It is the case that throughout history, human beings believed that the Earth was flat. They were wrong. It was the case throughout history that human beings attributed like severe weather events to the Greek gods. They were wrong, right? This is not something that we actually see within the context of reality. Okay. They did not have justification for their worldview there. That is absolutely something that I'm willing to say. If you're not willing to say that, then you're not willing to accept contradictions are not able to exist. Because if you hold to a particular religion, that religion is contradicted by the other religious claims. If that religion is contradicted by the other religious claims, if your religion is true, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, let me stop you just right there.
Well, you're not going to be able to stop me there if you're muted, right? So if your religion is true, their religion is false. If their religion is true, your religion is false, right? It can't be the case that both of you are true simultaneously, right? Both of your views are true simultaneously, right? Because there's a contradiction, okay? They can't say that it exists and doesn't exist simultaneously. You can't say Jesus was crucified and not crucified, right? That's a contradiction, okay? But they can't be true simultaneously. It's either they're both wrong or one of them's right and the other one is wrong, right? So you under your view have to accept billions of people are wrong as well. But yeah, you can unmute yourself now. By the way, in the meantime, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes. Share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 750 shares as well, y'all. You got a response?
No, not really. Not really. You got it. You're going to mute me just like, you know what I'm saying, when you don't like to hear what you want to say, you know what I'm saying?
You were cutting me off and I was going to finish my stance, but right, I'll let you speak.
So religion and is way different when you have like a denominational, there's different denominations inside of religion, which are different points of views of the same word. So they're just different translations. So before you say, oh, these religions are contradicting each other and all this stuff, they're different points of views of the same word. That's why everybody has their own purpose. That's what I said earlier.
And actually, even then, right, you can't say that both denominations can be true simultaneously if there are contradictions. But by the way, these aren't different denominations. There are different denominations within Christianity and different denominations within Islam, right? But Judaism, Islam, and Christianity are not different denominations of each other.
They all worship their same God on the same basis.
No, they don't. I think that there are distinctions within these gods. I think there are very clear distinctions within these gods.
And they're different.
They're relating to the same notion of Abrahamic God, of like all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God, but they are different gods. They clearly are. They have different types of perspectives. They have different ways of ordering people to do things. They have different views of salvation, right? All of these things are different under these different perspectives.
There are different prophets. So yes, definitely. So the gods that everybody has is different, is their different interpretations, but it's all the same God. Your creator is still the same. The person that created the God that created you is the same God that created me.
I don't believe a God created you. And also, I don't think that you believe a God created you either, because the result of your existence is based upon free will. So then you would be saying that God determined your free will, which is not true, right?
But you just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, it's not. You have the option of free will based off of how you want to live your life.
Yeah, and your existence is dependent upon the free will of your parents. It's not dependent upon God. So if you're saying that God determined your existence, well, then you're telling me that human beings don't have free will.
What do you mean the free will of your parents? You're talking to a.
I wouldn't exist if my parents did something different with their free will. Okay, so my existence is solely dependent upon their free will. Okay, it's not dependent upon God deciding to create me. It just is the case that my parents used their free will in that way, and that led to my existence.
Right. Okay. So everything you're talking about right now is physical. My God is not. My God is greater than physical.
What are you talking about, bro? That I'm so confused that you're referencing.
You're right. You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand it because everything has to be like black and white with you right in your face in physical form for you to understand. Because the only thing you've said since the beginning is how everything except for science
is Jesus physical.
And he was physical. Yes, he walked this earth as a physical man. Yes, he did.
Oh,
but that's not the God. That's not God.
Jesus isn't God.
No, he's not. He walked in a physical form as man. Through God is Jesus' father. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're speaking on things that.
And by the way, you're a Christian.
How was he able to die and resurrect in a physical form, right? Where is he?
Well, actually, it doesn't sound like you're Christian, right? You're literally making the claim that Jesus is not God. So you dispute the Trinity?
No.
Okay, that makes total sense. You don't dispute the Trinity,
Spirit-
but then at the same time, you
the
don't
Holy
think that
Spirit-
Jesus is God.
the Holy-
That's
God is
called
the Holy
a
Spirit.
contradiction. Is Jesus a part of God?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you're making the claim that Jesus is a part of God, not the whole
Yes.
of God.
Right. Definitely.
Okay,
100%.
that makes sense. That makes sense. So actually, this is considered heresy under your own view. Okay, because the notion of different parts, right, is not something that is prescribed by common church fathers, right? So many individuals indicate that this is heresy.
We're going to hear atheists talk about religion right now because the devil knew God's work better, you know what I'm saying, better than any other human that walked. Let's say this.
You don't even know if your book is from the devil or not because you have no process to confirm or disconfirm your own claim.
You don't know what I've been through to get past and through and how that relationship
Ground, thank you.
happened. But that's what I'm saying. You wouldn't understand that. You're only speaking that off of one side as a whole.
I'm confused. I'm confused how you're responding to me. I don't think that is a response. Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about particularly?
No, that's it. I think you're.
All right, I appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Everyone, tap that screen. Thank you for the crown. I appreciate it, Seth. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
For sure. Do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Of course, it's wrong and
Why?
immoral. We talked about this before.
Okay. Oh, I'm just going to look for someone who hasn't come on before. Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Share the live. Let's try to get to 750 shares, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, we'll go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Again, just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. You already know the deal. All right. For some reason, it's not accepting this person. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 750,000 likes, everyone. 750,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
57.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I think it's wrong. I think it's immoral. And I think it's also a religious disobedience. So either way
Why
you
so?
look. Okay, so how are you born? Are you born, two men get together and commit sodomy and all of a sudden you got a kid in a man's belly? No. You have to have a woman and a man to make a kid. Even if you do it with a test tube, not in the womb, you still have to have a male and a female reproduction system. You have to have the seed, you have to have the egg and the seed. You have to fertilize the seed. The seed is the egg. Okay? It's male and female. There are no humans that are self-sex. What is that word? I'm pretty sure you know what that word is. Where
Asexual in the context of reproduction,
Asexual,
because
yeah.
asexual within the context of humans would relate to like attraction, not necessarily like reproduction. But like here, can I ask you this question? Do you think it's wrong for like me as a fertile man to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
not if you're married and then you find out later on.
If I find out before and then I get married.
That's up to you. That's the choices that you guys make.
Okay, but it's not wrong.
Male and female? No. I don't see how that
So
would
it's
be.
not about whether or not it leads to reproduction. It's solely about whether or not it's male and female then.
Yeah, I would say that. Reproduction has some things to do with it. I mean, if you think about it, if everybody was gay, everybody in the world was gay, there would be no reproduction.
Yeah, if
So,
everyone
yeah.
in the world engaged in intercourse with women that were infertile, then there would be no reproduction either.
That's right. But not all women are infertile, not all men are infertile.
Not all men and women are gay.
You're right. It's your life choice what you want to do, okay? The problem here is the gay people push themselves on straight people. And I know what I'm talking about because I've been in foster care that's like that, okay? Wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning with a 5 o'clock shadow rubbing on my leg, and I'm like, dude, it ain't even up. So what the fuck gives you the idea that I would be interested in some shit like that?
So that has nothing to do with being gay. That has everything to do with assault.
That was a gay foster parent.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the fact that they are gay, though. That has to do with the fact that they're an assaulter.
Try this. I grew up in Florida. I went to the Keys, when I got old enough.
Wait, so this is called a composition fallacy. You're saying because a part of a community is this way, that indicates the whole of the community is this way.
You're asking me a question for an example, and then you're going to turn around and interrupt me. That's very rude.
I was clarifying because you're making a claim in which you're generalizing all people who are gay, right? For something that has nothing to do with the fact that they are gay.
I'm trying to tell you something, and that's the problem with some of you gay people. You don't want to hear.
I'm literally not gay.
I'm not saying you. I said the gay
You said that's wrong with you gay people because of something that I did, right?
Okay.
So
Well,
that doesn't make any
I'm
sense.
sorry. I misjudged you. But
That was an incoherent
I've been to
statement.
bars. I've been to bars that is only gay bars. Didn't know it. Walked in one was a lesbian bar. Walked in another one was a gay bar. Guy puts his hand on my lap and starts talking to me like he wants to do something. I'm like, dude, we're gonna fight.
Yeah, so you shouldn't be putting your hands on people's laps, right? So that relates to. Wait, hold up. For example, right?
Moral.
Hey, I'm gonna respond, right? Because I can, right? So when it relates to women who go to bars, right, the same thing happens with straight men, right? So does that implicate that straight men across the board are like this?
I don't put my hand on some woman's knee and start.
Exactly, and the same thing is true for other gay men, right? Some gay men do this, and that's wrong with that particular man, not off the basis of them being gay, but with the fact that they're an assaulter or that they're doing something wrong in that scenario, right? The same thing is also true with straight men.
Let me ask you a question, okay? That I don't know if you're defending him or you're just trying to create a debate. It looks like you're just trying to create a debate because
I'm debating people based on the basis of arguing against the discrimination and hatred targeted towards people who are gay because it's irrational and it's something that impacts society in a negative way.
When's the last time you seen a heterosexual parade?
Every single day, right? Because it is the case that in our society that there is acceptance of people.
No,
let me respond. You asked me a question. Wait, sir, you asked me a question. I'm going to respond to your question. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Can I respond to your question?
You responded. Now I'm re-responding.
I didn't respond. I didn't finish. I didn't finish my answer. Would you like me to finish my answer? Would you like me to finish my answer?
No, I'd like to ask you. Now you're telling me you see people marching down the street with banners saying heterosexual, heterosexual, heterosexual.
So it's not within that same sense, right? It's in the sense in which, again, within society, we already have acceptance of people who are straight off the basis of them being straight. The point of different parades and stuff like that is the basis of accepting people who are gay. That's the whole point, is it going against the discrimination and hatred that's been targeted towards this particular community throughout the context of our history. And going against that is, again, meant to do so through like the different types of parades and stuff like that.
Okay, so you're telling me what happens in your bedroom is my business.
No, it's what happens in society, right? It is the case that someone's attraction does not relate to. Hold up, can I finish? It is the case that someone's attraction doesn't relate to what they do in the bedroom, because you can be a virgin and still have an attraction, which means that you've never done something like that in the bedroom. Okay, so if you've never done something in the bedroom and you just have that attraction, you're still gay, and then it tells us that it doesn't necessarily relate to people engaging in sex. It relates to the attraction. So someone shouldn't be looked at in a negative way or treated this particular way off the basis of them having this particular attraction.
Yes, they should.
Why?
Do you know 3,000 years ago, people were killed for that, and God encouraged it.
Yeah, and that's exactly what shows how immoral your particular God is, right? Because it should not be the case that people are killed. The fact that you just argued that it was good for this God to kill people who are gay is fucking disgusting and terrible, right? It's the very basis in which our society degrades as you hold that belief off of just an unjustified belief in terms of faith.
In order to have a good opinion about
okay, can I finish my state? Can I finish? You literally cried. You literally cried about the fact that I cut you off.
360 degrees tolerance.
Okay. So you want to know something fucking crazy? You cried when I cut you off. Oh my God, stop cutting me off. Oh my God, you're just trying to cut me off. Right? And then every single time I speak, right, you cut me off. Okay. So you know what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to cut you off, right? I'm going to do the exact same thing back to you, right? Is that something that you would prefer to being, treated normally? Being treated with patience and respect? Is that something that you'd prefer? Right? We can do that out of any time, right? Ariel, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. We're going to go to the next person. Or not next person. I'm gonna unmute them. I meant to say. Yo, Gerard, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. You gonna respond? Are you gonna respond, bro?
You want me to respond?
Yeah, I kind of stopped talking. I don't know. I would expect that you'd be able to understand that.
Well, I understand that it's been pushed over on me several times as a child, okay, which I never appreciated. I'll give Biden as a perfect example. How many videos have you seen with Biden touching somebody inappropriately as a child and they didn't like it? You can see in their face that they didn't like it, but nobody does anything about it because of pride, because now they're trying to make it acceptable. Is it acceptable to rape and molest little kids?
By the way, you can't say R word. And no one in Pride is arguing for rape and molestation of children. That's fucking insane to associate that with Pride. 1, 2. When it relates to this, here, let me finish my statement. When it relates to this, right? Yes, there was a video in which someone, or like a younger girl was touched on like the shoulder by Biden when he was like looking at like something or like looking over and like talking to people and stuff, right? And it did make her, like, visually speaking, in her face look uncomfortable. But that's not to mention all the different times that Trump literally went into rooms in which little girls were changing and justified it. Again, they were naked. I appreciate that, Alexander. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate it. And justified it on the basis of the fact that he owned the pageant. Okay, so we literally have evidence that he did that stuff like that. And not to mention he's been held liable or guilty in a civil court for sexual abuse. Not to mention the other types of claims that we could talk about, right? And that were not mentioned. So if you are going to talk about that when it relates to Biden, but not acknowledge the stuff when it relates to Trump, and especially the fact that he was fucking convicted, or then that clearly speaking is not a good way to actually like determine what's true here.
Okay, so how come Trump is being held accountable, but Biden has never been held accountable? Answer that one.
Because there's not evidence of Biden committing like SA.
Yes, there is.
Where?
There's videos of him groping kids under 11 years old.
Wait, you saying groping means him touching them on the shoulder. Literally touching on the shoulder when he was like talking to someone else. Yeah, I agree. It made that person feel uncomfortable, but to compare that to groping someone is fucking crazy.
Okay, it wasn't on the shoulders. There's videos all over.
It literally was on the shoulder. Can you give me one in which you're referencing the groping?
I'll tell you what. Go look at my reposts. I'll share them with you if you like. Go ahead and join. Follow me and direct message me, and I'll send them to you.
For sure. Because again, I'm not arguing against the fact that this is. I still consider it to be bad that he's like touching in that way, like in terms of the shoulder, and that making them feel uncomfortable. But to compare that to groping in terms of a sexual connotation, and to compare that to the types of shit that we just referenced with Trump is fucking absurd. Okay, and especially to use that as some sort of deflection to then make a generalization over like pride parades and say that people are accepting of the fact that people are P3DOs, which is not true, right? And then also try to like make sure that response to gay people or like is appropriating with gay people makes no sense at all, right? That was a deflection from the original point that you had no argument against.
I do have an argument against it. Okay, so let me
go
show
for
you.
it.
Just now, you said you have evidence of Trump doing all this stuff on a pageant. I've never seen that. Okay, so in the same instance, I have plenty of proof and evidence of what Biden has been doing. So how about we exchange videos and then you come back on the show and apologize?
What do you mean I come back on the show and apologize? What are you talking about?
Apologize for being one-sided.
We've seen Joe Biden like fucking smell hair and touch people on the shoulder, and that's somehow comparable to being held in a civil court for SA. Guilty. I appreciate the cheer squad. Thank you so much. That's somehow comparable to going into pageants where there are little girls changing, where they're naked, and then saying and justifying it by the basis of the fact that you just own it. Those are comparable. Those are comparable to you.
I haven't seen the evidence.
This has been around. This has literally been talked about since 2015. Thank you for the sail away. I appreciate it. Not to mention the fact that Trump, we literally have him on video and audio. I appreciate the mic drop. Thank you so much. Thank you for the super dog. I appreciate it. Grab them by the P word, right? Clearly, right in front of you. That's not non-consensual.
Okay, let's stop right there. Okay, you say grab them by the P word. How many times have you heard somebody say grab them by the balls?
Never.
Never? You haven't been around much. You haven't been around much. It's an old saying, an old phrase.
That's a weird saying?
No, it's like you got to grab them where their manhood is, or you got to get their attention. You got to shock them.
And women say that? Women say, "Oh, I got to grab them by the balls." You got to grab them by the balls in some sort of sexual connotation? No. What the fuck are you talking about?
You know, dude, you're just lost. All you're doing is doing this little debate thing so you can make coins and money trying to side with people that.
No, I've been doing debates prior to making money for years. I used to come on here every single day, didn't make anything. He just got removed for community guidelines, by the way. So I used to come on here every single day, no money, no money. Money only came around after. And you see that now after the fact that I've already established that. But for literally years, coming on here, engaging in debates every single day for hours every single day, right? But yeah, that's wild. All right, we're going to go to the next person. Tap that screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. You already know the deal. Share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the coral. Thank you so much. How old are you? All right, we're going to go to the next. How old are you? Hello?
38.
Yeah, do you think that it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
No.
All right, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, y'all. You already know the deal, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
No, honestly, I don't. Honestly, when it comes to being straight or gay, I think it's just your own business.
Confetti, thank you so much. All right, I'm just looking for people who disagree, but I appreciate you coming on, man. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
All right, everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. Again, we're just looking for some debates, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, Kaylee, I appreciate the duck. Thank you so much. All right, let's try to get this next person up here. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're trying to get someone up here, y'all. All right, everyone. Let's go to the next person. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. You already know the deal, y'all. It takes a second, like 30 seconds to a minute in order to get someone here in the meantime, y'all. It does take a second for people to load in. So just give it a second, everyone. We're going to get someone up here and we'll be debating here in a minute. Does Parker sleep? Yeah, the bags are hereditary. You know how old are you?
With this one, 48 to 41. Colorado's defense over the last.
They're watching the news. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Make sure to drink some water. I am drinking water. Don't worry. We're good. I like the bags. I appreciate it. A lot of people think that I just don't sleep. I sleep all the time, so I don't know what people are talking about. I always get 7 to 9 hours. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
It's not wrong.
Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. You already know the deal. Someone said Parker sounds angry. I'm not angry. I promise. If this sounds angry to you, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, let me go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. You can literally be sitting here and just be quiet and like be chill, and people will still think you're angry on TikTok. It's wild. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Again, only send a guest request. Very dismissive. Well, yeah, I'm not angry. Give it a second, everyone. Okay, he's just talking fast. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's like I do have like a maybe my tone, because like I do have like a, especially like when I'm having conversation, I do have like a stern tone. I think that could be it. Yo, thank you for the little crown. I appreciate it, Chrissy. Thank you so much. Do y'all think that could be it, everyone? The stern tone. I don't know. That could be it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
For sure. Do you think that's wrong or immoral to be gay?
To be honest, I think it's wrong, and it's my opinion, you know. Like, sometimes I think it's just wrong to be, you know, I don't like the faggots or the fucking Nick.
Okay, well, he just left, and all he says is slurs, but what the fuck, dude? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debate. Keep tapping that screen. Thank you for the confetti. I appreciate it, Michael. Thank you so much. Like, the slurs are crazy. Why do people come on just to do that? Like, it literally makes no sense to me at all. Like, actually negative sense. Why don't I see anyone in the box? Because we're trying to add someone up right now and it's not adding. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
44.
For sure. Do you think that's wrong or immoral to be gay?
No, I'm in the same boat you are. I don't think it's wrong. What I think is...
Everyone, we're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. I do apologize, everyone, but I am literally letting people know, so I'm really confused why people are sending requests if they agree. But you already know the deal, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
For sure. Do you think that it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
It is wrong. I want to ask you, where do you draw the line with these things?
With what?
With these kind of relationships.
Like in terms of consenting adult relationships?
Yeah. So what's your guidelines there? Where did you draw the line?
When it relates to consenting adult relationships, yeah. So I would say it's applicable in all scenarios. Because like when it relates to like this scenario, when it relates to this, as it would be only wrong in the context of it removing consent, like there being a power dynamic or a familial power dynamic. Like if you grew up in a family structure with someone, right, that can remove your ability to consent to that individual because of the particular relation that exists as being a part of a family. And they can like use that relationship to like take advantage of an individual.
And obviously you consider the age to be obviously over the 18, right? So every other country that's below 18 and the age of consent is 16, obviously they're wrong.
Yeah, under my view, yeah. I appreciate the night's helmet. Thank you so much. And I mean, even in the US, there are lots of states that have it at 16. I think that's wrong.
So what happens to those people? Like, what do you think happens to those people that are doing it below the age of 18?
By the way, when we're talking about below the age of 18, it would only be wrong in terms of engaging with people who are way older. Like a 16-year-old engaging in an intercourse with a 16-year-old, there's nothing wrong with that, right? But a 16-year-old engaging in intercourse with a 60-year-old, that's wrong.
Is that legally wrong?
Legally wrong? Like currently it's not illegal in lots of states here in the US, but I think it's morally wrong.
Why do you think it's morally wrong?
Why do I think it's morally wrong? Because I don't think that the 16-year-old can meaningfully consent to the adult in terms of engaging in sexual intercourse.
Do you have any research or any academic for that?
Yeah, I could indicate to you academic research which indicates that they have different levels of rational capacities comparative to 18-year-olds and like abilities to like determine what's correct for them.
Can't consent. A 16-year-old you think doesn't have the ability to consent?
Not meaningfully in terms of engaging in sexual intercourse, right? But I do think that a 16-year-old can consent to eating ice cream.
Yeah, but 16-year-olds are not that dumb, right? 16-year-olds.
Yeah, but I don't think that they should be able to engage in intercourse with a 60-year-old.
Okay, but then if kids, for example, they are being pushed to choose their sexuality or make these long-term decisions at the age of 9, 8, 7, but a 16-year-old can't choose about marriage.
Wait. When it relates to sexuality, I think that you can determine your sexuality like young. Like when I was 5 years old, I knew what my sexuality was, right? But that doesn't mean like I knew I was straight, right? But that doesn't mean that somehow that means that like 5-year-olds can consent to intercourse with adults. That's wild.
No, yeah, but the thing is that
yeah, but a 5-year-old can consent to a cookie, right?
Yeah, but the LGBT movement is not that you can understand that you can know what your sexuality is at the age of 5. The movement is that you will learn what your sexuality is later on. So if at 5 you're straight, doesn't mean you're straight 100%.
Well, actually, no. Wait, by the way, right? If you're 5 and you're straight, likely speaking, you're straight, or you could possibly be bi, right? Just given the conditions of society, right? But no, people who are in the community who are gay say that you find out around that time. So I don't know what you're talking about. You can have different perceptions of your identity and maybe different understandings of your sexuality, as you can have different levels of attraction for men comparative to women.
It's like
85% men, 15% women.
It's like people use the taste argument, for example, that, okay, if you're at the age of 5, you don't like tomatoes, for example. At the age of 15, you can like tomatoes. So there's
that would be saying that would be saying that sexual preferences are as malleable in terms of development as, say, taste buds, which I don't think is necessarily true.
No, it's not. It's not that is as important. It's just there's a parallel. There's a similarity between choosing between preference. It doesn't mean that they are the same value, obviously not.
So as we develop, we will develop like attraction for people who are older, like similar to our age, right? That happens, right? But it does not mean that we go from finding people who are males attractive to not finding them attractive anymore, necessarily speaking.
What about a 16-year-old or whatever age actually, below 18, let's say, they, for example, develop a feeling for older people. They want to get married with an older person. What do you think of that?
At what age?
It doesn't matter. But in US, you can say 16. In other countries,
I think it's wrong. So like, here, can you give me a reason why it's wrong to engage in gay intercourse or to be gay? Because like you're just asking me about like consent now, which again, consent is something you hold to as well.
What I'm doing is I'm trying to the same way you're asking why it's wrong to be gay. I'm trying to do the same thing using your logic to prove.
You can go and do it. I just don't think you're doing anything with it, but go for it. Like I feel like we're gonna just not end anything, but go for it.
No, that's all right. Because
ask any questions you'd like.
Yeah, no, that's right. We're not done. It's not more like proving you wrong or right or wrong. It's more that I'm trying to make a comparison here.
I don't have an issue with that. I've done these comparisons. I know exactly what types of points you're bringing up.
Just to explain to you, for example, because right now, if a 16-year-old, obviously in US or Western country, it's obviously they can't get married to someone who's older, over the age of 18. For them to have a feeling for someone who's a lot older than them, you're saying right now at this point of this life, right now, you think that is completely wrong. Yes or no?
I think it's wrong for an adult to engage in intercourse with a minor. Yes.
Okay, but for this minor to have feelings for the older person, have these sexual desires, is that right or wrong?
Just having a desire isn't right or wrong.
Exactly. So it's not. So there is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with this minor having a feeling for this.
Yeah, when I was like 8 years old, there was nothing wrong with me having an attraction towards Ariana Grande, right? But that doesn't mean that it was okay for like Ariana Grande to engage in intercourse with me as a minor. That would be wrong.
Yeah, fair enough. So we agree with that there's nothing wrong with this having these preferences. Some people, for example, they're serial killers. Their preference is, I want to kill. I want to. That's what feeds them. That's what gets.
I'm not
them.
arguing just because a preference exists, it means it's right.
Right. So now, the same way, this 16-year-old, as I was saying, there's nothing wrong with them liking someone older, and you could actually say the same thing maybe for the older person. There's actually nothing wrong with that older person maybe having feelings for this minor, having that fetish, whatever they have, whatever you call it, their weirdness, whatever you call it. Now, where is the problem with this though? If they act on this and they get married or whatever they do, this minor and this thing, is that wrong according to you?
Yeah, adult engaging in intercourse with a minor is wrong. Dude, what are you asking me this for?
Because that's where the point of the gay comes. There's nothing wrong with you having these feelings, right? But the moment you act on it...
What's wrong with acting upon gay intercourse with two consenting adults?
Okay, why is it wrong for the two, for example, incest people? For example, a sister and a brother.
I gave you. There's a power dynamic, a familial power dynamic that removes someone's ability to consent because they can use that family dynamic to then be able to take advantage of another individual, right?
No, it doesn't need to be actually. So what you're saying is you actually don't agree with the incest relationships at all at the moment. But what you're failing to understand in a couple of years right now, and even actually right now, they are trying to push the incest agenda and to try to add it as part of another sexuality into the LGBT. So in fact, if you're saying right now that
Who? By the way, who, one, and then two, I don't have an issue when it relates to like people being like I have an issue with people growing up in the same household and then engaging, right? It's the same thing is true when someone's like adopted, right? I think it's wrong for people who are adopted, grew up in the same household, grew up under the same family structure. Yo, can you like listen to what I'm saying, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think it's wrong for like them to like adopt children and then those two adopted children to engage in intercourse with each other as they grew up together and they can use that relationship to be able to take advantage of each other.
Okay, but this is very case to case, right? So you can't really make a law because what if the brother and sister never grew up together? Okay.
In that scenario, we wouldn't say it's morally wrong, but we would say it's weird. And it can be morally wrong within the sense of which you produce like offspring or something. So you're saying
that incest relationship where there is no family dynamics involved.
There's no family dynamic. They didn't grow up with each other. They don't produce children. In that scenario, we don't consider it wrong, but we do consider it weird. Yeah.
You consider it weird, right?
Yeah.
Right now, with what you just said, and if this is recorded, right, and I'm not sure if it's going to be recorded, whatever.
I'm recording right now.
You would have offended a big community of incest.
No, I've said this on my live a million times, dude.
Yeah, that's fine if you said it, but if there are incest people watching this, you would have offended them right now. And like,
cry. Can you like give me an argument?
What do you mean? You're saying their relationship is weird. Would you say the same thing with the homosexuality?
No, I
You wouldn't say
wouldn't.
that's weird. I wouldn't
I
say that's
wouldn't.
weird. So why would you say incest is weird if there's no family dynamics or anything like that?
Yeah, because of the types of associations that I have with my family.
Yeah, but so then that's like me based on what associations I have based on my life and my family, and I go outside and I say the incest, the homosexuals is weird. Do you think that's right to do?
Yeah, I think that we should go against that because there's good reason to otherwise. There's no reason why you should associate it with those particular things, right? As it doesn't relate to any type of experiences you have in any type of family structure, anything like that, right? When it relates to like my family members, that relates to an experience or a relationship that I have, particularly in the context of family. And that's why there would be a distinction. When it relates to there just being males or females in society, that's fundamentally different because you don't have that type of personal connection or relationship with them, right? Which would be distinct. So there would be reasons why we would indicate otherwise, right? But it just depends on what you mean by weird. If what you mean by weird is that it's against your preferences, well, then anything that's against your preferences is weird then, right? For example, being straight is weird to gay people because it's not their preferences. Okay. So it just depends on what you mean by weird in that scenario.
So me, if I'm straight and I say homosexuality is weird, there's no problem with that?
What do you mean by weird?
It's against my preference.
Yeah, under that definition, it's not necessarily wrong. I think you're using like weird terminology to confuse people, but yeah, it's not necessarily wrong in the same sense that if someone was using that definition and they were gay, they would say that it's weird to be straight because it's not their preference. Or you could say it's weird to have blonde hair because that's not your preference, right? But that doesn't mean it's wrong, right? It just means that it's against your preference. You don't have a preference for that, okay?
And I'm just going to end with this because I've got to go. I've just got to end with this.
You literally didn't even answer my question, and you're going to leave already?
Okay, well, let me make this point, but I've got to actually go.
Wait! Come on, man. That's disingenuous for you just to for you to only deflect the conversation into a point where you never answer any question.
I'm not deflecting.
Appreciate the spaghetti. Thank you so much. Wait, why should I give you a space to say your point here if you're not going to even engage?
Because it's related with this topic, isn't it? Everything I've said.
Honestly, I don't care to hear it if you don't care to even give me an argument.
There is an argument. Everything.
Okay. So give me the argument then, right? Guidance. I'm going to let you give me the argument. If you don't give me the argument, I'm going to go on to the next person.
Well, the argument was that I was comparing.
No. Why being gay is wrong?
Well, I'm making the point. The point. The fact that you're failing to understand this is concerning. Because you're saying, why is being gay wrong? And you want me to say, oh, well, gay being wrong is because this, that. I'm making you a comparison why it's wrong, right? I'm making a comparison.
What's the comparison? Give me the conception. Conceptually speaking, tell me what it demonstrates. Appreciate
the comparison that I made was that I gave you examples of other relations that we as humans believe that is wrong when there is no scientific research for those things to be wrong. We just say, oh, it's morally wrong.
Wait. Morals relate to our preferences. You don't ask for scientific research to say something is wrong. That's incoherent.
Okay, so what
Science is a descriptive process, not a prescriptive process.
Okay, so then why are you asking me about being gay wrong then? I could just say it's morally wrong. I could just say it and end it.
Yeah, so why do you think it's morally wrong? What's your reasoning?
The exact same reasons you gave for the incest and other relations. And the point I'm trying to make is...
What do you mean the same reasons you gave? There's no familiar power dynamic that exists when it relates to being gay.
No, we went over that. We said, no, there doesn't need to be a family dynamic. And it can be considered weird, abnormal.
Wait. No, what are you talking about, right? When it relates... No, we're talking about what's considered immoral, right? I didn't say it was considered immoral outside that connotation. Can you give me an argument?
You said it was weird, abnormal.
Weird, abnormal. That's not what I said. I said it was against my preference. That's what I said, right? Which is what that would be considered, right? So under that notion, I appreciate the dog. Thank you so much. Hey man, are you like listening to me?
No, I'm saying, should incest be part of LGBT?
No.
So in a couple,
right? Because it's not a part of that. It's not something that's like that's been in that sort of context.
When they do actually go ahead and add this into the LGBT, what will you do then?
It's not going to happen. 1, 2, right? There's no point to have this conversation. 3, can you please answer my question? I'm asking you a very specific question, and you're trying to say that you're using the same reasoning as I'm using for incest. You're not. You're not using the same reasoning because it doesn't apply in that context. Then, so can you please give me a legitimate reason?
No, it does, because you said you said why. I said to you, why is incest or any other relation like that is wrong, and you said I find it weird based on my preferences.
That's not what I said. No, that is not what I said. That is fucking bullshit. You just lied. Okay, I did not say that. I did not say it's wrong because I think it's weird. Where the fuck do you get that in the conversation?
Okay, then what is it then? What?
I literally said a familial power dynamic that would remove one's ability to consent because of the type of relationship that exists due to the fact that they grew up in the same context of a familial setting.
That is so hard
confetti,
to put a law on that, because what are you going to do? You're going to go to every household that are doing this and you're going to judge if there is a family dynamic or not.
If they grew up in that context, we could do that. We can easily do that, right? Now, can you please, how can you say that that's applicable, right? Because again, I said it's against my preferences, which would be considered weird. If it's against your preferences, again, being straight is weird to gay people. So all I'm saying is that it's against my preferences, okay? So under that, that's not saying it's wrong. Saying something is against my preferences when it relates to sexual preferences does not mean I consider it to be wrong. It's against my preferences to like men. That doesn't mean it's wrong to like men. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well,
restate to me what I just said.
No, I got you. Yeah,
no, restate it. Restate to me what you just said.
I'm not going to repeat exactly what you said. Being gay to me is that's against my preference and stuff.
So you can't say it. I said again. I'm going to clarify because people in the chat apparently can't listen either, right? I said it's weird. What weird means is against my preference. That means I don't have that sexual preference. Okay, if a gay person were to say that it's, if a gay person were to use that definition, it would be saying that being straight is weird. Okay.
No, gay people don't go around saying straight people are weird. That's
okay. Then we're not. You understand that I'm talking about under this particular definition. I never made that claim that gay people are around saying that, going around saying that, right? Some do, right? But I'm not making that claim that they're going around saying that. What I'm saying is that under this definition, right, it is just saying that is not my preference.
We should accept all of us. We should accept incest and everything, mate. We shouldn't say they're weird.
Okay, can you give me an argument? Can you give me an argument for why it's wrong?
Why gay is wrong? There's so many things, mate. Like right now, there are research coming out saying that people who are involved with these gay relations, it does affect family dynamics. Even that, okay, where there is not a male. For example, lesbian relations where there is no male involved, it ruins the family dynamics. Okay?
False.
And this. No, it's not false because
you're literally lying. You're literally lying.
You're living. No, because the experiment has not been finished. So your results that you're finding right now is not ultimate, right? So you're living through this experiment that we're doing on a great scale, testing whether this gay and all these relationships are going to work out if it's right or wrong. The experiment is not finished yet, right? We haven't had enough time to find a result to see if
it's actually wrong. That's actually wrong. Guidance. Let me give you some guidance real quick, because we've actually had decades of research when it relates to the development outcomes with hetero relationships comparative to gay relationships. I appreciate the good little crown. Thank you so much. Decades of research, over 40 plus years, we have shown, right, that again, there are the same outcomes when it relates to gay households as it relates to straight households in terms of child development. Same outcomes. If not, it's actually better for individuals who are gay. Not joking. I can send you research on that. I literally have an entire resource document that it relates to all of these different types of sources.
There's always one side and the other side. Is which one they promote more to you and which one you're finding. So I can find you the exact same research showing that there is mental illnesses. There's, for example, suicide rates. There are depression within these, and a higher rate than heterosexual relations.
Oh, that's correlation causation. Correlation causation. Yeah, so it is also true. Guidance. It's also true that some
promoted to you more.
Wait, it's also true that some particular races, right, or women, right, exhibit higher rates of mental illness, right, or depression, right, than it relates to men, right? But the reasons as to why we could reconcile with that is the idea that men are less likely to get treatment. Men are less likely to go and see and get diagnosed. Okay, so it is the case, likely speaking, that those things could be relevant, right? And that it's not necessarily just because these two things are associated that means that one caused the other.
Exactly. There's always going to be another reason for it to be happening. There could be outliers. There's so much. That's why That's why the research that you're going based off is based on, say, for example, this 1,000 scientists, and then another 1,000 scientists here are experimenting and giving you another result of opposite of what you believe. So what you believe.
Give me one title. Give me one title that does that.
Is what is being promoted to you, right?
Give me one title. I've looked at multiple different things, right? Give me one title.
Which one?
My friend, again, in this research document, we literally include it all. We include all of those different points. If you can give me one title, I'll give you $100 right now that indicates that your statement here is true. Right? I'll give you $100 right now if you can give that to me. You yourself. If you yourself can give this to me right now, right, in terms of disparate outcomes, right, that is peer reviewed, I will give you $100 right now.
Say that again. Which one do you want me to prove?
If you can give me, right, evidence, right, peer-reviewed evidence that indicates that there are negative outcomes when it relates to gay individuals, right, in terms of child development of children, right, if you can give that to me, that shows statistically significant negative outcomes and it's peer-reviewed, I'll give you $100 right now if you could do that to me on this live.
Oh, there's thousands. Like I can't.
Go ahead, give me a title right now. I'll give you $100. By the way, when you're off the live, I can't hear you because you're paused. But tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, everyone. Again, caused by the homosexuality of the parents. Caused by the homosexuality of the parents. Okay? Is that clear?
No, that's not the point I made, though. I was making the point.
Oh, it isn't the point you made.
Did I say that? I don't think I said that.
So you the two parents, male and male parent, that's the homosexuality, okay? So if it's not caused by that, right, then what claim the fuck were you making?
No, are you talking about I said the depression and stuff like that comes in this families?
Depression and other stuff like that, those are other claims. I was talking about the development, childhood development.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. Yeah, I don't know.
Appreciate the confetti, thank you so much.
Yeah, we don't have. The point is the experiment hasn't been finished. We're doing this experiment in a great scale. There's never been this many people allowed to get married in this kind of relationship. So the experiment has just began. Maybe a decade ago.
Let me get your claim. This is verbatim what you said, right? Lesbian homosexuality lacked the male figure, and you were blaming the orientation. So unless you can give me evidence that the orientation causes people to be in this particular state, I'm going to say that I'm going to reject your point here. I appreciate the cowboy hat. Thank you so much. I'm going to reject from accepting that point. Right? That's wild.
So, wait, say that again. Say that again, please.
You said that there's not good research on this. You were making a claim that a lesbian household, when they're not being a male figure, is what caused these negative outcomes. Thank you. I appreciate the study, the handout. Thank you so much. And you said that this literally degrades the family structure, has so many negative outcomes. You can't fucking give me one study. You can't give me one title that gives anything to do with the fact that this particular idea that the fact that they're gay, right, causes these particular disparate outcomes.
You don't even need to go to research where there's heaps, right? But it's just common sense. There's a family dynamic, right? Generally speaking, the family dynamic, you've got the male, the female. The female tends to be usually more emotional. They are more caring. How can you mix two caring? And there's no, for example, like...
Can you just give me a source? Can you give me a source, right? Because your associations with what women are, right, aren't going to be effective here for demonstrating anything. Can you please just give me any type of source that indicates what you said to be true? Because you said there are lots. If there are so many sources, if there are thousands of sources, so much research, it degrades the family so much, then you should clearly be able to demonstrate evidence to me right now.
Let me actually turn on... You actually want me to turn my computer on? I'll turn it on right now.
Go ahead, try. And also... do you think that this experiment is like bullshit or something? Like, I'm confused.
Is any experiment bullshit? Because the data that they use, the sample size they use is so irrelevant. It's so small compared to the.
No, it's not small.
It is very small.
Wait, comparative to the overall population?
Yes.
That's how statistics are formed, right?
Yeah,
we need a particular sample size. We need at least a 30 plus sample size to get any type of statistically significant data. Okay. When it relates to central limit theorem and stuff like that. 23 when it relates to other stuff like that, right? But
Yeah, exactly. So that's why it's hard to get these data as accurate as possible, because the experiments.
You're making a claim that having gay families and stuff, you're saying it's experimental, right? But the case is that we already have decades of research in many different countries around the world in which literally indicate these particular outcomes. And that's the point that I was making. I can again send you like my entire document here that has a bunch of different sources. Literally, we've literally gone through and cited all this type of stuff just so people can go through and read it, right? If you would like to actually read it and go through it, right, it would be very effective for you being able to show yourself, right, that there is very clear evidence, right, that there are very good outcomes when it relates to child development within gay households to the same degree as there are in straight households.
Yeah, but then research also shows that there are negative effects of these kind of relationships. For example, as I said, suicide rates are higher, depression are higher.
Wait, that's correlation causation fallacy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just because two characteristics are associated does not mean one caused the other. So this does not mean it's caused by the fact that people are gay. Likely speaking, it could indicate maybe there's discrimination or hatred targeted towards this particular group or community.
They're saying it's more common in this kind of household. So they're comparing it between that and heterosexual.
Oh, you talking about in terms of the childhood development?
No, just the family and themselves.
Just the person themselves. Yeah, again, right, that is likely speaking due to the fact that they are gay and how they're treated on the basis of them being gay. Not likely speaking based upon the characteristics that you're referencing, right? And we can give evidence to indicate that it's likely speaking based upon this as we know the effects of discrimination and hatred targeted towards a particular community and how that affects depression, anxiety, PTSD, everything like that.
Yeah, but that's what they've done. They've compared the heterosexual families with the gay families, and the gay families seem to have more of these negative causes.
No. That's a trust me bro stamp of approval. It is not the families. It is the case that people who are gay, right, do have slightly on average higher rates of mental illness, other stuff like that, depression, things like that, right? But that does not mean that just because these two things are associated, that means that one caused the other. It is also the case that during the summertime, there's an increased rate of violent crime, and there's also an increased rate of ice cream consumption. Does that mean the increased rate of ice cream consumption causes the increased rate of violent crime?
No, it doesn't mean, but
clearly not. So just because two things are associated with each other does not mean that one caused the other. So your whole point here in terms of a correlation causation fallacy is invalid.
Yeah, not 100%, but it could mean there is it does point towards that. So there is something that you can base off. But anyway, I do have to go now.
All right, appreciate you coming on. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Ace, thank you for the money gun. I appreciate all the gifts, everyone. Thank y'all so much. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. Share the live. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'll wait it now.
Yo. How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, you have lots of background noise, so I'm not going to talk to you. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, y'all. Not the music. Yeah, no, it's just so loud, honestly. I'm just not trying to hear so much background music, honestly.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
For sure. Do you think that it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I mean, hey, man, I don't agree with it, but you guys do you know?
What do you mean you don't agree with it?
Like, that's, it's not right to me.
Why is it not right?
To me,
Why is it not right?
Hello?
Why is it not right? Okay. All right. This person is lagging. We're going to go on to the next person. Oh my God. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. I don't know what's going on with them, but yeah, we're going to go to the next person. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 shares. We're almost there, everyone. We're at like 800 shares right now. If you share the live, it'll help get it out to more people. You already know the deal. Everyone keep tapping that screen though. We're almost to 1 million likes. Let's try to get to 4 million today, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
18? What's your birth year?
2004.
What month?
April.
You did the math wrong, I'm pretty sure. Did the math wrong. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes, y'all. Yeah, it'd be 2005, right? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Wait, did he say 19? I thought he said 18, chat. He said 18. He said 18, and then he said 2004 April. That's 19. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm about 24, 25.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Yeah,
Why so?
absolutely. I think it. Well, I don't think. I know it goes against nature.
So how does it go against nature?
Cause you can't. Two gay people can't reproduce. So that's an attack on nature. You don't see nowhere in nature two male lions reproducing, right?
Okay, so is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
Infertile? Meaning what? She can't get pregnant?
Yeah.
No, it's not wrong. That's completely different though.
Okay, why is there like another person connected? Yo, the other person that's
Yeah,
connected,
I don't
can
know
you
what's
please-
going on.
Can you please leave the live? If you don't leave the live, I'm gonna have to reset my guest request. I will accept you back up. Can you leave the live so I can actually accept you because people can't hear you? Then I'm just gonna end the guest box. I will accept you. I promise you. Yeah, tell me what your name is and I'll accept you. Louis, all right, drop out, Louis, and then I'll accept you back up because people can't hear you right now. All right, drop out. All right, so what were you saying?
I was saying, that's completely different. If a woman can't have a baby, I think that's something to do with whatever condition or genetics she got going on. So I don't think that's the same as you correlating that to two males.
Yeah, so I'm talking about me engaging intercourse with a woman who's infertile. I'm fertile myself.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so my action to engage in intercourse here does not lead to reproduction, right? If I choose to engage in intercourse, right, and I mean, if a gay person engages in intercourse and doesn't lead to reproduction, why is that wrong?
So you saying, if you just having sex just to have sex, that's what you saying?
Dude,
Without reproduction.
Dude, I'm actually annoyed. Chat, why are you saying age check? I will literally, why are you all saying that? I know he said 24, 25, right?
Exactly, bro. I'm grown.
What's your birth year?
11/04/96, my boy.
96? You'd be literally like 27, dude. Oh my god, bro. Why do dude? Thank you, chat. I appreciate it, dude. Oh my god. Like, dude, why is he so bad at math? Like, dude, what? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, 32. 31.
Yeah,
31.
do you think it's wrong or moral to be gay?
No, not at all.
Appreciate you coming on, man.
No.
Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you think it's wrong or moral to be gay?
Hell yeah.
What's your birth year?
2000.
Okay. Why do you think it's wrong or moral?
I wouldn't say moral. It's not morally wrong, but I think it's wrong.
What's the difference?
Because you're gay.
What's the difference?
What's the difference between what?
Morally wrong and wrong.
Do you know what moral means?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean?
In accordance with my preferences.
Your preferences? That's not moral.
That's exactly what it means.
Look it up.
I did. I have.
What's the definition?
I literally am referencing what it is to you. This is how moral language is used under a subjectivist point of view.
Do you think being gay is wrong?
No.
Why?
Because I don't think there's a reason to say it's wrong, right? It's just an action. Or, I mean, not just an action. It just is an attraction. The same way that being straight just is an attraction. It's not considered right or wrong to be straight, not considered right or wrong to be gay. It simply just is.
Are you gay?
No, I'm not gay.
So why are you not gay if it's not wrong?
Just because I'm not attracted to something doesn't mean it's wrong. Why are people in the chat saying you're 16?
Okay, would you have a gay child?
Do you have an Instagram?
I do.
Okay. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Why do people lie about their age, chat? It's actually really so annoying. It's actually like, it's really annoying. Are you sick or something? I'm just getting off being sick. I'm just getting off being sick. Parker, you are so annoyed. I'm not like super annoyed. It's just people are just really like weird for like lying about their age. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or moral to be gay?
Go ahead.
You what?
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, do you think it's wrong or moral to be gay?
Yes.
Why so?
Because the Bible clearly states so.
Appreciate the coral. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not believing y'all.
What do you mean?
Chat, like I'm really annoyed with the ages right now. Like it's actually like, I know he said 18. I just don't believe them. I just don't believe them. They're just like they're so
It is
slow right
wrong.
now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's not bad. It's wrong. You just told me what it takes to make a human.
Bro's not even debating me, bro. Bro's debating some random person. Bro's on Omegle debating people. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, Ace, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bro's literally debating someone on Omegle. I can't even. All right, let's go to the next person again. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Again, please only send a guest request if you disagree. Share the live, everyone. We're almost to 1,000 shares, y'all. Claudia, I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Okay, for some reason, 2005 is 18. I know it's 18, but I just didn't believe them. Just the way that they were speaking and how like they had like friends around and they asked for the age. So, Yo, Nicole, I appreciate the crown. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
26. I agree though. Like, yeah, my fault, bro.
You're good. Don't worry. Appreciate you coming on. All right. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Okay, it's not accepting this person for some reason. Do the beta one. We'll see. Maybe another time. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. We're almost to 1 million likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 30.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or more to be gay?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Because God made Adam and Eve, and I was on your live the other day and I heard you say something about, is it wrong, to not be fertile as a woman? And you said that if you take man and woman and you put them on the island and they're infertile, but that's just a certain percent. The Bible also speaks about curses that you can bring among yourself.
I want to clarify, these aren't my
as well.
arguments. These aren't my arguments. You must be thinking about Dean or something. Because I don't make the argument of like, oh, if someone's infertile, it's wrong, or ever in the context of an island.
So I may have been on someone else's. I apologize. I've just started scrolling on here. But I don't, agree, and I do think that it is wrong.
Yeah, so when it relates to this, right, we actually have good evidence speaking in terms of evolution to indicate that Adam and Eve likely didn't happen, right? So hundreds of thousands of years of us go back into even just human beings, right? Homo sapiens for hundreds of thousands of years would indicate that young earth creationism itself would not be true. We can look at like lead, right? The half-life of lead, and we can indicate that young earth creationism is not true, right? There are many reasons why we can dispute the idea of the story of Adam and Eve.
So who created heaven and earth? Where did it come from?
I don't believe in heaven. Earth came through planetary evolution, right? And is resulting from like the Big Bang, which we still observe today.
And how are you so sure of that?
Well, because we observe cosmic background radiation photons within our universe, right? We also see red shifts, which indicate that things are like moving away from us. So that tells us the universe is like expanding.
Okay, I understand that, but who created the human then?
Who created the human?
Yeah,
that just
the
happened
human
through
race.
evolutionary processes.
Just science didn't create it, because you can get a scientist and you can try to tell them to create one drop of water and they won't be able to even do that on their own.
No, that's not true. They clearly can, right? But like when it relates to this, evolutionary processes didn't rely upon a scientist. They happened within the context of nature, and we observe them happening. We observe adaptations, we observe mutations, right? And then that's all necessarily happening in association with what's considered natural selection, as whatever is able to be existing, or what survival of the fittest necessarily is what reproduces and continues on, right? So it's whatever attributes allow for people to survive more.
Okay, so the thing about it is, why do you think that a man and man can't have children then?
Well, when it relates to like biological males, right, it's just going to be the case that they don't have the particular sexual reproductive organs necessary to do so, right? But that's just because you engage in intercourse with someone that you can't reproduce with doesn't mean it's wrong. Like if I engage in intercourse with a woman that is infertile, this is the analogy that I bring up, then it wouldn't be wrong, right?
It's still wrong.
Oh, it is wrong.
Because, well, since you don't believe in the Bible and you don't believe in Jesus, then I guess you wouldn't agree with that then.
If it's married, right? If we're married, is it wrong?
Yeah, it's wrong.
Well, where in the Bible does it say it's wrong?
God created woman and man to be together.
Coulter, I appreciate the Venmo. Thank you so much. Nowhere in the Bible does it say only man and woman in marriage. I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hand heart. And also in this scenario, this is man and woman. We're talking about a woman that's infertile. Appreciate the hand heart. Thank you.
So you're talking about a woman who's infertile. Well, there are several women that are infertile. But also, too, the Bible speaks about generational curses as well. So maybe her ancestors did something, or maybe something happened back then that allowed her to be barren.
For example, right? Two people, they produce children. They get older in their life. They get a vasectomy and a hysterectomy. Is it wrong for them to engage in intercourse? They're married.
That's not natural.
And there's not one.
What? It's not natural? You mean like the vasectomy and the hysterectomy?
No, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be on birth control. You shouldn't.
This isn't birth control.
Yeah, I'm saying you shouldn't do any of that.
So you think it's wrong for my mom to have gotten a hysterectomy after she gave birth to 3 children?
Yes, because God wasn't finished with her yet.
God wasn't finished with her yet?
Yeah, so therefore, I feel like
My mom's a Christian, by the way.
That's fine, but I feel like I'm going to have as many children as I want, as many children as God allows me to have. It's not my decision about how many children I bring in the world. It's up to God. I can't try to control things.
There's actually a few medical reasons when it relates to my mom, right? She has back issues, right? She has issues when it relates to like pain, right? And the hysterectomy like actually helps with that. Secondly, she also has cancer. Right. So like, do you think it's wrong for my mom to have gotten a hysterectomy within that context?
You're saying it's for medical reasons, but I feel like too, that's when your faith steps in with God.
So it is wrong?
Yeah, it's wrong. To me, that's my beliefs.
Where in the Bible does it say it's wrong to get a hysterectomy? Because by the way, right, if you're just saying it's unnatural, well, right now it's unnatural for you to be on your phone.
Is it unnatural for you to be pushing, for you to make it seem like being gay is okay?
Well, I don't know what it would mean to say that's natural. I appreciate the hand arts. Thank you so much. I don't care what's natural and what's not natural. I'm literally on a phone right now. I don't care what's natural. I take vaccines. I don't care what's natural. I go to the hospital. I don't care what's natural, right? There are many things I do that are not natural. I drive on roads.
Yeah, well, I don't take vaccines or anything.
Do you drive on roads? Are you currently in a house?
I'm in a house, yes.
Are those natural?
Yeah, they were built. They're natural.
Oh, they were built. They're natural. So the house I'm living in right now, that's natural. We see that within nature, outside the context of humans.
No, we don't. But why? Okay, so even if I'm doing what is not right, you're still trying to justify that it's okay to be gay, but it's not.
Give me an argument then.
Men don't belong with men. Women don't belong with women. That's actually my opinion. I can't.
Men can reproduce with each other.
That's a claim. That's not like a justification or a reason. You just claimed that men shouldn't be with men and women shouldn't be with women. If I claim that men shouldn't be with women, is that giving you a reason as to why that shouldn't be the case? I appreciate the love yous. Thank you so much, Natalie. Hello?
Hello.
Did you hear my point?
Yeah, I heard your point, but that's just, well, to me, it doesn't make sense. The way that I was raised, the things that I know, the way that I was brought up, you can bring someone else on. I'm not going to sit here and debate back and forth, but you
Then
wouldn't
why'd you wait in the guest box to join up on a debate live if you don't want to debate?
I'm gonna be here today.
Yeah, you wouldn't be here today if your dad was with a man.
Yeah, I wouldn't be here today if my dad didn't get divorced either. Do you think that my dad should have gotten divorced then? Because technically that's adultery under your view.
Yeah, but you were still created, but you...
So I was only created out of the context of adultery, right? Not adultery in terms of my dad cheating, but adultery in terms of my dad got divorced and then got with another woman. Because that's considered adultery under your view by Jesus.
So your dad and your man could have made... Now, I'm not saying I'm not saying that I'm judging gay people and I dislike gay people. I have gay people in my family, and I'll talk to a gay person. I'll sit down and I'll have a conversation with one, but it's not right if one of my gay family members, or I have a sister that dates girls, was to ask me, was it right? I will let her know. It's not right.
Yeah, honestly, I could say the same thing about Christianity, right? I'll have a sit-down conversation with anyone that's Christian, but it's not right for them to be Christian, right? There are contradictions within the worldview. You see how I actually have justification for the things that I'm saying, but you saying that it's wrong actually still relies on no justification?
Yeah. What do they mean I can't be racist? What did they say?
Two males can't reproduce with each other.
Yeah, two males can't reproduce with each other. And
Yeah, but I can't reproduce with a woman who's infertile, yet you didn't consider it to be... Wait, you did consider it to be wrong. All right, so you think it's wrong for me...
That's a percentage. That's not all
And that's
women.
actually not in the Bible, by the way. You want something crazy? Do you think it's wrong for me to be celibate, like never to engage in intercourse with anyone?
No, that's not wrong.
No, it's
Well,
not wrong?
actually,
Okay, but it
you're
doesn't lead to reproduction.
But you're supposed to, but if you're celibate, and you never have sex at all, I know that's a form of reproduction, but at least you're not committing a sin.
Well, okay, well, you're not committing a sin by engaging in intercourse with an infertile woman either. There's nowhere in the Bible that says that.
We're talking about a man and a man.
Yeah, you were saying about being gay, and then you said that it's wrong because it doesn't lead to reproduction. So I brought up a scenario that doesn't lead to reproduction. You still consider that wrong, yet you had no justification within your Bible to say so.
I guess so. Well, do you have anything to say?
I kind of just did.
I don't think you need a Bible to explain that it's wrong.
Then give me an explanation then. Thank you for the mic drop. I appreciate it.
Just as simple as two men and two women can't reproduce with each other.
Okay, is it wrong for me to engage in an intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
No, it's not wrong.
Okay, but then that doesn't lead to reproduction either. So what's the relevant distinction between a man engaging in intercourse with an infertile woman and two men engaging in intercourse that means that one is wrong but the other's not?
But there's not a percentage of... There's no infertile men. There's no men, period, can't have a kid with another man. It's only a small percentage of women that can't have a kid from a man. But
it's 19% of women aged 18 through 49. Appreciate the little crown. Thank you so much, which is about 1 in 5 women. And that's actually about how many gay people there are.
Yeah, but whether how small or how big the gay community is, not one gay man can have a kid from a gay man.
Yeah, and not one of those people who are infertile can also have a kid, right? And they're about the same percentage of population.
No, it's not. It's not the same.
Yeah, they are. 19% of women aged 18 through 49, not even taking into account women who are like way older, which are significantly more likely to be infertile, right? They are 18% or 19% of the population. That's about the same as it when it relates to gay people. Actually, if we relate to gay people, that would only be the same if we were to look at our generation. Our generation is about 19, 20% of our population. When it relates to other generations all across the board, it's only at 3.5%. But that's because of the level of acceptance that exists amongst younger people comparative to people who are older.
Okay, what about the majority of women? We're not talking about the ones that can't have it.
Yeah, the majority of women are not gay, and the majority of women are not infertile.
Okay. So, what about the majority of gay men? Like, what gay man can reproduce a child?
Most gay men can, right? They can't through engaging in intercourse.
Can reproduce a child through intercourse with another man?
I just said no, right? But neither can I if I engage in intercourse with an infertile woman, yet you don't consider that to be wrong. So Lisa, I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So if intercourse with an infertile woman isn't wrong because it doesn't lead to reproduction, well, then the same thing is going to be true when it relates to gay people engaging in intercourse.
Okay.
You good, bro?
No, that's all I had to say. I mean, no men can reproduce with each other. So, I mean, whether you believe it's wrong or right, a man can't reproduce with another man. So, like, whether you think it's natural or not, like, I mean, you could talk about the infertile women, but most women aren't infertile, and you can't build anything. You can't have a future without children. So whether you having sex with another man, whether a man is having sex with another man or a woman having sex with another woman, y'all can't build a future. So how is that? How can life sustain with two of the same sex that can't create a future?
Most people are not gay. 1, 2. Okay. 2. When it relates, can I finish real quick? 2. When it relates to this, you can't build a future in terms of engaging in intercourse with the infertile woman, yet you still think that's fine. There's also IVF, in vitro fertilization, artificial insemination, and again, gay people throughout all society have engaged in intercourse with the opposite sex to produce children.
Okay, so you say artificial and
artificial insemination.
Okay.
Artificial.
That's the key word.
You understand? I don't know. You're just like the word that's there. I don't know why that's wrong. You're currently on a phone that's not natural.
I'm not saying it's wrong, but artificial isn't like that's something that you have to surgically do. That ain't something that you can just.
It's not surgical.
Well, it's something that you have to do yourself. It can't just happen. You have to take steps.
You have to take steps to engage in intercourse too.
1, 2, 3. It's easy as 1, 2, 3.
Is heart surgery wrong?
No, heart surgery is not wrong.
It's not natural.
All right. Well, you got anything else to say? Because I'm about to watch TV.
Oh, no, that was about it. Well,
all right, see you later. Have a good day. Thank you for the mic drop. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. You already know the deal. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, everyone. Yo, Gerard, I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you want to debate, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. You already know the deal. Let's go on to the next person, though. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. Yo, thank you for the corky. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. TV's not natural. Yep. Gonna go do something that's not natural. Ace, I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, this person's not here. We're gonna go to the next, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Again, just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 4 million likes, everyone, today. Let's beat out Dean, okay? Let's beat out Dean. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, this person's not here either. Oh, hello?
Yeah, what's up, bro?
How old are you? Appreciate that mustache.
32.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I'm gonna say, like, if you grown, I think it's fine because you can make that decision. But I think if you're a child, like, your parents should, like.
Are you driving?
Am I driving right now?
Yeah.
Nah, why?
Just making sure. So you think it's wrong for a child? Do you think it's wrong for a child to be straight?
I think it's wrong for a child to be.
I can literally hear you driving, my guy. Like, bro, what? I can literally hear him. I can hear him going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I guess it depends on if we're talking about, you know, what kind of gay. Are we talking about homosexuality, trans, you know, subcategories?
I don't know how it would relate to trans people, but yeah, we're talking about people engaging in gay intercourse.
Okay. I think the only argument against it would be that it is against the biological imperative to procreate, which is also not quite necessary anymore. So I think that's really the only argument with legs to stand on.
Do you think it's wrong to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
No.
That goes against the biological imperative then.
That's true.
All right, appreciate you coming on, man. All right, only sending guest requests if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. We're on a speed run. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live, everyone. Copy link, send it to a few friends who will help get out to more people. If you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day, everyone. So if you like this type of content, follow me. We do a bunch of other topics other than this as well. So make sure to follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to over 4 million today, everyone. If you tap that screen, we're going to beat out Dean. If y'all don't like Dean, tap that screen. If y'all don't like Dean, tap that screen. Yeah, that's going to be the new saying, everyone. If y'all don't like Dean, tap that screen. Let's go, chat. We love Dean. Yeah, we're just trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, this person's not here. We're gonna go to the next person. Give it a second, everyone. We'll be there in a second. You're going crazy today, Parker? No, so real. Peen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year? Nice math, bro. You got to learn mental math, my guy. You got to learn mental math. Come on. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. We're almost to 1 million likes, y'all. Almost to 1 million likes. If you don't like Dean, tap that screen. Yo, I'm actually going to do that now. If you don't like Dean, tap that screen. Let's go. If you follow me if you haven't already, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, April 9th, 2005.
Dad mustache. Thank you so much. Okay, yeah. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Yeah, I got my bro with me. He's going to speak for me.
How old is he?
He's 18 as well. Tell me birthday.
Okay.
Oh, I gotta tell my birthday? August 4th, 2005.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
Because the Bible clearly states so.
What's the justification for the Bible?
What do you mean the justification? Like, where does it
say that? Thank you so much. No. How do I know that the Bible is accurate in prescribing to us what's right and wrong about morality?
Well, I mean, it's basically a personal decision, I guess. If you don't believe in the Bible, then, I mean, what else would be, like, okay, so what's your moral compass? What is your moral guide for...
Oh, it's going to relate to my mind and my preferences. So if it's just a personal decision, like a faith plea, right? It's just as legitimate as me saying I believe that the Tooth Fairy created the universe, and the Tooth Fairy said it's okay to be gay.
Right, I'm just wondering, what is your moral compass?
In this scenario, it'd be the Tooth Fairy. Tooth Fairy says it's okay to be gay.
I'm asking, like, in your personal life, what would be your moral compass?
my preferences.
Are your preferences are that the Tooth Fairy is real? And created the universe?
No, I'm using that as an argument against you because it uses the same justification as what you're using, right? My preferences about morality are what determine my positions on morality.
Right, and what is how would you describe, like, morality? How would you define it, you know?
I believe it's subjective. Is that what you're asking?
Is it subjective?
Absolutely.
So you believe no higher power has to play?
You can believe in a higher power and believe it's still subjective. But yeah, I don't believe in a higher power.
So then what is your moral compass then, is my question.
Like, what is like I'm a particularist?
Yeah, where do you get your morals from? Where do your morals come from?
My mind.
So our minds are basically our moral compass, is what you're saying.
Yep.
There's no subjective truth. Like, there's nothing.
There is subjective truth when it relates to morality.
And how so, if it's just a concept of our mind?
Because that's what subjective refers to, mind dependent or stance dependent.
Okay, so you're saying basically the only truth can be whatever we have in our mind. There's no absolute truth.
Then I don't even mean by absolute truth, but the truth in relation to your position about morality.
You don't know what absolute truth is?
No, I don't know what
universal truth. You don't know what that is?
I don't know what you mean by the term. Okay.
What do you mean? I mean, it's like
you could mean the term in terms of you could mean the term in terms of an absolute claim, like a principle, like a moral principle, or you could mean objective morality. Okay. Right. The reason why I said that is because I don't know which one you're referencing.
Bro, what?
What didn't make sense there?
How can you not know what an absolute truth is?
Did you just hear what I said? Can you restate what I just said to you?
Can I restate it word for word?
Can you restate even the context?
No, to be honest, no.
Because you didn't listen.
I was not listening.
So the two distinctions I gave in terms of absolute, right? One was a moral principle, me making a claim, say lying is wrong in all circumstances. That would be an absolute moral principle, okay? Or it could be objective sense when it relates to morality, like a stance independent truth about morality. Right? I don't know what it means to say that something is true independent of my stance when it relates to morality, or something's true independent of what I care about.
Bro, what?
I don't know. What I just said there was very basic.
This
is the basic of this is the very basis of meta ethics. Yeah, comparing like moral realism to moral anti-realism, subjective and objective morality. If you don't know the distinction between these terms, I don't know if you can have a conversation about where moral truths come from.
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, so we can talk about something other than meta ethics because it seems like you're not able to comprehend that. So
I mean, I was just curious on what where you get. What your basis is for what you believe.
Yeah, that would be meta ethics, but you don't have any understanding of meta ethics, so you're just going to be confused.
I am a little confused.
Yeah, that's my point. So look into meta ethics, look at moral realism versus moral anti-realism. You can also, under your own view, look up the Youthfro dilemma. It's essentially, does morality come from God or independent of God? Because there's like a dilemma that you have there. Because if it comes independent from God, then you have to account where these facts came from, right? But if it's dependent upon God, then there are objective moral truths. And it's subjective. Okay, so that's one issue. Royal Lee, I appreciate the hand heart. Thank you so much. 2, when it relates to this, you have no justification for your religion. So how can you proclaim to me that I ought to take into account you saying that being gay is wrong if you have no justification for your religion? It would be akin to me believing that the tooth fairy created the universe, right, and told me that being gay is good. So you believe your view is just as reliable as me believing in the tooth fairy?
Do I believe it's just as reliable? I believe there's more. I mean, obviously, there's more proof of religion than there is.
And that is?
For why Christianity is real? I mean, there's testimonial facts. If you look at like the writings of Luke and stuff, eyewitness accounts. So
yeah, thank you for the glowing. I appreciate it, Astro. Thank you so much. Okay, so what if I said I wrote down in a book that there were eyewitness accounts? Actually, there's this book called the Schmeibel, right, where there are 900 individuals that had a experience, that will claim that they had an experience, right, particularly with Shmeezus resurrecting from the dead, which is almost twice as much as what you have in the context of the Bible, right? And in Shmook, what?
What is Shmeezus? Who is Shmeezus?
It's Shmeesianity, right? This is another religion.
Really?
Mm-hmm. And it has double the justification as Christianity, right? Christianity claims 500 people saw Jesus resurrect. This claims 950 people saw Shmeezus resurrect. Okay.
Really?
And this actually, you can actually go check it out. Go to my friend, it's Dean, his Discord, right? And there's a Schmeibel in the Discord.
A Schmeibel.
Yeah, no, I'm not joking. Lauren, I appreciate the gift. Thank you so much. Not
But these
joking. I'm not even using this as a joke. This is literally a critique of your worldview. I'm not joking. If you think that it's just based upon faith, well, then I can hold to this book, the Schmeibel, that has better justification than you, and says that being gay is good and then being straight is wrong.
And the Schmeibel says that being gay is okay.
Yeah, it says being gay is good and says being straight is wrong. And in Shmezalosian, Shmeshalotions 6:9, it says that being gay is good and that being straight is wrong.
Really? That's fascinating. I'll have to look into that.
Yeah, man.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, so it has better justification than Christianity. I'm not joking, right? This isn't me mocking. This isn't me trying to make fun of you. This is me showing the absurdity of the claim that you said that, again, if you just have faith, that's a justification for the religion.
Right, but okay, so this Shmezas guy, right? The 900 witnesses or whatever. Correct? These are true testimonials? Like these are
these are real people in the Discord, yes.
Oh, but they're Discord people. Like they're just like
they currently they're still alive, yes. So we have better accounts for this than you do.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not joking.
I mean,
I'm actually not even saying this is a joke. I'm literally saying this is a point against you.
I know. I'm just saying. So there could be eyewitnesses of this guy coming back from the dead, correct? But that doesn't make him therefore a higher power, right?
Oh, there we go. Same thing.
What do you mean?
Okay, so apply that same reasoning to your belief, because again, it has the same justification. So if it's not justified for me to hold to Shmesianity, well, then it's not justified for you to hold to Christianity.
Well, okay, so you're saying if Jesus rose from the dead, that doesn't make him ultimately a higher power. Is that your point?
I don't believe in Jesus' resurrection, but that was your view.
Okay, so then does this Shmezas guy like perform miracles and stuff?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Can you give me an example of one?
Yep. So we can relate to when Shmoses parted the Shmed Sea.
Wait,
that was one that happened, and that was from the power of Shmezis, right? We can relate to Shmezis, taking care of the sick and the homeless, right? Making sure that people were not shmlinda anymore.
All right, I'm gonna have to look into this Discord thing, bro.
Yeah, dude.
No, I
check it out, bro. Again, this is what's called a reductio ad absurdism, right? So I'm taking your view, right? The same justification for your view. I'm applying it to another view using the exact same context, right? In terms of justification. And then if you reject this particular religion, well, then you're also going to have to reject your own justification. So you'd have to provide a relevant distinction as to why yours would be justified and Shmesianity wouldn't be justified. This isn't me trying to be blasphemous. This isn't me trying to make fun of you. This is me literally applying critiques that you would apply to any other belief system.
Theoretically, then, couldn't you dispute all of history then, correct?
Yeah, but history is most likely to be true based upon the evidence we have, right?
Well,
the resurrection, most historians are not going to hold to resurrection. They'll hold to crucifixion and they'll hold to Jesus' existence. I hold to both of those as well. I think Jesus existed. I think that Jesus was crucified on the cross. I don't think there's good evidence for resurrection, though.
Okay, but what's the distinction between the two, correct? Because they're all just based off of what we've heard from eyewitnesses, correct? Like it's just passed down information or written down information. Right.
Because these are miracles, right? And miracles are the least probable thing to occur. Okay. So actually speaking, if we're looking at this, we can't possibly say that would be historical evidence because historical evidence is looking for the most likely truth, right? So the least likely truth can't be the most likely truth. That's like contradictory.
Okay, but that wasn't really my point, I feel like.
Yeah, if I wrote down in a book that 500 people saw a floating pig, would you believe it?
I mean, if there was testimonial witness, then sure, why not?
We don't have testimonial witness of those 500 people when it relates to the Bible. It's just a claim.
Well, I'm not saying that but there's people that have written down, countless people that have written down about the Bible, and there's been, historical facts found on the Bible. There's more proof than if you...
Wait, that same thing is true with the Quran, by the way.
Yeah, I realize that. I'm just saying,
but you think the Quran's false?
I mean, I think I've never read the Quran in full,
they say that Jesus didn't even crucify on the cross. Okay, so you would have to reject it.
He was just like resurrected up to heaven or something.
Yeah, just literally sent straight to heaven, and that it was made to appear as Jesus, but it was actually like some other individual.
No, I'm not too familiar with the Quran. I've read some of it, but not all of it.
Yeah, but that's contradictory to yours. So, they can't both be right. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, that's not my point. I mean, I was just thinking like historical facts. Like if you're saying that the eyewitnesses of Jesus' account don't matter, then theoretically you're still denying.
Well, it's just a claim.
Else in history.
It's just a claim.
Yeah. So then everything's just a claim.
The point is the point is that these are supernatural claims, though. That's the point I'm making to you. Is that a supernatural claim is fundamentally different from me making a claim about what cereal I ate this morning. Okay. If I make a claim that I ate Cinnamon Toast Crunch this morning, it's pretty likely to be true. Right? I don't really have any reason to lie. I don't have any reason to fudge the information there. Appreciate it, Superdog. Thank you so much. Right? But if it relates to the meaning, the purpose of us, appreciate the Corgi. Thank you so much. Where we result from, answers to these existential questions, that implies way less likely of being true. That's the idea. The different types of claims require different types of justification here.
So then what would make you believe then that there were miracles if it's not eyewitness accounts? Like what you'd have to see it with your own eyes, basically, is what you're saying.
No, I just need a rational argument. I need a rational argument. I need broader historical proofs. We don't have broad historical proofs.
But what would be a broader historical proof? Like video evidence? Like, because obviously
video evidence could be something, but I'm not asking for video evidence. I just mean like if we actually had like a lineage of people who were like witnesses, were able to document these particular stories, right? And across the board, hundreds of people, right? Real stories passed down, not things that were passed on word of mouth for hundreds of years, right? But things passed down through direct lineage. We'd have some sort of thing to go off of, right? And that might lean towards the ability that it could be true. We don't even have close to that.
I mean, you have some writings, not from like hundreds of people at one time, but you're going to get the same thing with like ancient Greek history as well, or Egyptian.
Are they making claims about there being a fucking almighty God?
Yes.
If they did, well, then we'd give the same critiques. If they make a claim about the Greek gods, we're going to give the same critiques. We're not going to just accept it because they believed in it.
Correct. I mean, you're going to critique it, but it's not falsifiable. Like, it's not theoretically false.
They're not falsifiable, but your belief is.
How is it? How is mine? But ancient Egyptian.
Proof by contradiction.
By contradiction of what?
All-knowing, all-powerful, all good characteristics. The problem of evil.
So then what makes Egyptian or Greek history any different?
We don't have all-knowing, all good, all-powerful nature, which would yield a contradiction. You gonna respond, bro?
Yeah, I'm just thinking.
Yeah, man. Load up.
So, I don't know.
Is the Wi-Fi slow today?
A little bit.
Damn. You must have Spectrum.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we completely went off topic. Well, I mean, I guess, but if you don't believe in God, then obviously... then being gay would be okay. Like, if there's no higher power, then yeah, I'd say no problem with it.
Okay. Well, I mean, your view, there is a contradiction, so it seems like you don't think it's wrong then.
No,
do you want to go through the contradiction?
Sure.
Yeah, do you think God has free will?
Like, do we have free will?
No, does God have free will?
Yeah, God has free will.
Can God do evil?
He could.
He can? So God never does evil but can?
Correct.
Okay, so when it relates to this, can God make human beings that have free will that never do evil? I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
Yes, he could.
Okay, so God has a choice between a world where there's free will and evil and a world where there's free will and no evil. Given the fact that we exist in the world where there's evil, that tells us that God prefers the world where there's evil over the world where there's not evil.
Wait, are you saying he could give us free will, but it's our own personal choice then to be evil or not? Or are you saying that there would be like no evil in the world? It
would be our own let me clarify. This is the easiest way I can explain it. Is there a probability that I can do the right thing today?
Yes.
If I ask you that question tomorrow, is it true?
What do you mean, is it true? Like,
yeah, is it still true? Is it still true that I can do the right thing today?
Yes.
Okay. If I ask you the question the next day, is it still true?
That you could do
the right thing every day.
So every day, yes.
So every day I could always do the right thing. Okay, so
Correct.
even if the probability is 0.0001 infinite zeros to 1% chance of happening, right? There's still at least one world where every single human on the planet freely did the right thing, right? And God sees every possible world that could have happened. He sees the world where I chose Cheez-Its to eat, or a world where I chose chips to eat, right? All those different worlds. So if God sees the world where every single individual freely did the good thing, God can actualize that world and it would be just the same as our world, right? Except for there would be no child sex trafficking, no genocide, no tsunamis, no tornadoes, no hurricanes, no devil, no whole original sin, none of that bullshit. All of that's gone. Bliss. Okay. So you're telling me that God prefers P3DO, child sex trafficking, genocide, slavery, racism, all of these things over none of that?
Does God prefer it? No, he does not prefer it.
Okay, so if God doesn't prefer that, you yield a contradiction, because it is the case that God would have only selected that reality if God prefers it. So we would end with a statement that God preferred a reality in which God has a preference against, which is a contradiction in blatant terms.
But I'm saying God didn't create us with free will only to do good. He created us with free will to do good or evil.
In that sense, he didn't create us to only do good. He just created the world in which we already did good.
In which we already did good, is what you're saying.
Yeah, because remember, God sees the possible worlds, right? God just decided to actualize one of those possible worlds.
Correct.
Okay.
Actualize one of with us having free will to do whatever we would please.
Oh wait, helping humans, you're so right. I am assuming God cares about the well-being of humans, my bad.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm assuming that God doesn't like P3DO. I'm assuming that God doesn't like slavery. I'm assuming that God doesn't like genocide. Yep.
Yeah, I mean...
atheist.
So yes, I would agree that God doesn't like those things. I don't see... Where does your contradiction lie in that, though?
Yeah, God had the ability to create a world where there is all else constant. They still have free will, and there's no evil. So if God has a preference against evil, we would exist in a world without evil. That's what I'm saying. So either that God prefers evil, which is a contradiction, or you have to say essentially that all of this is good. Holocaust is good. Genocide is good. Child sex trafficking is good.
Right.
That's actually what you have to hold to. Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
But, guess so.
Okay. Is there anything else you got for me, bro?
I'm trying to think. Nah, I think that's it.
I'll give you time. Don't worry.
Anything?
Get back on topic. Okay.
Oh, well, I mean, but...
Well, this was the basis for his position, right?
Yeah.
So it seems like we got rid of the floor. Essentially, you were standing on a chair. Now there's not a chair.
Yeah. Oh, no, is there anything you want to say, bro?
It's all you, bro.
No, I think that's it, bro.
All right, appreciate you coming on, man.
All right, see ya.
That's got to be some awkward conversation that they're having after they just hit end on the live. That's got to be some awkward conversation. Like, bro, we should go and we should debate this guy. Come on, we can easily do it. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And then after that, there's got to be some awkward ass conversation. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, everyone. But let's go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22. How are you doing?
For sure, do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral? Sarah, I appreciate the mic drop. Thank you so much.
I think it could be immoral.
Why so?
I do want to start by saying that I feel like a lot of the arguments against religion don't really make sense. I feel like you think that God allows evil because he's creating everything, but I don't really think that's how it is.
That's clearly how it is if you believe in... Oh, he just left, by the way. I didn't kick him out. He's an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good God. So he knows it's happening. He caused the world into existence, right? And he's good. So clearly speaking, he does fucking allow it. Else God made a mistake, which is contradictory to your view that God is perfect. But let's go on to the next person. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, y'all. Everyone, if we keep tapping that screen, I think maybe we'll be able to get to 4 million today. Do y'all want to try to do it? Do y'all want to try to get 4 million today? Beat out Dean? If you want to help get out the live, everyone, if you don't like Dean, tap that fucking screen. Tap that fucking screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Yeah, do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Wait, are you gay?
No.
Or why do you like care then?
Because I don't think that gay people should be hated or discriminated against. I don't think that there's any justification for it.
No, there's not at all.
All right, appreciate you coming on, man.
Wait,
thank you for the sunglasses. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Thank you, Mandy. I appreciate it. By the way, everyone, if you have any questions for me, you want to ask me questions, Venmo's in my bio. That's like it's like super chats from YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. All right, everyone. It's for some reason it's not going to this person. We're going to go to the next one, everyone. Keep tapping, keep tapping. We're going to try to get to 4 million likes, everyone, today. 4 million likes. 4.1, actually. That's the number. So we're going to try our hardest, everyone. If you tap that screen, you already know the deal. It's going to get it out to more people. Share the live as well. Copy links, send to a few friends. It will get it out to more people. We're going to be on for a little more than 3 hours here, everyone. Like a little less than 3 hours, actually. We've been on for 3.5 hours so far. We're going to be on for at least 6 tonight, chat. We might go on for longer, everyone. Love the mic. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. This kid gets on my dang nerves. Well, then, you should just get a little more comfortable with critiquing your own positions, it seems. Seems as that's the issue. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Can't wait for Marianne Williamson. She was already on the live. You can actually go check it out on YouTube. Linktree is in my bio if you do want to go check it out on YouTube. It was like one of my last videos. We already did have that conversation. Can we get a yeehaw? Yeah, if someone sends me a hat and mustache, I will give a yeehaw. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate it, Mila. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to the next person. I don't know why it's not accepting people. I'm trying to get someone up here. It takes a second in the meantime, everyone. It was awesome. It was. It definitely was. Parker, I'm telling Dean. Yeah, you should. Dean and I are good friends. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, for some reason it's not accepting this person either. We're going to get to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's 39?
For sure. Do you think that's wrong or moral to be gay?
Yeah, I think it's wrong on a level. Yeah, I think it's wrong for the reason that you can't. It's not. It provides confusion. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just like any other sexual. Now, don't get it twisted. Now, when it comes down to sexual immorality, it just don't go gay, right? You have stuff that straight men are into, but they too ashamed to say it out loud because it's sexually immoral, and they only deal with women. So it's not just one way. You know what I'm saying? Just gay is not the only way you can be sexually immoral. You know what I'm saying? So, excuse me. So yeah, if you have to come out of a closet or you become the laughing stock or whatever, any type of weird or whatever, it's not normal. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just not. I wish it was something else better I could say, you know, but it's not normal for the most part.
All right, for sure. So by the way, Lori, there's an echo. Is there a way you can fix your echo? Actually, I don't hear it anymore. It just happened for 1 second. By the way, Lauren, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Update on the merch. I don't have an update quite yet. We are definitely working on that, though. Trust me. You said confusion, right? So how does people being gay confuse people? Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much.
Well, if you okay, well, I talk with you on it, right? I deal in the community a whole bunch. Like, I'm into lesbian women, to be perfectly honest. I'm into lesbian women. And as I go to a lot of their panels and as I speak with them, it's different type of definitions. It depends on the individual. It's nothing written in stone. You know what I'm saying? Just it depends on the individual. You can actually be talking to a lady, sound like a lady, look like a lady, everything, but her pronouns is he and him. So you can actually offend people like that. But I'm looking at you and I don't see a he and a him. So
you're just saying that a woman that doesn't look like a, or you're just saying that someone that you think looks like a woman, but it is actually a man?
No, it's not actually a man. It
seems like they're a man.
Saying, but her pronouns is him. Her pronouns
if
is
their
him.
pronouns are like he, him, then they're a man.
So what you mean, like from the gender aspect of it, or what I'm seeing? You talking about from the science point of view, or you not talking about that cis male, cis female type?
Yeah, so I'm not
thing,
saying
right?
that like biologically speaking they would have these characteristics. I'm just saying that they're a man, right? If they have those characteristics. But so and by the way, that doesn't relate to gay people. That relates to someone who's trans, it seems like. Someone who's trans, that doesn't mean that they're gay.
Well, trans. What I'm saying is, right, I don't go trying to talk to trans because I'm already stepping in a pool of confusion, so I don't go that deep. I try to talk to gay people that know, happy with their gender, and they open-minded about talking, so I try to talk to them, and as I go up on the panel, people that look like females or whatever, they don't have to operate, but they pronouns is he and him, and that causes an argument. So now I gotta look at you as I'm conversating with you, and you look just like a woman. I gotta remember to call you he. So now, once they done told you once, they speak to you on that once. Now you can go in the realm of being you offend them. You know what I'm saying? But now I got to get used to. I'm looking at somebody that look like my mom, looking like my sister, and I got to talk to her as a man. So now I'm on the wire. I'm walking the red line. So as
I don't know how this relates.
them,
Can you like please let me know how this relates to being gay?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's confusion.
That's just with trans people. I don't know how that's confused. I don't think it's confusing. They told you all you have to say is he, him, right? And you're like, damn, this is too confusing for me.
No,
two letters, two fucking words, two words. The confusion is real.
Now, okay, if I'm staying, say for instance, you come in my area, right? A number of black guys there, right? So quite naturally, you don't seem like the guy that'll use the N-word or anything like that. But I tell you, man, look, you can say it, just pretend that we white. And you look around and you don't see nothing but black guys there. And this kind of, is you just going to run right into saying the N-word because I told you? But your perception is looking at you around black people.
One thing, I don't say the N-word too. I don't treat black people any differently than I treat white people in general connotation.
I ain't saying that you did, brother.
I'm just saying the point is, like, if someone said, treat me as if I'm white, I'm not going to treat them any differently. Like, I'm still going to treat them the exact same.
But I'm saying, though, it's stuff that we do and say to each other that we don't take kindly to nobody else saying, right? So if, even though I tell you, I give you the okay and say, look, I don't know your name or whatever, I'd be like, Joe, what up? Hey, man, you don't have to worry about that. You can call us niggas, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. You cool. But you looking at the situation, your eyes, it start with sight first. So you like, man, yeah, they say I can say that, but I'm not going to say that because I don't want to offend.
How about this?
You know what I'm saying?
Let's say
because your eyes, you looking and you casing the situation. You like, ain't number black people out here. Why would I say that? I don't want to offend nobody, but I'll be cool, but I ain't going to say that. I'm not going to rush to say it. So that's how I felt way I was perceiving her. Perception, people, is everything. Perception is reality. Let's just get that clear. I don't care how, you know what I'm saying, I look at myself, is how the world perceive me. Now, if they ain't perceive me as a billionaire, I'm not going to be in no billionaire.
He just got kicked for community guidelines. I didn't kick him out. Oh my God. That was just, That was just a lot. TikTok just was like, nope. Stop. Like, TikTok was not wanting that. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes, everyone. We're trying to get to 4 million today, 4.1 million to beat out Dean. If you don't like Dean, tap that screen. Yo, so how old are you?
22.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I think it's morally wrong. Ethically, I don't have a say, if that makes sense.
Do you mean ethics are like descriptive or something with other people's views?
No, so like ethics as in like how it pertains to my morals, because like ethic pertains to your morals, and like I'm a
so
Christian.
morals are talking about society, so you don't think it's wrong?
No, I think it's wrong morally, like in my opinion, but I'm not going to tell someone.
So why is it wrong?
I'm trying to explain this in a way that's, because I've listened to your arguments before, so I'm trying to like give my side in a way that's how I understand it. So like I'm a Christian, so I'm not going to use like the whole argument of like, oh, in the Bible it says that homosexuality is wrong, because it doesn't actually say that. A lot of the Bible is perceived differently from Christian to Christian. So my thought process on it is that it's lust and temptation, which goes into physical attraction, and whether or not you give in to that lust and temptation. So that's just like how I would view it.
Okay, so then we would just ask the question, how do we know that the Bible is justified in describing to us what's right and wrong? Appreciate the hint, Art. Thank you.
I feel like that's an individual sense to everybody, like how you feel about it versus how I feel about it. I deem the Bible to be true. I believe that God exists. So in my logic or in my way of perceiving the world, like I would follow that morality.
Yeah, so when it relates to this, it just seems like a faith claim.
Yeah.
Is that accurate? Okay, so like what would be distinguishing that faith, say, from someone believing in Islam? Right, that would mean that Christianity is true and Islam is false.
Well, like I said, how I see faith and how I perceive faith, I believe Christianity to be the most true, although there's like a lot of, comparisons you can make between Islam and Christianity. I feel like that's a version, not saying that it is Christianity, but it is a version of faith that kind of correlates to the same beliefs or belief system.
Yeah, but the idea is that they contradict each other. They can't both be true simultaneously. So how do you know which one is right and which one's wrong?
I don't know. That's just my personal belief that Christianity is the correct
Quran's just
form.
as justified as the Bible?
But the same would be. I'm sorry.
So the Quran's just as justified as the Bible?
I don't think it's just as justified. Like I said, I think there's a lot of similarities, but as like whenever it pertains to morality and like how they perceive different things. But I think Christianity would be the correct form just because of like the events that have taken place to support Christianity and things like that.
Like what events? Like the resurrection?
Well, not even just that, but like we have proof of things that have taken place that we've proved like scientifically recently. Like, I don't know, big one would be like the Big Bang, I guess, would be like the top of my mind, because the Hebrew scriptures were written in like 10th century BC. That was like the last book, I think.
Hebrew is the Old Testament.
Yeah, 10th century.
Greek is the New Testament. When it relates to the to this, the Big Bang is compatible with the Quran.
Yeah, but like I said, there's a lot of similarities. So I think there's a lot of versions that have gotten lost in like translation.
Okay, so it doesn't seem like we have a reason to justify that. So if it's just based upon faith, here's my question. What would be distinguishing this view from, say, me believing that the tooth fairy created the world, right, and says that being gay is good? Like, I have faith in that.
And that's your personal belief.
So if that's just as justified as your view, how do we know that we have a process here that's accurate in describing what is in the world? It seems like we don't. It seems like we just randomly selected, right? Like our faith here is essentially like we see all these different beliefs, we close our eyes, and then we say, I like this one, right? That seems like the process that we just use to be able to determine what's true. It was just a random selection. There was no like, we needed evidence, right? There needs to be this amount of witnesses. There needs to be this particular like types of claims. There needs to be this empirical evidence. There needs to be this rational argument. It was just, I believe this, right? And I can believe anything. I can believe that when I die, right, I'm going to go into a Pokemon world where I beat all the gym badges. I beat the Elite Four, right? And become the champion of the Kanto region.
Yeah, but that's a hypothetical belief because you don't really have anything that supports that. Like I said, the Bible has
Same thing with
proof
Christianity.
Well, where is it proved to not be right? Like, where do you see that it's not true?
Contradictions. So, the God is all knowing, all powerful, all good, right?
Yeah.
Can God do? Does God have free will?
I don't think God can do any wrong, but he granted the gift of free will.
Does he have free will himself?
Well, that would probably, yeah, he's able to give that, so he's able to have it.
So God has free will and can't do evil?
He doesn't do evil. It's not that he can't
Doesn't do evil. So can God make human beings that have free will that don't do evil?
He could, but like I said, he gave the gift of free will, which temptation is usually influenced by sin, which is influenced by Satan. Satan is a lot of the cause for temptation, which if you believe in Christianity, then there's going to be God and there's going to be Satan.
Thank you for the hint. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So you believe that the temptation, okay, but the temptation itself doesn't actually necessarily determine to us that, that you're going to engage in the action. As God, right, Jesus has free will and is tempted by the devil, but never succumbs to that temptation.
Yeah, which I feel the same way about being gay. Like, temptation is there. You're having a lustful attraction to someone, which can happen, which we've seen in like Bible stories, and Leviticus is one. What's it called? With Lot and Sodom and Gomorrah. Like, you see it in a lot of those stories where people have given into temptation or given into evil.
Yeah, but the idea here is that if they were given the same characteristics as God, right, in terms of being able to do the good thing every single time, right, they would be able to do so. Like, for example, right, is there a possibility that today I'm going to do the good thing in every scenario?
There's a possibility of it. That doesn't mean you will.
Sure. And God sees every possible world, right?
Yeah.
Because God's all knowing. So God sees this world where every single time I did the good thing. And God also sees the world where not only just me doing the good thing, but every other person on the planet does the good thing in every single scenario freely. Because they all had a probability, even know how minute it was. It could be 0.00001, 100 zeros to 1% chance of happening, and it could still be the case that God sees that world. So God had a choice between a world where there's free will and no evil, and a world where there's free will and evil. So given the fact that we exist in a world where there's evil, that would tell us that God prefers evil over no evil.
I don't
which
think
yields
I
a
would say
contradiction.
that. Yeah, but I don't think it would say that.
What do you mean?
Because just the fact that we have a reality where there is moral and like psychological laws that we follow where we believe something is right or wrong just shows that there is morality altogether. Everybody knows when there's right or wrong. And with the gift of free will, you choose to act on that.
Yeah, and I'm saying in both of these worlds, they have free will, right? In just one of the worlds, they choose to do good in all scenarios. In the other world, in some scenarios, they choose to do bad. So both of them still have free wills. It's still constant within that notion. The only distinction is whether or not there is evil. So you would essentially end into the statement here that if God prefers evil over no evil, well, then there's going to be a contradiction. God prefers a world in which is against God's preference, because evil in of itself and sin in of itself is against God's preference.
I don't see it that way, just because whenever you talk about a world that has no evil or a world that does have evil where there is free will, so there's an option and people will choose good, then in our context, like with our world, we still have Satan. We still have like evil entities that are going to encourage us and influence us. Like there's not...
Again, we took that into account, right? It's still the case, even though you're tempted, you have the chance to do the good thing, right? So God, again, we see the world where they were tempted and they chose not to.
Yeah, but with humans, there's temptation. Like you can bring a world into reality through a conversation like this and say like, this could happen, but it's not happening because this is the reality in which we live in.
It cannot happen because it's the reality we live in. Well, we live in this reality because God selected this one in comparison to all the other realities. So the idea is that prior to our existence, God sees all of these worlds, right? And God is a selection process of what world God wants to be the case.
Yeah, except for in the Bible. Like whenever I reference the Bible, like going back to the story of Adam and Eve, not saying like Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. That's not what I'm referencing. I'm referencing like the temptation portion of it. So like the fruit in the garden was from the tree of knowledge, which is good and evil. And it's said in there that if you eat from the tree, or if Adam or Eve eats from the tree, then they're like God. So they gain the knowledge that God has. And then they gained the knowledge that God has, which then in the Bible stories turned into turmoil because it turned into greed, it turned into lust, it turned into all of these issues that had happened, in which God tried to revamp the earth.
I just want to let you know, I know all the stories when it relates to the book. I mean, I grew up Christian. I know what you're referencing. My point with this is that none of this had to happen, right? Because God saw all of this prior to this happening.
Yeah, but there's still proof of existence in, like, throughout time, there's proof of existence. There's proof of existence even in, like, scientific theories, they show that. I'm trying to think of one without having to look it up, but in things I've read, like you are bringing a lot of what could have been into the question instead of what is.
Yeah, I am. Well, because we're talking about what we would expect given God.
But
That's the whole point.
It's not an expectation of God. It's an expectation of us to God.
No, it is an expectation of God, because God has characteristics and we know what those characteristics are. God is all good. What does that expect? What do we expect to see? In every scenario, God does good. God is all knowing. What do we expect to see? God knows all, right? God's all powerful. What do we expect to be? God can do all logically possible things, a set of all logically possible things. That's what we expect. So we have expectations given the fact that God has particular characteristics. God is perfect. What do we expect to see? Right? Like, we're going to see him to be flawless. So, like, we absolutely can have expectations for God, and it makes sense to apply these. And the expectations that we have for God entails contradictions.
Yeah, but then how do you explain, like, morality and physical law, like psychological laws and things whenever it comes to that sense? If there is no God, then where does those things come from?
Empathy and rationality, right? It comes from our minds, right? And we have different views when it relates to these. Right. The same thing is also true under God, right? Because you believe that morality would be true dependent upon God. Like, you think that if God doesn't exist, there's no truths about morality, right? Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. So then that tells us that the morality is true dependent upon God's stance or God's view. So if that's what determines morality, that's subjective as well.
So wouldn't it be subjective to say that it is just based on empathy, like you're saying?
Yeah, I believe in subjective morality.
Okay, so then where's to say that there's a right and wrong?
It's going to be based on my view, what my preferences are, my psychological preferences.
So wouldn't this be based on my view as well?
Yeah, you'd have the two views, and then we'd say, this is why I hold my view, and this is why you hold that view, and then we have a conversation there.
Okay, well, like, a lot of it's contradictory in the sense that you're taking it like that, as in there's a right and there's a wrong, instead of it's just based from our views and that standpoint.
Because I'm not talking about subjective morality when it relates to this. I'm talking about, like, given your own view, you contradict yourself, right? Because it's not in relation to what I care about. It's in relation to what God cares about. I don't care about someone lying that there's a cookie jar in a room. God does. God thinks that's a sin. So this isn't evil or sin under my view. This is evil and sin under God's view.
Sorry, I missed the last part. The dogs and dogs.
So this isn't evil and sin under my view. It's evil and sin under God's view. So that's why it's a contradiction, because it's an internal critique of what God views.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why. Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
No, I think that's it.
Appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request. If you disagree, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. If you want to help get it out to more people, everyone, tap that screen, share the live. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 19.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
So I actually have a couple questions. Because like I listen to your live a lot, and like I just enjoy listening to it. But there's some of the things, like I know that you and Dean, y'all tend to use like God a lot as an example, but I don't see how y'all can use that when it comes to y'all's arguments when y'all don't necessarily believe in the Lord nor know. Like, I did hear you say that you were Christian and stuff like that, but I don't agree with how y'all use it as a as a
Is there something else I can help
sorry,
with?
hang on. Like how y'all can use that as a like comeback for it when that's not what you believe in nor agree with. And then my other one was like a lot of your responses is about like infernal women and like being gay or bi or lesbian, like whether you are or not, like you can choose to be that, and people who aren't able to have kids, that's not a choice for them. That's something that they were naturally born with and that they have to live with because there's no there's no turning back on it, basically.
First of all, it's relating to infertile. Second of all, it's not a choice to be gay. Third of all, I bring up a particular scenario where I'm engaging in intercourse with a woman who's infertile, right? I'm fertile myself. I could choose to be with someone else who's fertile, but I chose to be with someone else who's infertile, right? So that would be my choice there. Next, when it relates to the God idea, it's an internal critique of their view, right? So I'm just responding to them because they're making a claim that God justifies why being gay is wrong, right? I ask them justify their belief, or I can provide them a contradiction to show that their belief is wrong.
Yeah, and I mean, I agree with it. I mean, I guess I can see it from that way, but when it comes to like choosing whether like I agree that that you are gay or you're not, or you're lesbian or whatever it is, but I do think that you can choose whether you associate yourself with it, like if you act in it, but you can't choose to have kids or not. That's not like a choice that you can make. That's what you're born with and that you have to live with. So
I can choose to act upon it. That's why I brought up my particular scenario. I can choose to act upon engaging in intercourse with this woman who's infertile or engaging in intercourse with a woman who is fertile. That's why like my scenario is different than what Dean typically brings up. I think that you're referencing Dean's view because he just relates to the notion of being infertile itself, whereas I'm relating to the idea of me engaging as a fertile man in intercourse with a woman who is infertile.
Yeah, and I agree, but I guess that's from like a guy's side, but they can still choose to be with someone who is and not act upon that.
Yeah, I cannot act upon my desire towards an infertile woman and instead act upon my desire with a fertile woman.
I gotcha. And
So,
then
like,
when
yeah.
oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that like it would then result in a contradiction, right? If you're saying that it's wrong to be gay or to engage in gay intercourse because it doesn't lead to reproduction, well, then the same thing would be true within the context of someone who's infertile.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily saying it's wrong to be well, I'm using that as because I know you use that a lot as your argument, and I just kind of see it more as like they can't choose to have kids or not. That's just what they are naturally
Yeah, you can't
born
choose to be gay, right? Second of all, again, it's my choice to engage in intercourse with them. I can choose to act upon this desire.
Do you think that when it comes to being gay, like you also you're not always going to act upon that, whether it's your parents, and like I do agree, like mental wise, like that takes a huge toll on people, but you can choose not to partake in actions against the same sex.
Yeah, like the same way I can choose not to engage in actions with an infertile woman.
Okay. Well, I got you on that. And then I don't, like I said, like being gay, you know, that's at a certain age, that's your choice. But for young kids, like I know that it's not being pushed upon them, like you say, but it is being shown a lot more. And I feel like because of that, that's why a lot more kids are starting to come out at a super early age. And I know that there's a lot of bullying and there's a lot of situations that happen in school situations, and that what causes their mentality to go crazy, as it does for anyone else who gets bullied and taken upon of. And I just want to know your side again about, I don't necessarily think it's appropriate for younger kids to act upon these things when they're so young, and like it not necessarily affect them for the rest of their lives, but it's not something that's just going to let go, and it'll always be something in the back of their head that they partake in.
Thank you for the meteor shower. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So what particularly engaging in?
Like, I'm just saying young kids, being told, not being told, but like learning about, gay spouses and gay, boyfriend and girlfriends and partaking in that.
Partaking? What do you mean partaking in that? Appreciate the handout. Thank you.
Like, there's a lot of younger kids who now think that they think guys are attractive of the same sex. They think that that's not necessarily okay, but that's what they're partaking in. And I feel like
I asked you what you mean by partaking, and you just said partaking again.
No. I mean, by partaking, I mean that they're acting upon.
They're like engaging in intercourse?
Not necessarily intercourse, but they feel as it's okay for them to like the same sex at such a young age. But they don't know necessarily.
Did I know I was straight when I was 5?
Yes.
Oh, so they can know they're gay when they're 5.
But they don't give themselves a chance, I feel like, because they're not mentally old enough. I don't know the
So
word for that.
I wasn't mentally old enough to know that I'm straight then.
No, I mean, yes. I mean, when you're 5, you don't know what's right or what's wrong. You grow up in a society back then where it wasn't as open. And the older you get, that's when you'll find out who you are. That's why people who are gay, nowadays, I mean, I feel as though, I don't know the statistics on it, but I feel as though when they were younger, they would have had no idea. Yeah, there's some people who vividly show aspects of that at a younger age.
Did I know when I was 5? Yes or no?
I feel as though it's in the middle. You don't know yourself yet. You don't know yourself as a person.
So I didn't know I was straight, so we shouldn't say that it's acceptable to be straight when you're 5 either.
I'm saying I don't think you know what you are yet.
So you would question me saying that I'm straight at 5 years old, that I liked a girl in the classroom. You'd be like, no, you don't actually like them. You're just young.
That's not the statement I guess I'm trying to make. I do agree that, yeah, you like who you like at that age. And as back then, as it wasn't as normalized as now, that you're known to, like, guys have to like girls, but I do feel like you don't know truly. People who are outspoken now didn't feel or didn't know exactly what they are when they were at a younger age. Like, I feel like people over time kind of think, like, maybe I'm attracted to them. Like, bi's attracted to both, but I guarantee you, like, they might have had a thought at one time that maybe they were just on one side. And that kind of, I feel like, accumulates over time. I don't think people know at such a young age. Mostly everyone, I do feel like, does not know at such a young age.
So I didn't know at that point.
If you were gay,
you wouldn't
or not.
question that I didn't know. You would, if I had a crush on a girl when I was 5 years old in my kindergarten class, right? You would question that I was straight in that scenario. You'd say, I don't know if you're straight.
Yes.
You would? So at what age could I determine? Appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
I don't believe that there's a certain age. I do feel like excuse me, I need to figure out the right word for it, but I do think the older you get, the more
Let's say I'm 12 years old. Do I know?
Like I said, like, I don't know that there's a certain age that
15, do I know?
I mean, I feel like that is the base start as you get older, yes. Where you can kind of find yourself and figure yourself out. That's when you're hitting junior high and high school. That's where you're seeing people mature.
I've already known myself for a while at that point. Like, I've known that I liked girls for a while at that point.
Yes.
So I'm asking, like, at what point did you know you were straight?
I mean, that's just what I grew up as. But
Yeah,
I
but
do
at what
feel
point?
like
What age did you figure out?
I grew up being straight, as I know of, yes.
At every point, when you were born? Like
I said, I'm saying that there is still a possibility that someone can turn to the opposite side the older they get. That's the argument I'm trying to make. I'm not saying everyone doesn't know that they're straight or they think that they're gay at a younger age. I'm saying that over time, I feel as though people can turn to the opposite side when they had no attraction or anything to the same sex as they grew up.
I don't think that's true, right? I just think that it wasn't recognized, right? Likely speaking, you can be bi, You can have more attraction towards women than you have towards attraction towards men. That can be the case. You have 85% attraction towards women, 15% towards men, and you just weren't able to recognize that because people in society told you that you should be straight, right? So you just simply didn't recognize those feelings that you had towards people, right? That can be the case, but that person was bi from the very point, right? The very beginning, right? They weren't just like became bi, they were bi, right? The same way that you say that you were just straight, someone was just gay.
Yeah, I do see that side, but I also do agree with the fact that someone, like, I had a friend who grew up, like, she was always, you know, not saying a Republican household, but that's how she grew up as, and all she knew was straight, 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 and that's, you know, that's just how she was born and raised. She never liked girls, never had the thought of liking girls, never had an attraction towards them, and she kind of hit that breaking point where not necessarily you find one person that you think you're really attracted to, but she kind of hit that breaking point where she just didn't have an affection towards guys anymore. And that's when she started like testing, you know, and seeing that high school is kind of where people start figuring out who they are. They try different sides. I believe not necessarily because they want to, but because that's just the situation that they're in.
This is called compulsory heterosexuality, right? So it's because of the case that you're expected to be straight that you just engage with this particular action or engage with this, right, as a method to conform to the social and cultural norms of society. Right? So it's not the fact that they necessarily had this attraction. It's the fact that they were coerced into believing that they had this attraction because this is what was expected of them in society.
Yeah, and I guess that's the point that I'm trying to make is that people grow up being that way as society has made them, and like that's how they
That's
look
because
at
of
it.
heteronormativity, which is the idea that you should be straight.
Yes, but over time, that's when people start to find themselves out at an older age.
Yeah, people find themselves out at an older age, right? But the idea here is that society was confusing them. It's not the fact that they weren't gay. It's the fact that society was confusing them.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of still stand on my point of kids who are younger, but I also do want to, excuse me one second. I also do want to say though that I'm not saying that I disagree with people being gay or straight. I'm just saying these are certain sides that I see in particular that make me not make me question. I have a lot of friends who are gay and bi and lesbian. Like I love them to death and I don't look at them any differently. I'm just saying these are certain situations that I look at that make me not question if it's right or wrong, but definitely makes me think like it's not something that happens at a younger age. I feel like it does occur over time.
It does at a younger age. That is the case, right? But even if it's not the case, that doesn't mean it's wrong, right?
I agree. I'm not saying.
So what would be the reason why it's wrong?
Because they don't know who they are yet.
So for adults, you don't think it's wrong?
No, I don't. I think even at the teenage age, like I said, like I feel like that's where they kind of figure out who they are.
Okay, so my point would be here is that if you question whether or not they know when they're gay, well then why don't we question whether or not someone is straight? It's the same exact notion, same notion.
And I agree. I feel like you can question if someone, you can feel like someone's gay just because of the way that they act and stuff like that. That doesn't mean that that is what they are until they vividly come out and say that that's what they are. You can have an opinion that someone's straight the whole time and have questions in their heads if they are or aren't. But until they come out, there's no depicting what someone is.
Well, I mean, okay, well then you can't say straight then. So like so it'd be the same thing with it would be wrong to be straight that young as well.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Well, actually, you were saying it's wrong to be gay that young, so it's wrong to be straight that young.
I'm not saying it's wrong to be gay that young. That's not, that may be how it's coming out. I don't have a big vocabulary. I'm just simply saying that I don't feel as though they know exactly what they are at a young age. I'm not saying that being gay or lesbian or anything is wrong. I'm just saying that I feel like it accumulates over time. When you're young, you don't know necessarily right from wrong. You see other people doing it and you think, oh, I want to jump in and start doing that as well, not knowing.
I don't
truly,
think
like,
that's necessarily true. I mean, I could see other people doing it. I don't do that, right? That's really not how it works. But I mean, you would only do that if you have that attraction.
But yes, as now, you wouldn't just do something because other people are doing it. But at a younger age, you don't know any better.
At a younger age, I mean, I do. I don't know. I don't know. I would disagree with that. But I mean, if you're not saying it's wrong, I am going to look for people who do disagree. But I appreciate you coming on.
Okay, wait, one more thing. I do want to say though that there's no hatred or anything like that, and I do agree with you. I don't think it's wrong. That's not where I was trying to come for this conversation. I was just trying to make the argument about the things that I kind of listed out, and that I saw someone say that it's people like me who cause people to commit suicide and stuff like that, and that's 100% not the case. I deal with a lot of mental health issues as well that aren't meant for other people, and that's the last thing I want to do is bully someone for who they are or what they think. That's not who I am as a person. That's not what I do, and I just want to make that very clear that I'm not saying that it's wrong. I was just trying to make the arguments that kind of go through my head during your lives like these. That's just kind of the thoughts I go through. So I just wanted to say that. And that
For sure, appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, let's go to the next person. If you like my content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If we can get to 4 million likes here today, everyone, we're going to be giving away 15 free subs. 15 free subs, everyone. If we can get to 4 million likes today, share the live as well. Let's try to get to 3,000 shares, everyone. Let me go into the next person, though. If you like my content, follow me if you have not already, everyone. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 19.
For sure. Do you think that's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I do.
Why so?
So,
Let me get something straight. I'm a Christian. I'm not homophobic. I do think that Jesus loves all people. I think gay people and anyone who's part of the LGBTQ community has a chance to be able to go to heaven. But I do believe that God made us to reproduce, and some people don't decide to do that, and I think that's okay. But in the Bible, it does state that it is a sin, along with any other sin like lying and being greedy and overeating. And
Love Only, thank you for the 5 subscriptions. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for that, by the way, everyone. So when it relates to this, how do we know that the Bible is a reliable document in describing to us what's right and wrong about morality?
because there has been different proved artifacts that have been shown, like they found Noah's Ark and all of this other stuff, and that's just physical evidence.
So in terms of the claims about Noah's Ark, that was a mountain area, which those things within the mountain were naturally occurring. 2, when it relates to geological evidence, there's no evidence, geologically speaking, of a global flood at that particular time period. There's evidence of local floods within the Middle East and within Africa, but not globally.
Okay, well, I get that there's not... I honestly have not done too much historical research on it, but I do believe in the Bible, and I'm always going to back it up. So, anyone in the comments can completely roast me for that, but I just kind of gave you my Christian perspective on it. So,
sure. One question before you do get off, because it seems like you were trying to get off there. Do you think that God drowning them got rid of their free will?
No, I think that he gave them tons of chances and they blew it completely. I mean, it was mostly the whole world.
Okay, so when it relates to that, right? If there was a P3 video about to grape a child, can God just drown them and it wouldn't take away their free will?
Repeat that? Sorry.
a P3DO that's about to grape a child, can God just drown them so that they don't grape the child? Because it's not taking away their free will.
Well, God did promise that he was never going to do that again. And that's why the rainbow exists.
Well, to everyone, not to some people. Right? So the idea is that he could have, or even if we're talking about prior to the advent of the Noah's Ark, right? God could have just done that with all P3DOs, with all child sex traffickers, with all people that engaged in slavery, all people that genocided people, right? The Holocaust could have been stopped.
It could have been, yeah, but I guess that just
And that's
was,
not taking away free will, remember? Because unaliving them by flooding them doesn't take away their free will.
well, they did have free will and they blew their chances off. And yeah, God could have flooded the earth again or done some sort of fire flood and killed everything else. But
No, just everything. I'm saying that one individual. Like, God, like, spawns in a tank around them where they're in water and they just drowned.
I'm going to sound really stupid because I still don't understand.
Yeah, like, you know those, like tanks where they would put, like, Harry Houdini in them to, like, get out? Essentially one of those, right? But for the people who are P3DOs about to grape children, right? Or Schmittler, I mean. If Schindler was there, right, you could just put him in one of those things, and then he wouldn't been able to genocide tens of millions of people.
Absolutely, God could have done that, but you know, I can't decide God's will. That was just his choice, and I'm not going to I have no opinions on that because
Wait, so God prefers there to be a Holocaust over there not being a Holocaust?
God prefers that we come to consensuses by ourselves, and you know, the world's going to fall apart at some point. So that's just part of it happening.
But the claim is still true that God prefers the Holocaust to happen over it to not happen because God could have easily just stopped that from happening.
God could have stopped a whole bunch of fucked up things from happening.
Exactly.
Because
God prefers the fucked up things to happen?
Yes, and he prefers us to make those mistakes, and some people get saved, some people don't.
So the Holocaust is just a mistake?
A horrible, not mistake, it's a purposeful, horrible, horrific event.
So God allowing that horrific event isn't horrible? Like, for example, right, if there were cops that saw a P3DO raping a child, had the ability to stop it, and didn't stop it, did they do something wrong?
Personally, I definitely think so, but that was their...
So God did something wrong then?
No, we did as humans.
No, but God can stop it from happening and chooses not to stop it.
Yep.
So didn't he do something wrong?
No, we did.
But no. But like in the scenario in which the cop sees the P3DO graping the child, in your view, they wouldn't be doing something wrong then if they didn't stop it when they could.
The absence of God is evil, and that's what we are as humans.
Well, apparently even God being there is evil.
Well, how to explain this? Apparently even God being there is evil. He's not present within their souls, obviously, because they aren't saved. And some people that are saved, they still do sin. And God still... He's not there to be like, oh, you're a follower of me, so it's okay that you do this. It's not. We all sin. And I'm not justifying for any sins, but we all do it because we're imperfect and we're human.
Yeah, but but the idea is that God could have easily stopped these children from being raped.
Absolutely.
These people from being genocided, these people from being sex trafficked,
Yep.
these people from being enslaved, but God chose not to do that. And we're still saying he's good?
Absolutely. Us humans are the evil ones.
Even though God is a bystander, could have stopped it and decided not to. So you don't think a bystander is doing anything wrong. Like if someone's watching someone get graped and has the ability to stop it and doesn't stop it, they didn't do anything wrong because it's the other person who's graping them that's doing something wrong.
No, that's a sin. Obviously, it's a sin.
It's a sin to be a bystander?
Is it a sin to be a bystander?
Well, then it sounds like God is sinning then, because God's a bystander.
I just mean that, like, oh gosh, I do suck at debating. I just mean that, like, God's not really a bystander. He's more just like a watcher. Like, he just kind of sees what we do as humans in our own free will.
Isn't that what a bystander is?
No, what's the word I'm looking for? He's like
Can you define what a bystander is?
a bystander, someone who evaluates a situation, right? That would be...
No, I can evaluate a situation like in a court case, but that doesn't mean I was bystanding there. I can evaluate January 6th, historically speaking, but that doesn't mean I was a bystander to January 6th.
Dang, what would a good word? Another word.
It's going to be someone like that watches something happening.
Yes.
And is there.
Yes.
Okay, that seems to apply to God.
Yes. But God is God, and he's just letting all of us humans fuck up, basically.
So rules for thee, but not rules for me, essentially?
Absolutely. God is not a selfish God, but God is... He knows he's God, and he gave us life. He shouldn't have to justify for everything, you know? He created us, so we're under him.
Yeah, so we get judged, but God doesn't.
Basically.
And that doesn't sound hypocritical or narcissistic at all?
It does. Yeah, it does, absolutely. But I didn't make God. The Bible's the only thing that explains it. God is just God. He made us. He's over us. He's, as I just read in one of the comments, he's all powerful.
So he's all powerful and all knowing, yet still chooses to be narcissistic?
Yep. And is narcissistic really the right word? That's definitely not the word I'm looking for. But like, he knows he's God.
Yeah. So my point here would be is that he's clearly someone that's saying rules apply to everyone else, but not himself. Like if I were to say that lying is bad for you, but it's not bad for me, does that make sense to you?
No, because we're human.
Okay. If I created a simulation of people that are just experiencing things like me and you, right? And I decided to throw them into a room and burn them alive for the rest of eternity. Am I doing something wrong there? Because I created them.
I mean, as long as you have good intentions obviously, have you looked at like what happens in the very end? God is all for us. He wants us to succeed. The devil doesn't want us to succeed. But God wants us to be a part of his family, and he wants us to love him, and he wants us to do the right things.
So if I want them to do the right things, but because I made them imperfect and they can't be perfect, I appreciate the subscription, thank you so much, I decide to throw them into a pit of fire for all of eternity. Am I doing anything wrong there?
I mean, if you were God, I guess not. Because
Well, no, I just created them in a simulation.
well then I guess that would be pretty fucked up.
So what's the distinction between me doing that and God doing that?
Because God's perfect in the
Can
Bible.
I just say that I'm perfect?
Yeah, you could say that, but you're a human.
And he's God.
Yep, he is God.
But I'm God of this simulation.
Well, I mean, I guess you could make that statement. I think at the same time, our, like, whatever religion you are and whatever religion I am is just clashing, because I completely believe in the Bible as truth, and that's as far as that goes. So I think that you need to find someone who is not a believer of the Bible or a believer of something else, or maybe the same thing that you are, to explain what you think, because I think humans are made to reproduce.
But is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
No.
That doesn't lead to reproduction.
Actually, it would be. Because unless you guys are married, that's like sex before marriage.
Oh, we're married.
Oh, okay. Then no, that's fine. Not all people are made to have children. Not all women are made to reproduce. But
Exactly. So if gay people want to engage in intercourse, then, and it doesn't lead to reproduction, it sounds like they were just made to do that.
well, no, because God said no. That's where our religions are clashing, because God specifically states in the Bible that they are not supposed to be together.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, is there anything else you want to add or talk about?
I don't believe so. Have a nice night.
Appreciate it. Have a good day. All right, let's go on to the next person. If you like my content, follow me. If you're ready, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. We're going to try to get to 4.1 million likes today, everyone. Again, if we get to 4.1 million likes, we're going to be giving away 15 free subs. Only send a guest request if you disagree. We're just looking for some debates. Follow me if you haven't already, everyone. All right, everyone, give it a second, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Wrong, not immoral.
What's the difference?
So I'm going to give you a unique perspective. I just got done coughing. Sorry about that. Anyways, so I want to clarify first that I'm not religious. I think the last person who came on was, I'm with you 100%. I watch a lot of your lives, so I'm not religious at all. I have gay friends. I actually enjoy a lot of gay people, right? Here's where I'm going to go with this. So humor me with this. If you get an answer wrong on a test, or if you get a mistake on a test, you would clarify that it's being wrong, correct?
I would clarify if it was wrong or not.
Yeah, like if you made a mistake on a test, right?
That would be wrong, yeah.
It would be wrong, okay. So if you're born with an extra chromosome, right, and you're Down syndrome, right, in theory, that's wrong. Not that I blame the individual, right? And actually, my uncle has Down syndrome, and I love him to death. He's like a brother to me. But in theory, it's wrong, is it not?
No, it's not wrong. So like, let me clarify, right? We're just saying that something in this scenario is atypical, right? Or we're saying that a condition that someone might have to deal with is unfortunate, but it wouldn't be wrong, right? Because when we're talking about wrong, we're applying a sense of like responsibility to an action.
Yes. I mean, I guess in that scenario, I guess it depends on how you define wrong. So I want to be clear that I'm with you. I've known a ton of gay people. I'm a firm believer that you're basically born that way. Like I said, I love your lives. And, what I'm trying to go with, I just wanted to provide a unique perspective of, is it wrong in the sense that and this is going to come out kind of weird, so bear with me, but because it's going to come out really bad, but I don't mean it this way at all. But is it wrong in the sense that ideally it wouldn't happen? Meaning, ideally, there would be no people with Down syndrome, right? Unfortunately, there is. I love them to death. It's not their fault. Do you see what I'm saying?
In the sense in which you're saying that you wish someone doesn't have to deal with bad circumstances that are associated with a particular condition that they might have?
Yeah, like for example.
See, that doesn't make it like wrong though, because like when we're relating to the notion of wrong, that relates like to an idea of like responsibility. So although you say that like you would hope that someone doesn't have to deal with types of ailments in their lives, that doesn't necessarily mean that we would relate to it as a sense of being wrong.
Sure, but I mean like wrong as in like ideally it just wouldn't occur, right? Like, and again, I know there's a bunch of, gay individuals who are more than happy being gay, right? It's not even, I actually went to my first strip club with, a lesbian girl. We had a great time. This was years ago. But my point is, like, I have nothing but love for the community. I'm being very honest. And I would never tell them, like, hey, you're wrong for being gay or anything like that. I'm just providing, like, an interesting notion. Is it wrong in the sense of, hey, you're born gay, but maybe ideally nobody would be born gay, if that kind of makes any sense to you? Not religiously speaking, because I don't believe in religion at all. I think it's a bunch of shit. And so I love your debates, by the way, when it comes to religion, because I'm like behind the screen, agreeing with everything you say. But I just thought this would be an interesting perspective in the sense of, not that it's wrong to be Down syndrome, but maybe being Down syndrome is wrong in the sense that it's not the way it quote unquote should be.
Again, but like when we're saying what should and shouldn't be the case, that's going to relate to some things that could be different, right?
Sure. But I'm saying, wouldn't the quote unquote norm to be straight? And again, I know like there's
here, Ryan. Let me ask you this question: is it wrong for someone to have leukemia?
Yeah, it's wrong. Yeah. It's not their fault. It's not wrong in the sense that like they're wrong for having it, but it is wrong in the sense that like ideally they wouldn't have it.
Is it wrong to have an illness? Like any illness? Is it wrong to get COVID?
No. I mean, I see what you're doing, and I.
But ideally, you wouldn't have COVID, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I see this is why like the notion of wrong that we have here applies to like responsibility or actions that we engage in, right? It wouldn't make sense to apply it to things like that we didn't cause or that couldn't have been different.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, and like I said, and that's why, I'm probably not the ideal candidate.
And also, Ryan, by the way, I mean, with
Go
this notion, we could also say it's wrong for people to be of lower intelligence. Right, because ideally speaking, right, they would have a 200 IQ, right?
Yeah, no, you're right. Listen, like I said, and I'll wrap it up, because I just love listening to the idiots that come on here, and no disrespect, but just like the religious people and all that stuff, because it just humors me, honestly. I just thought it was an interesting perspective to bring up. Like I said, I have nothing but love for the community. I mean, and I'm being dead serious. I just thought it was interesting to bring up, like, is it wrong in the sense of, like, I don't care what anyone does with their lives, but is it wrong in the sense of, like, since it's not the quote unquote norm, but I'm using the term wrong, I guess, incorrectly, according to yourself, correct?
Yeah, we're kind of equivocating between the two usages of the terms, right? Because all you're saying in this scenario, or if you're, again, that notion of wrong would also apply to like, say me or you is like, right, typically speaking, we wish we would be smarter or something like that. Or if you're relating to the notion of atypical, right? Me having hazel eyes is wrong. Someone having red hair is wrong. Someone having white skin, globally speaking, is wrong because it's not a majority of people.
Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, you're right. Like I said, I just really was intrigued by like the term of quote unquote wrong, right? And that's kind of why I wanted to come on and talk about it. But listen, again, I'll wrap it up. Nothing but love for the community. Seriously, I just thought it was an interesting way to maybe classify what wrong meant. But
yeah,
like I
one
said,
more
love your
thing of
lives.
showing
Go ahead.
that real quick. I do appreciate it, but one more thing of showing is that in that sense, it would also be wrong to be white. As ideally speaking, you would hope that someone doesn't get a sunburn from going out in the sun.
Listen, Parker, I love you, man. Seriously, I love your lives. Keep doing it. I'll hop back in. The only thing I disagree with you on, because not even this, like I don't even think being gay is wrong in the sense of like your typical thing. I just kind of thought it was an interesting way to bring up. But I knew if I said no, you'd probably kick me right away. So that was my creative way to get the topic brought up. I'll be honest.
For sure,
But
bro.
listen,
Appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, take
Thank
it
you
easy.
so much. You as well. All right, we're going to go to the next person. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If you like my content, follow me. If you haven't already, I go live literally every single day. So if you like my content, again, follow me. If you haven't already, share the live, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 shares. It should help get it out to more people. We're going to go into the next person, though. Only send a guest request if you do disagree, y'all. Give me the hand, so I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, we're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we're just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Let's try to get to 4 million likes, everyone, today. 4.1 million likes. We'll be giving away 15 free subs, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I think it's wrong to be gay.
Why so?
I think it's wrong to be gay because you actually can't reproduce.
Is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
No.
Okay, well, that doesn't lead to reproduction either. Right, so if it's wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a man because it doesn't lead to reproduction, well, then the same thing would be true for me engaging in intercourse with a woman who's infertile.
I suppose, but infertile's not a choice.
Infertile is not a choice? Yeah, it's not. It's a choice for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile as a fertile man.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock.
Yeah, I know that's actually the point. I could have said no shit, Sherlock, to you because you didn't
it's
understand
also
the
a
whole
choice
basis of the
to
point that
engage
it's not a
in
choice for me to.
That makes
What's
no
up?
sense. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I can clarify if you put on your thinking cap real quick, right?
All right, bro.
So like, okay. So when it relates to this, right, I decided to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile when I could have engaged in intercourse with a woman who's fertile. Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. So it was my choice within that respect.
Yeah.
Okay. The same way as it was a choice for someone to engage in intercourse with someone of the same sex.
So what's the point there?
Both of those actions lead to no reproduction. You said one was wrong because it doesn't lead to reproduction, but the other one is not wrong even though it doesn't lead to reproduction.
Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, you're trolling. Appreciate you coming on. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. His bio said troll chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
16.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, not mine. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I think it's wrong.
Why so?
Okay, so obviously you can tell because of my profile picture. I mean, you can say that I'm religious, but I'm not religious, but it's just not the way God intended it to be.
How do you know that God exists in order to say that God didn't intend it to be that way?
Well, that's just my view on it.
By the way, what's your birthday? What's your birth year?
2004.
For sure. So like you're just saying that's your view on it. So if I have the view that like a different religion is true and this religion says that it's okay to be gay, does that mean I'm justified in that belief?
I mean, maybe it depends. I mean, there's just, I don't know, there's just one way that it was intended in the beginning, and that's the way it was supposed to be. I just think gay people pretend and act as if they're attracted because, I don't know, maybe I don't know how to say it without coming off like, I don't know, judgmental, but I don't know. I just don't understand how someone can, like, be born gay. I don't know if you want to explain that. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, at some point, they just decided they were.
So someone doesn't just decide that they're gay. It is the case that they're gay. Like, could you choose to find like your mother sexually arousing?
I literally was on here the other night when you talked about that with the guy with the floor, and I just think it's just a stupid point. Like, I don't know. That just like doesn't make sense. It's just meant to be male and female, woman and man attracted to each other.
Yeah, and you're relating that based upon your particular book, right? But we don't think that there's a justification for this, right? There isn't a justification.
Well, what would be the justification then?
But here, there isn't a justification for the Bible. I would ask you that question. Are you asking justification for what?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think. Okay, so there's just one point I was going to make and I forgot about it, but hold on.
What year did you graduate high school?
Oh my gosh, do you think I'm like not 19?
I'm just trying to see. There's a lot of people in the chat saying
I graduated 21.
2021?
Yeah, I graduated a year early.
So when you were 17?
Yep.
Okay.
But it's okay. I'll just leave it live. I don't have anything else to say.
For sure.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. You already know the deal. Let's try to get to 4 million likes today, everyone. If we get to 4.1 million likes, we're going to be giving away 15 free subs, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, man, I'm 20 years old.
Do you think that's wrong or immoral to begin?
So I'm going to go ahead and give you my full outtake on it. Hi, without bringing religion into it, because I know a lot of people on here are going to say that me bringing religion into it is not right, just because not everybody is religious, and I understand that. So the way I see it is, first of all, do you believe that science is valid and significant, based on how we view the world and how things work? Would you say science is valid?
It's a valid process in being able to determine what's going on within the context of reality. Sure. Right. So if you want to look into the science of it, like I said, I'm not going to religion into it all, because obviously you're not a Christian and I am, so we're not going to see eye to eye on anything in that context. But if you look at it from a scientific standpoint, and so I heard you talking about this on one of your other lives, but if you think about just the simplicity of the fact that two men cannot reproduce, and in no way, shape, or form are they biologically created to be able to combine sexually, is the only, I guess, proof that I need that it's, without even saying it's wrong, it's not biologically correct. Now, if you want to get into the morals of it, first of all, if you're not a religious person, you're not a Christian, you're not going to have any problem with it being immoral because of your standpoint on what morality is. As a Christian, for me, the way I see it is, it's obviously not the way, like the last girl that was on here was talking about, it's not what God intended. So from my perspective, it's immoral. From yours, it might not be, but the ultimate reality of it to me is just the fact that it's clearly not right. The way that biology in itself works, you don't see animals in the animal kingdom having male animals having sex with other male animals, so it's you can say it's yeah, you do.
No, you don't. No,
10% of rams will only engage in intercourse with the same sex. Penguins will literally produce homosexual relationships and will adopt members of their own species, right? There are hundreds of different species that exhibit homosexual intercourse. Bonobo is 97% genetically similar to human beings, and they're known for being lesbian, right? I can point to many different scenarios where there's species that engage in intercourse and it's homosexual in their nature, right? But just there being something in nature doesn't mean it's good or doesn't mean it's right. It just happens to be that way, okay? Secondly, if we want to relate to the idea of reproduction, if I engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile, is that wrong?
No, and I heard somebody talking about this earlier, and I can't remember if it was you or not, but that is a very, very, I'm not trying to, be offensive in any way. That is a dumb point, because if you think about that, you're talking about a woman who has a vagina and was created to be able to have a child. Just because they can't anymore does not mean that it's wrong. That's like saying, I ended up getting some sort of infertility disease, so now it's bad to have sex with me, type of thing. Let's keep that point off the table, because that's just complete nonsense. But
no, it makes complete sense. I just want you to listen real quick so that you can grasp the idea around it. Okay. So when it relates to this, the idea is that you're saying that if I engage in intercourse with a man and it doesn't lead to reproduction, It's wrong. If I engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile and it doesn't lead to reproduction, then it's not wrong. Okay. So the idea that considered being gay to be wrong was the fact that it doesn't lead to reproduction. But in this scenario, it doesn't lead to reproduction. It's not wrong. So what that tells me is that it's not about the reproduction. It's about the fact that there's a man-man, right? And it's about the fact that there's a man-woman. Okay. That's the only point. So you're just restating the claim that being gay is wrong. You're not actually giving an argument because it's not about reproduction here. So it was a very great analogy. If you don't understand the analogy, you can just say that.
Well, okay, so I understand the analogy. I do. And, I guess like putting aside the scientific reproduction part of it, we can start looking into what makes it right when it comes to like emotions and a connection that, involves a relationship and the kind of connection you have. But one more thing I want to say is like, I don't want to get too into detail here, but I think this needs to be said, right? Is if you want to talk about like what sex is, I'm not going to like go into detail, but homosexual sex is not sex the way it was designed. I'm not saying it's not sex, but it's not sex the way it was designed. So that in itself is another like
that's your notion of God. And then also I'll just ask you this question. Well, why does the prostate exist in the male asshole that produces sexual pleasure when stimulated? Why did God put it there?
Well, I'm not God. I can't answer that for you. But that's just
what was the purpose of it? I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. What was the purpose of God, creating that function?
Like I said, I'm not going to act like I know what the answer to that question is because I don't. But I mean, do you know?
Do you think oral sex is wrong?
No.
Was your mouth designed for oral sex?
No. But
okay, so just using something outside of the context of its design, it's not wrong. Were your hands made to hold your phone?
Okay, no, they were not. And I see where you're going with this, but you could go down this rabbit hole for hours about anything you wanted to, and you would be right. I mean, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, so the idea is that if you don't think it's wrong to engage in oral intercourse, right, and it's not designed in that particular way, well, then you can't dispute the idea that you can't say that you can't engage in gay intercourse because of that reason, right? Because then it would also be applicable to oral, right? And then you can't have your BJs, bruv.
Right. All right. So, anyways, getting off this topic, I don't want to take up too much of your time, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to join this, but I guess all I can really tell you, I'm not going to change anybody's mind here. That's not my goal. But, I'm a believer in God. I believe that Jesus Christ is the one true way. And I believe that, God clearly put a lot of design and intricacy into the way he created life and created human beings. And I think if you look at that from a biblical perspective, for all the Christians that are listening to this, I know we all agree that, we're living in a world where homosexuality has been very normalized, and it's evil, and it's, according to our perspective, and we're not here to judge anybody, but we are here to recognize what is going on in this world and how we can stand up for what is right. And people are free to do what they want. God gave us free will, so I'm not here to tell anybody not to be gay, but I'm here to just at the very least, state, my views on it, along with other Christians' views on it, just so you guys are more aware of why we believe what we believe. But we love
just
everybody.
Trying to clarify though, right? No judgment, but it's evil.
To say it's wrong is not to judge. To say if I were to say you murdered my mom, it's not evil because I don't judge you. Like, you see
if I said you were wrong for like being disrespectful to me, is that judging you for being disrespectful?
No, it's not, and you just proved my point.
How is that not judging you? I judged that your action. I evaluated your action and judged that was wrong. Right, the judgment is that it's wrong. Like, for example, what is Judgment Day?
Well, you're putting
no. Hold up, man. I want to answer my question. What is Judgment Day?
You mean like biblically speaking?
Biblically speaking, what is Judgment Day?
Okay, well, it's
where God determines whether or not you did something wrong or right.
That's right.
So the judgment is based upon whether or not you're wrong or whether or not you did something right.
So what you just said about if I was being disrespectful to you and you told me I was being disrespectful, that's putting the word judge on a very, very, very fine line. Like, you have to understand that what I'm saying is I'm not looking at gay people and saying, you guys are bad people. I don't like you. You're bad. You need to stop. That's the kind, when I say judgment, obviously I'm judging. I judge everybody every single day. I meet somebody new, and obviously I'm going to have some kind of judgment of them, but not necessarily against them. So I'm not persecuting them. I'm just trying to stay.
So if I say Christianity is evil, am I judging Christians? Christians are evil. Is that judgment?
Well, yes. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's judgment. Yeah.
Can we not apply that same reasoning?
Okay. Well, yes, you can. You can. I mean, I agree with you on that. Like, you can. Like, I mean, it's judgment to an extent, but I'm not doing. What I'm trying to say, I guess, is that I'm not going out of my way to like change their lives or change their mind or like, you know, do anything to like hurt them in any way. Obviously, yes.
Sure, I'm not doing anything to hurt you by saying Christianity is evil, but I'm still judging. That's
Okay,
the
so
point.
let me go back on what I said. Yes, there is judgment involved, but it's, I guess the word I should have chosen was like persecution. You know, I'm not out to persecute anybody, or I guess like, you know, make anybody feel bad. It's just like I want to spread the truth, and that's pretty much what it comes down to. But anyways, man, hey, I gotta get going. I appreciate your time.
Appreciate you coming on.
Yes, sir. All right, man.
All right, peace out. Let's go to the next person. Again, everyone, if you like my content, follow me if you've not already. Thank you for the crown. I appreciate Lisa. Thank you so much. If y'all want to help me out, everyone, if we get to 4 million likes, everyone said, I know it's a lot. 4.1 million likes. We're going to be giving away 15 free subs. So if you want to have access to a free sub, everyone, tap that screen. Share the live as well. Help get it out to more people. Copy link, send it to a few friends. Let's go on to the next person. Though. Only send a guest request if you do disagree. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep following. Y'all already know the deal. I go live literally every day, everyone. Literally every day, chat. Literally every day. All right, for some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to go on to the next. Again, only send a guest request if you do disagree. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's in chat for the Galaxy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Absolutely, it's wrong.
Why so?
Because the Bible says so.
How do you know that the Bible is a reliable document in describing to us what's right and wrong about morality?
Because so many believe. And it's proven that if you follow the Bible, that your life is actually more beneficial than if you were a criminal or somebody that's against what the Bible says not to do or to do.
I don't know why we're describing people against the Bible as criminals. One, because I'm against the Bible. I'm not a criminal. Two, my life is completely fine. I live my life completely fine without committing harm or doing anything bad, given the fact that I don't follow the Bible. Nextly, it's not proven to you at all, right? We can actually look at countries around the world in which have like 80% plus Christian rates. I appreciate Confetti, thank you so much. And they have way higher rates of violence than other places around the world in which have very low percentage of Christians and have very low rates of crime. So there's not actually good evidence there to indicate what you just said to be true at all. One.
Well, it goes for most people, not all. And
can you give me evidence?
Being gay in America is more accepted than any other country.
Not true. There are European countries in which it's more acceptable than here. Or like Canada even.
The United States as a whole, Europe as a whole is not as accepting as America is.
I didn't say Europe as a whole. I said there are countries in Europe.
Well, sure. I mean, there's countries everywhere that is accepting. But as far as a country as a whole, U.S.
Yeah, Germany is a country as a whole.
But I'm saying they don't have as much acceptance as we do in America for being gay.
Yeah, they have more. I appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
So what's supposed to happen is God's coming back to make the quote unquote great correction of things. It's nothing wrong with being gay eternally, but to act upon it is what's wrong. It's simply that. And he asked it, just like someone being born with, I don't know, one eye, you know, he's asking you basically to wait until that correction is set upon you. It's when you act in these things. Some people want to, you know, terminate other people, but they don't do it because they know it's wrong. You know, it's about acting on what you have inside. Acting or not acting is what separates you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you'd have to justify to me that it's wrong, and the way that you justify it to me is by justifying your religion, because you said it's on the basis of your religion, right?
Well, I mean, we only understand the concept of immoral from the Bible itself. I mean, there's nothing else telling us things are immoral or wrong.
Not true. I mean, prior to the Bible, did we have understandings of what's right and wrong?
Sorry, say that again?
Prior to the Bible, did we have understandings of what's right and wrong?
To an extent.
Yeah, we did. So it's not just based upon the Bible. That was a false claim.
The Bible set what is expected from mankind. That's
Under
what the
your
Bible-
view.
Under most people's view, sure.
Other Christians, but by the way, right? There are billions of people you believe are wrong that believe in Islam. There are billions of people you believe are wrong that believe in Hinduism.
Yes, that's true.
So, like, I don't think that just
They
because
believe
people
the same
disagree
thing.
with you means that you're wrong, right? So,
Like
people
a Hindu-
disagree with me. That doesn't mean I'm wrong.
One that believes in Hinduism believes then that the rest of the world is wrong too, right? I mean, it works both ways.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly what I'm saying, right? You believe the rest of the world is wrong when you believe in Christianity. So, you believe most of the world is wrong as well.
I don't know a religion or a belief that says it's okay to be gay, but most.
Well,
of
my
the
belief
religions
does.
I'm familiar
I
with-
don't believe in any of these religions. I think that they're all unjustified, right?
I said religion. I don't know any religion.
Yeah. Does Hinduism say it's wrong to be gay?
I don't think they say it's right to be gay. I've never heard that.
I don't think it's right or wrong to be gay in the same way I don't think it's right or wrong to be straight. It simply just is. Like when I go into a forest and I pick up a rock from the ground, it's not a right or wrong claim. It just simply is. And
if
by
you
the way,
feel like-
Hinduism does say it's okay.
So if you feel that, okay, that's good to know. So if you feel that still falls upon like me saying most religions, and I don't know, but there's always an exception to the rule, right?
Exception to what rule?
Well, you're saying that Hinduism believe that it's okay to be gay. That's fine if that's their belief. But of course, that's what I say. That's why I say most. I don't say all religions. And I say I make it clear that I'm not familiar or sure if there is a religion or belief out there that thinks being gay okay.
Well, I mean, that was Hinduism. Hinduism does think that's okay. But again, just because there's not a religion, even if there wasn't a religion, that doesn't mean you're right, right? Again, every religion could think it's wrong. And again, I think every religion is wrong, right? I don't think it's right.
And that's your belief.
Or not every religion. I'd take that back, right? I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. I don't believe that they're right. My bad. Right. So if I don't believe that they're right, or then clearly speaking, right, they're not going to demonstrate to me anything to whether or not it's wrong. Right. So if that is the case, well, then clearly speaking, right, what basis do we have for Christianity to say that it's wrong?
Because there are Christians that are gay and it's okay because them being gay, them being born that way is fine, but they work and practice on not acting on that action because of their belief in the Bible. So you have it on both sides of even gays in the world where they're Christian and they understand their actions or beliefs or feelings in their head or whatever it is not according to their beliefs good. And they try to work on that, So it's like even gays can actually come in here and say that they believe that it's wrong, But like I said, it all goes about action. God's coming back to correct the actions. We're at a 50-50 with this. You believe I don't. The great correction is coming to make the great decision. There's somebody that has to be the great decider in all of this. That's God. So we'll continue.
We don't have to have a God or a decider, right? That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know why we would have to have that. We can just relate to like my view in terms of morality, right? My view could be the determinant for my position. I don't see why that's an issue. When it relates to you believing in a particular God, right? What would be the justification for that God existing?
Just so the actions of the way of the world going now in itself, the propensity of gays and all these things that are happening now that were said that would happen, being disobedient to parents, to propensity, leaving religion, challenging religion, belief of God himself, like hence TikTok and debates mostly on here do. It's pretty evident that we're going to a direction that seems to be going to what the Bible says. Whether you believe it or not, common sense, if you read what the Bible says about the end, there's a lot of things that it's already following. I mean, the Euphrates River, it's so many things that are just hit. Earthquake place.
Wait, by the way, Euphrates River has dried up multiple times throughout history. If that was the indication of the end times would have already happened.
The Euphrates River is drying up as well as other things. And
it's dried up multiple times throughout history.
I mean, they said about a lot of things in history, they say Jesus has been back multiple times. I get it, but nothing's happened as far as the Euphrates River the world being in the situation it is at the time the Euphrates River has dried up. Things are happening all at once. Earthquakes, there is more earthquakes in the world than any other time recorded in history that we could record.
Well, I mean, that can relate to climate change, by the way. But that doesn't mean that. And also, by the way, that could also relate to our recording mechanisms. We didn't have recordings of earthquakes in the past.
For all we know, that's what God meant, that we'd understand more. I mean, the more advanced it gets,
sure, right. But I don't think this is an indication of end times at all, right? Again, end times would have already happened if it was the case about the Euphrates River. So I don't think that's true. Next, again, so is this your justification for Christianity? Is the Euphrates River and stuff like that?
Amongst other things, yes. Being a Christian definitely benefits your life, especially because you can come from any walk of life. And once you accept God in your life and Jesus as the Son of God, it does help a lot of people. It helps more people than it hurts. That's for sure. And that's like saying if you had a medication that helped more people than it hurt, you'd still take your chance on that medication as being beneficial for you if you have some type of ailment that required that medication.
I'm kind of confused with your point there. I appreciate the cowboy hat. Thank you so much. Can you clarify your point? You're saying that it hurts more for someone to be gay?
It can go down a streamline of just not, it hurts more if you're gay and you're acting on it, if you know what you're doing is wrong. There's a lot of lost people in the world that aren't familiar with Christianity or any type of religion. So their actions, they feel, are just what they were born with, and it is what it is, you know? That's why the Bible is important. That's why it's a book set here for you to actually be able to read and understand. That's why it's the Bible. The book has more translations of different.
Yeah, so I mean, I would claim that it actually does a lot more harm than it does good, right? If we want to relate to overall, I appreciate the cap. Thank you so much. I could easily make an argument for that. But like clearly speaking, right, I don't think that being gay or engaging in gay intercourse produces more harm than it does good. That's clearly not true.
It could for your soul, for your conscience.
These are all things assuming your religious belief to be true, which you don't have justification for.
Gays have more, as far as diseases for Planned Parenthood and things like that, of that nature.
Wait, there are certain STDs that are more common amongst engaging in gay intercourse, and there are certain STDs that are more common amongst engaging in straight intercourse. So that would also apply to straight people.
That's where the AIDS pandemic didn't start, but necessarily it definitely flourished during the AIDS epidemic because of their lifestyle. Because usually with being gay in the early 80s, late 80s, was drugs and all the other things induced, partly because of them trying to hide their expression of being gay and using things to sedate, you know, that feeling of not being, like most do, but it was there. So therefore, being gay, trans, anything of the opposite of what you know you're not, but you say you are, is wrong and immoral.
No, what do you mean, no, you're not, right? This idea that people know they're not gay or know they're not trans, clearly fucking not true. Clearly fucking not true. They know they're gay and they know they're trans, right? You making it clear that they know they're not these things, I could say, you know, you're not a Christian, right?
Some could say that.
Yeah, you know you're not a Christian. You know that it's wrong. You're just not willing to accept it.
That'd be fine. Everybody to have their opinion to that.
Yeah, but like that obviously that doesn't apply to anything.
No one
right?
knows. Because you're right. Because I just hope God. Yeah, I hope God believes that I love him. Yeah, you're right about that. You're right. I believe he knows. I pray he knows that I love him and that I'm a Christian, doing my best to follow him. That's all.
Okay, so it kind of seems like we're getting circular. Is there anything else you'd like to go over?
What do you have to say about the gays that do go to Christianity and convert, and they still might feel that way, but they don't act on it because of what they feel the Bible is telling them?
Yeah, that's going to relate to the idea that they're convinced. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. That it's wrong, right? So this is a sense of also compulsory heterosexuality, that because this is expected.
Sometimes it's also trauma when someone is also, as they call it, coming out the closet in their life. It's usually trauma associated with it as far as being gay.
Sure, you could. Yeah, there's trauma coming out of the closet. I appreciate the confetti. Thank you so much. But that would be associated with the fact that people who are straight, right, take down people who are gay. Maddie, I appreciate the email message. Thank you so much. Like, it's discrimination and hatred targeted towards them, right? Which is the reason why there's a appreciate the hand art. Thank you.
Depends how you want to twisted.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. No. It's a false inference. It's a correlation causation fallacy. Appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much, Trix.
I mean, ice cream and someone, R'ing you in prison is completely different. It's kind of extreme difference.
No, again, the idea is about want to. But yeah, let's go on to the next person though. Again, only send a guest request if you do want to disagree. Let's go on to the next one, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Yes, but before we go into that, so I heard you say earlier that you don't think it's right or wrong to be gay. It just is. Correct? Right. So for anyone to prove that something is right or wrong, this is all based on morality, correct?
Yeah, right or wrong would be related to morality.
Right. So you subtract God or any religion from all of this. Who defines morality? Like,
it's gonna be defined by like my mind, under my view.
So what I'm trying to say, like, whose moral compass is higher than the next person?
What do you mean higher?
Like I'm saying, so why would your moral compass be the right determination for whether something is right or wrong?
If right relates to my preferences, it would just be because it's my preference.
Right. So it's like, when I don't want to, do the TOS thing.
How are we going to engage here to say, like, give a reason, right? If you can give me a reason that being gay is wrong, it could convince people, right? Do you have a reason why being gay is wrong?
But reasoning, again, is still my own belief or my own understanding of a thing. My reason wouldn't be wouldn't be fact.
What do you mean by fact?
It wouldn't be fact. It would just be my opinion. It would be what I think, like my own personal.
That's what morality is based upon. It's your opinion. It's your position. So, I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. But I don't know what you mean by fact. Like, what you mean by fact is independent of our stances or independent of our feelings, then there's not a fact about morality. But I think that there are moral facts, but the moral facts are just determined by our positions, right? Our stances.
Yeah. So see, that's what I'm saying. Like, without some sort of higher power, or like the law, for instance, that determines whether things are right or wrong. So, okay. So like what you were saying earlier,
the law doesn't determine things are right or wrong. The law enforces.
Well, who makes those laws? People make those laws.
People make those laws based upon enforcement mechanisms, which doesn't necessarily determine what's true or right under your own view.
Right. No.
So again, if we're just saying that like morality is true dependent upon our stances, we're just going to have different views, right? You can tell me why you have that view and we can see whether or not we move. If there's not movement, that's fine.
Right. No. So that's good. So this question that you're asking here, there is no answer to it.
No, there is.
Because there's
just not a sufficient answer for considering it to be wrong.
Or right, which is why I don't
think it's right or wrong.
Right. Exactly. So you can't be wrong because it's not a matter of right or wrong to you, and anyone else who thinks is either right or wrong is gonna be wrong, because someone could get up there and say, "Hey, why is being gay right?" And then no one would be able to prove that outside of their own moral compass.
Well, no one can prove that it's right to be straight then, right? Unless they were to
You're right. You're exactly right.
But, and also no one can prove that it's right to do anything outside their moral compass because that doesn't exist, right? That's not even a notion of morality, okay?
Exactly. That's
so
my point.
So again, right, do you want to give like an argument? Do you want to give a reasoning or?
Well, I'm saying like any argument or reasoning, it's not going to be sufficient because morality.
No, it can be. I appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Like, for example, right, like I have had positions on morality change. I used to have an abortion stance that was, say, all 9 months. Now my abortion stance relates to sentience, right? Like 18 to through 26 weeks. Like
So
in
you think-
gestation.
so
I
you
think it's
think
okay to get an abortion if you didn't, I mean, in any scenario prior to 18 weeks, right? After that, if you didn't cause it, you can still get one. Or if like there's medical complications and stuff, right? But that's different from my original standard in terms of being pro-choice all 9 months, and different from my original standard prior to that of being pro-life.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's understandable because like even society changes because once upon a time, homosexuality was a mental illness. It was considered to be a mental illness, whereas now they reverse that claim that homosexuality is no longer a mental illness.
Well, because their conditions of what a mental illness were not accurate, right? The same way that there were claims about black people that were wrong within the context of medicine, because of these systems that were set up meant to oppress people who were black, meant to oppress people who were gay, right? That's why there was incorrect information that was classified within the context of mental illnesses, of other types of stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. So no, I mean, I'm not going to go into my reasoning. I just wanted to, get on here to say this question is about morality, which no one could prove morality outside of there being some.
You can give an argument, but like it doesn't
criteria.
seem like you disagree. So I'm going to go on to the next person. Appreciate it though.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, only send a guest request if you disagree. Tap that screen, everyone. Again, if we get to 4.1 million likes, everyone, we're going to be giving away 15 free subs. So if you want to have access to a free sub, again, make sure to keep tapping that screen. If you want to help get out to more people, share the live. Let's try to get to 3,000 shares today, everyone. Also, everyone, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I go live literally every single day. We do this topic and many others, so make sure to follow me if you have not already, everyone. All right, give it a few seconds, everyone. We're going to be going to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. 4.1 mil? Yes, 4.1. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
Yo, what up? 38.
38. Do you think that it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Why so?
Before I answer that now, though, why are you a homosexual? Are you gay?
No.
No. So why do you think it's right?
I don't think it's right or wrong to be gay. And I don't think it's right or wrong to be straight. It simply just is. The same way that if I walk into a forest and I pick up a rock from the ground, that action isn't right or wrong. It simply just is.
Okay, now answer me this. You think you could walk in that same forest and see a male deer fucking a male deer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever seen a male deer fuck a male deer?
No, but it's observed within nature.
Have you ever seen a male bird fuck a male bird?
No, but I've seen a male hamster fuck a male hamster.
If you was to put two male cats in a cage with a female cat, which one you think they're gonna fuck?
It depends on the cat, right?
Depends
but like
on-
if you want to relate to this, there are lots of species, hundreds of species that exhibit homosexual sex, right? If you want to relate to say bonobos, 97% genetically similar to human beings, they're known for being lesbian. If you want to relate to rams, 10% of them will only engage in intercourse with the same sex. If you want to relate to penguins will form homosexual couples and will actually engage in adopting other penguins of their species. So they have family structures that are gay.
Bro.
I don't know what you're laughing at. That's like observably true. So are you just laughing at facts of reality?
No, I'm definitely not laughing at facts of reality, bro. I'm laughing at you because you're on here just looking for a debate on why someone thinks being gay is wrong.
Yeah, you just laughed at the fact that I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm confused.
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
That seems like you have no response, because if you were just laughing at that, why wouldn't you have been laughed like way earlier when you were in the guest box for like 30 or 40 minutes or something like that?
30 for 40 minutes. I just clicked on it.
Oh, you just clicked on it? Well, you got lucky then.
Right. So you're not gay?
Nope.
Oh. You got a pretty mouth.
Are you gay?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then why do you think it's wrong?
What happened?
Why do you think it's wrong to be gay?
Robin, what's wrong with this thing? I can't see him.
He can't see me? He just dipped? Okay, I'm confused, chat. Should we go on to the next person, chat? What do we do? Keep tapping that screen. If we have 5.5 thousand people in here, we could easily get up to 4.1 million likes, everyone. We can easily get up there. Let's tap that fucking screen, chat. Tap that fucking screen. All right, should we go to the next person? Next. All right, everyone say next. We're going to the next person. Only send a gas request if you disagree. Tap that screen. 4.1 million likes, everyone. We're beating Dean's number. But yeah, let me go to the next person, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. You already know the deal. All right, everyone. You already know the deal. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you?
22.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Fuck yeah, it is.
Okay,
you're trying to say like how's being gay, look, not right, but how, and then you're trying to say how's being straight not right. If everybody was gay, we couldn't continue the human race. So how is that ain't right?
Do you think it's wrong for me to never want to engage in intercourse with anyone?
Nah, you can do what you want, but trying to say
but if everyone did that, well, hold up. If everyone did that, if everyone didn't want to engage in intercourse with anyone, we wouldn't be able to reproduce.
Yeah, but if you're trying to say like, how can you say like that? Like if being straight, like if that shit's wrong, how the fuck are we meant to continue the human race?
Do you want to answer my question? How can you continue the human race if you don't want to engage in intercourse with anyone?
You sound dumb as fuck, man. God loves you, bro.
You got no argument? You just called me dumb? No argument? Oh, did he leave? Oh, he left. Chat, that's tough. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. Thank you for the whale diving. I appreciate it, Norla. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Orn. Thank you so much. Keep tapping that screen, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
36.
For sure. Do you think that it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
No, not at all.
All right, I am just looking for people who disagree. Appreciate you coming on, man. All right, only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen. Share the live. Let's try to get to 3,000 shares. 4.1 million likes, everyone. We're fucking beating Dean's record, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Yeah, I do.
Why so?
It's against every religion in the world. First of all. Second of all, if every man was, right, a lot of people are saying it's like a gene that men have to be gay. That is false, because if every man had the gene that told them to be gay, there would be no humans left, my friend. Like,
were you already on earlier? People already said you were on earlier. Have a good day, bro. I don't care. Too many people said he was on earlier. So I'm just going to go to the next person, everyone. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 2.5 million likes right now. We're going to try to get to 4.1 million today, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Thank you for the hands, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. Keep tapping that screen, though. In the meantime, keep tapping that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What? Hi, I'm
Hello?
19.
How old are you?
19.
Yeah, do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
Wrong or what?
Wrong or immoral?
No. My
I'm
best.
just looking for some debates. Appreciate you coming on, though. Again, only looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. You already know the deal, everyone. We're trying to get to 4.1 million likes today. If we do, we are giving out 15 free subs, everyone. We're giving away 15 free subs at 4.1 million likes, everyone. 4.1. We got about 2 more million likes to go, everyone. All right, everyone. We're going to go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Again, if we're at 5,000 viewers, everyone, we can easily get up to 4.1 million likes. We can easily do this. We got this, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Again, only send a guest request if you disagree. It takes a second in between sometimes to get people up here. So again, only send a guest request if you do disagree, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Are they 12 in subs? What do you mean? 12. All right. For some reason, it's not accepting this person. We're going to the next one. Again, everyone, if you want to support me, everyone, you can subscribe. You can send gifts. You already know that's the best way to support me. Also, if you want to get like a message to me at all, Venmo is in my bio. It's like super chats from YouTube, essentially. You can send me like a comment or a message, and I will be able to respond to it, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 41.
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
I do.
Why so?
Well, so I am very religious. I guess I could say spiritual versus religious. I'm not into the politics like I'm actual spiritual. And all of the sins are wrong. People talk and focus about Sodom and Gomorrah and how he destroyed the city, but he also talks about not judging and loving people how he loves and speaking how he speaks and hearing and seeing the way he sees. So, I am unmarried, and if I have thoughts of having sex with a gentleman, that is considered a sin. So it all is. You know what I mean? That's why it's worth reading the Bible. I love women. I've been with women. I'm one of those people that you hear about that found God, and it's not about. I know you said something earlier of what happens to those people. I'm like, well, that's not it. It's just the love for God. And the other gentleman said he hopes God, whatever. And I know he does. I'm that far in my spiritual journey that I know he's real, but all of us are wrong in so many ways. And we have this book of rules that if we follow those rules, so many mistakes. So yes, being gay is wrong and immoral, but so many things I've done is too. So it's just about growth and I don't know, it's a true love I can't explain, but it's changed my life and it's changed me, and so many things are wrong and immoral, but being gay is and things I've done is too. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate it, Paige. Thank you so much. So why do you think that the Bible is a reliable method of describing to us what's right and wrong about morality?
Well, I spent my life in church. My dad is a Baptist pastor. Every Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday, weekends, everything. And I would hear people say, oh, just give it to God and blah, blah, blah. And, there's those super awkward Christians where just every word out of their mouth is, oh, praise God. You know what I'm talking about? Where it makes you uncomfortable almost. And last year, now I have a bone disease, so I've had 15 surgeries on my body. I lost my first, thank you. I've lost my first husband 14 years ago. I remarried. He's in prison for 62 and a half years for what he was doing to my children while I was at work. I've been through a lot of things and a lot of pain, and I tell you, pain causes growth. But what pulls you through that pain is God. And last year, I tore my meniscus in my right knee, and I know I did because I've had a surgery for that. I sold a mower to this older couple that was the awkward Christians. I even warned my boyfriend at the time. I'm like, listen, just get ready. And they said, what's wrong? They got down on their knees and they prayed. They prayed like I'd never seen anyone pray my whole life. And I was hot and cold and I had goosebumps and I was laughing and crying, and it was God, like right then and there. And I tell you what, my knee was fine. I no longer had to have surgery. It was a miracle. When I saw that for the first time, someone praying like that, that changed everything for me. My prayers went from these shallow, selfish things to seeing heaven with the world and the big picture. And I can feel him. There's no other way to explain it, but I can feel him. And now that I do feel him, life, I tell you, the sunrise makes me happy, and getting a hello, from my child makes me happy. Just the smallest things make me happy, and I am so joyful even after everything I've been through. So I can't tell you a scientific way that he's real, but what I can tell you is I feel him, and he pulled me through those things and made me sane, made me hardworking, made me tough, and made me love everyone, because he loves every single one of us. Like when he gave his life, he knew what we were going to do. He knew people were going to be gay. Oh, sorry.
Oh, by the way, I just want to say, like, there are people out there that have had experience that they associate with other religions. Like, for example, Prophet Muhammad had an experience with the angel Gabriel and dictated the Quran, right, to people, right? And that view would be contradictory to yours, so you can't possibly believe that the conclusions formed from that experience were true. Thank you for the love. Yeah, I appreciate it. So if we can't possibly say that the conclusions formed from this particular experience were true, how could we necessarily say that your experience here, the conclusions that you formed from that, they're true?
I mean, that's why I said, if you want to talk scientifically, I can't prove it to you. I could show you my doctor reports that I had to have surgery for my meniscus, and I no longer had to have surgery for my meniscus. But other than that, after that, there's nothing I can show you. There's no way to explain it, but I can just explain my soul and how I feel about things, and it makes me behave better, and it makes me not have bad thoughts about people, and it keeps me calmer, and it keeps me more patient. So if God isn't real, but there's this book that makes me act like a good person and a good soul, and that loves everyone and wants joy and happiness and tries to build people up, and if that's what that makes me and it's not true, I will take that over anything.
I understand you're saying this, but like, there's a few issues that I have with this, is that having these different types of beliefs without having a process to confirm or disconfirm them kind of leaves us like extremely, extremely susceptible to like authoritarianism and control, right? If we have no process of being able to say what this person is saying to me is a lie or is not factual, and instead we just accept it, that's exactly what primes us for those different types of circumstances. So that's exactly why I would have issues with this, because I grew up Christian. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. My parents are still Christian. My parents still have these different types of beliefs, and they think very, very similar to you within the specific respect.
What made you do this? Like, since you're not gay, what made you be like, I'm going to go on TikTok and talk to people and do this?
Yeah, so I see unjust discrimination and hatred targeted towards people who are gay off just the basis of them being gay. So I see it to be unjustified. I think that we should argue against it, because first of all, I want people to be critical thinkers. So I think it's good to like bring about critical thinking in these different types of conversations, open back and forth conversation to grow and progress ourselves, along with the idea that we need to argue against these things that have hurt so many people, even people that I know, my family members. I have siblings that are gay, right? I know many people in my life, friends that are gay, right? Lots of people that are around me. And the thing is, I care about them just as much as I care about my friends that are straight. So if I would do this for my friends that are straight, I'm going to do this for my friends that are gay. If I'm going to do this for my siblings that are straight, I'm going to do this for my siblings that are gay. So that's kind of like my thought process when it relates to this.
That's wonderful. That's beautiful. May I ask you a question about your parents? What kind of people are they? Because I know lots of religious people, as you do, that are not, you understand, they're just not nice, and they think being a Christian means you can judge people now and put them down. And it's actually just as bad to judge as it is to have sex with a man or have sex with a woman or anything else. They're all equal. All sins are equal through the eyes of the Lord. So what kind of parents do you have as Christians?
Oh, my parents are great parents. They're really, really good parents. They're there for me. They constantly fulfill like the things within the context of the Bible. Love thy neighbor, treat people with respect. They're not necessarily as judgmental. Obviously, they've gotten better at that since like they've gone throughout their life. So like I do think that they are great within that particular respect. My point is that you can take a lot of the values that you have from Christianity, and you can still have those even though you're not necessarily religious. It's just about the claim of whether or not we're willing to accept the idea that this particular resurrection happened or this particular God created the universe. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Off of the basis of the evidence and the claims that we currently have. And I don't think that the evidence
listen, that means you also know as a fact, because we kind of live by our own opinions, but you know that to be a fact, that Christianity instilled that behavior in you. and in your parents, because you learn that goodness and that deep soul love. Listen, you are so beautiful. Your spirit and caring for your brother and sister like that and wanting to stick up for people that people are mean to, that is beautiful. But you know that you get it from that Bible. And you know that as a fact because that's your opinion. You just said it. That's why I can't give you a scientific thing, but you know as well as I do, that book of rules, sometimes, you know, it sounds a little crazy or it sounds mean or whatever. But when you follow those rules, look at who you are. Look at how rare you are. Look at how kind you are. That's the fact.
Yeah, but these things actually weren't brought up in me when I was Christian. These things I've learned actually after being Christian. And a lot of these values that I have, they don't necessarily relate back to the Bible, right? Like if we were to relate to particularly, like I don't care about lying in all circumstances. I think certain circumstances are justified in terms of lying. That's against the 10 Commandments. I think it's okay to engage in sex outside of marriage. That's against the 10 Commandments, right? There are many things within the context of the commandments or the Bible that I wouldn't necessarily hold to, but sure, some particular values I still hold to. And sure, there are some influences of Christianity in terms of the way that I currently think right now, as that was like how I was socialized to believe. Right. But that doesn't mean that every single aspect of my views is that way. Right. There's probably just as much influence from broader society as there is from things like Christianity.
I gotcha. Well, people don't seem to like me talking. That's crazy. I'm saying nothing but nice things, and people are still saying mean things. See, that's it. I am so nice. I'm not being mean. I am being nothing but kind. And this is what everyone has their own stuff. People think because they're typing, like, it's okay. You're not in front of someone's face. And that's the difference. I mean, I'm not all those things or anything else. I'm not being manipulative. I'm being honest and I've been nothing but kind, like nothing but kind, and saying how I love everyone equally and everything else, and people are still
sure. There's always gonna be people that do stuff like that. I mean, I like will come on here and I'll be patient and I'll argue with people and then they'll scream at me, right? Like stuff like that happens all the time. There are people who disagree and stuff, but I mean, there's always gonna be people on the internet that respond those types of ways. But yeah, is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about particularly?
No, I wish I could give you some kind of fact or scientific thing, but thank you for talking to me.
Thank you so much, Rachel. It was good talking to you. Thank you so much. I want to appreciate everyone who just sent me Venmos. Lind, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate it. How do you tell your close friends / family that heavily associate with Christianity that you don't believe anymore? So it was just something that necessarily just came up in conversation or just happened. I didn't necessarily tell people directly, kind of just happened in conversation or just happened that they realized that I now have these particular beliefs. So it's not something I necessarily like brought up to people, as that's kind of hard to show people, like whenever something like that happens when you don't believe anymore. And also, thank you, Tim. I appreciate the Venmo as well. Thank you so much. We're going to go on to the next person again. If you like my content, follow me if you're ready. Tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 4.1 million likes. Again, if we get to 4.1 million likes, everyone, we are going to be giving away 15 free subs, y'all. But let me go on to the next person again. If you like my content, follow me if you're ready. Keep tapping that screen and sharing the live, y'all. Let's try to get to 3,000 shares, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or moral to be gay?
Well, from my standpoint, I am a believer in Christ. So the way I see it, you do you. You do what you love to do. It's just there would be consequences. Like, for instance, me being a follower of Christ and I were to watch porn, that's a sin.
Oh, by the way, can you say corn? It's TikTok TOS, just letting you know.
Sorry, I do apologize. I'm not really on live very often.
Oh, no, most people don't know. You're fine. Don't worry.
But my thing with it is, as being a believer, it's the wrong thing to do because it is a sin. Just like if I were to do things that I do, like for instance, people who are judging you for what you're doing, they are also sinning as well, because they're not the ones to judge. It's not their job. And people pointing fingers at you also have their own problems that they have to deal with. But like for me, I've had a lot of gay friends, and honestly, a lot of them have mad respect for me because, for instance, my wife, her best friend's brother, his name was Noah, he was gay. I supported Trump, and I'm a Christian. And he was thinking that because I was a Trump supporter and a Christian, we were going to clash heads because he thought that we would never agree on anything. So we sat down and talked. He's like, so, you got a problem with me being gay? I'm like, no, not at all. Just as long as you're not trying to push it onto me, you do you, because I'm going to do me. Because we are all made our own ways. Like, I am made to be me, not anybody else. You are made to be you, not anybody else. What you choose to do with you is on you. Like, for instance, like I said, I believe in Christ. I'm not going to go around pushing that on to people because it's not my job. My job is to let them know that there is a way to the light. There is a way to find salvation for your soul. But that's all I can do. All I can do is plant the seed. It's up to him to water it. Because you got so many people. It's honestly, like, if you think about it from a Christian standpoint, you have heaven, you have hell. You have God, you have the devil. You have angels, you have demons. So there's a saying, the higher the level, the higher the devil. So the closer you get to following Christ, the harder it's going to get for you. And when it comes to stuff like that, when people are trying harder and harder to follow Christ, they're going to get hit harder and harder with more consequences, more things around them that is going to try to pull them down. So,
Heather, thank you for the subscription. So, what's your kind of point here? What are you trying to demonstrate?
Basically, what I'm trying to demonstrate is, like, we are all made in his image, and we are all made as our own individuals. So I'm speaking out for the better part of Christianity, because I'm pretty sure you get attacked a lot by Christians that, like, you're gay, you're going to hell, or whatever they're throwing at you. Like, they don't know you. They don't know your choice, why you made the choices you made. Like,
by the way, I'm not gay. One. Two, when it relates to this,
okay.
With Christianity, how do we know that the Christianity is accurate or reliable in describing to us what's right and wrong about morality?
Well, a lot of it you can sit back and think just yourself. Like, if you were to get up and go outside and you watch someone drop that money, and your moral instinct would be to pick it up and give it back to them. If there was no religion, there was no good, then there's no bad. There's no recognizing either one. So if you never had to recognize good or bad, because Christ represents good, he represents love, and Lucifer represents hate and represents evil. If you never had those two, then what would even be anything moral? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so like when we consider something moral under a perspective outside of the context of God, it's going to relate to what our preferences are, right? So if you just relate to your context of the Bible, right, you can't just say like, oh, I don't understand morals under an atheist perspective, therefore atheism is like wrong, right? So what would be the reason why we say that like the Bible is a reliable document in describing to us what's right and wrong?
Wait, so you're asking if, or what? Hold on, sorry, could you ask that again?
How do we know that the Bible is a reliable document in describing to us what's right and wrong?
Oh, because it's written by someone, like, for instance, you think of the history book. People look at scientists as people who write things down, and that's what science is. But who's above them? Who do we question above them? You know what I'm saying? So
science doesn't determine truths about morality. Are you talking about morality, or are you talking about other claims?
No, I'm talking about like how when you're referring to the Bible, because I know a lot of people, they say, oh, you have all these witnesses, all these people who wrote all these books in the past, and then most people, I'm like, yeah, but how do you know that they really said that? And I was kind of sorry, I was kind of jumping ahead. I apologize if I was assuming, but basically through the Bible, everyone that has seen or been through specific events wrote them down. It's basically a history book that God wanted these people to write down. Like I always tell people, the Bible's basic instructions before leaving Earth. It doesn't have all the answers for everything that you need in this world.
Hey man, I'm sorry. I don't know how this answers my question. Like, I understand you're saying the Bible is going to be like a rule book. I understand. I trust me. I was Christian when I grew up. I'm asking how we know it's reliable. I'm not asking, right, if it's a book, or like why it's a book, or like why Christians are Christians or something. I'm asking why do we consider it reliable?
Well, it wouldn't be so much a we, it'd be more of a personal thing, like why you would consider it reliable. Like for me, I consider it reliable, one, for the things that have been documented so long ago that's happening around us today. All of these things happening that the Bible said, the Euphrates River drying up, the peace deal that just happened in Israel.
Can I address these? So one, the peace thing that you're just referencing, I don't know. I think that's like I think you're talking about the church, not the peace deal.
No, I'm talking about what just happened in Israel on, I believe it was the 18th of September.
And what was that?
The 7-year peace deal. I'm not 100% up. I'm not one of those people who like jots down everything for educational purposes. I'm your normal everyday living American. I see things, I hear things, I put things in
Here, we can address that in a second. I'll make sure to look that up in the meantime. So the Euphrates River, you know the Euphrates River has dried up multiple times in the past. So if that was indicative of the end times, wouldn't the end times have already occurred?
Oh, you would know it.
So the end times didn't already occur?
No, because one of the things to happen in the end times is there will be a one world currency and a one world government. The fact that you have your euros, the American dollar, yen, that's not one currency yet. So
one currency and one world government. That's something that you could have easily guessed, right? Anyone could have guessed that there's going to be some type of uniting of governments. I mean, as we saw, like at that time period, Roman Empire spanned huge aspects of the world. So I mean, that being something, right, isn't something out of reach. Next, the Israel and UAE peace agreement. How does that how is that only specifically or how was that prophesized by the Bible?
Because it's in I'm not sure where, but in Revelations it talks about there's going to be a time where these nations are going to come around Israel, kind of sort of gone against Israel, not like in any war crime way, but like in a moving away from them because they just didn't see them as a valuable kind of trade or like your everyday living kind of thing today. So with Israel striking and finding its own oil, everyone's kind of wanting to make deals with them because Israel's bringing in a lot of its own money now, and Russia and everyone who just signed in with Russia to be part of them. Because
can you
Russia
give me the verse that you're referencing particularly that says that it prophesizes this?
I don't got a Bible on me on hand, but I'm not 100% if it's in Revelations, but I know I've come across it because it talks about that there will be the 7 heads and the 10 horns, which is the 7 heads are going to align and make an agreement, make a peace deal with Israel. And about halfway through the peace deal, about 3.5 years, they're going to break the peace deal, and basically all hell's going to break loose. And there's going to be a massive...
So there's a few things here, right? One is that this happened in 2020, so this happened 3 years ago.
Well, we ain't got much time then.
And also the main opposition was left out of it. And then also when it relates to this, I don't see how that relates to the conditions that you just referenced.
Yeah, you got to bear with me. I'm kind of all over the place when I talk. But, and the other thing is, like, all the things that they talk about the end times, like, we're seeing a lot of it happen in front of us. So But to the whole main thing with is the gay being wrong, people would say it is. I should probably say it is, but I don't see anything wrong with it because, like I said, like you are you and I am me. So when it comes to being us, we're designed to be who we want to be, and the free will that we have, we get to choose who we want to be, what we want to do. Like you used to follow, so I'm sure you're educated on the Bible. To be honest with you, I haven't read that much of it, but I'm a true believer because of things I've seen happen in my life that has no other explanation other than him. Like, if you and I talked one-on-one without all the other people hearing it, I'd let you in on like the whole story of everything I went through to like give you better insight on why I believe. I'm not one of those generational.
Do you want to? How about this? Because I think that you want to say a lot of things that you probably don't want to say on live or something. How about this? How about I follow you and we have a personal conversation? You down?
Yeah, that could work.
All right, for sure, man. I appreciate it. Follow me back. We'll DM each other about that. Appreciate it, man.
All right, sure thing.
See you later. Have a good day, man.
You too.
All right, let's go on to the next person. If you like the content, follow me. If you haven't already, tap that screen, everyone. Let's try to get to 4.1 million likes, everyone. A little less than 2, everyone. Little less than 2. We're going to go on to the next person, everyone. But again, if you disagree, send a guest request right now. If you like my content, follow me. If you haven't already, keep tapping that screen. Again, let's try to get to 4.1 million likes. We could easily get to there, everyone. We easily got this, y'all. Everyone keep sharing the live as well. Let's try to get to 3,000 shares, everyone. Peen live tonight? We'll see. We'll see. Dean, I know he did want to, but I think his live was doing better. So let me check it right now. Dean live is doing fine, better than what it was earlier. I mean, if he wants to come on, we can do a Peen live tonight if y'all want to do that. If y'all want to see that. Obviously, we're going to stay on my live, but you're at 2.3. What do you mean I'm 2.3? Yo, what's up? How old are you? 2.3 million? Yeah. How old are you?
Me?
Hello?
Hello?
Your mic is really quiet. Is there a way you can fix it real quick?
Not really. I'm speaking into my phone.
For sure. Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay?
What?
Do you think it's wrong or immoral to be gay? All right, have a good day, bro. We're going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you disagree, everyone. Again, we're just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen in the meantime, y'all. Keep tapping that screen in the meantime. Keep going, y'all. Again, everyone, if we get to 4.1 million likes, we're going to be giving away, again, 10 free subs, everyone. 10 free subs. I did not mean to I just randomly just did that. I did not mean to do that. Adora says hi. Say hi to Adora for me. Why 4.1 million? We're trying to beat out Dean's record. That's what we're trying to do. Chat, should I ask Dean right now if he wants to do it, or would y'all like me to do it and wait a little bit longer? Yeah, I appreciate the swan. Thank you so much for the swan. I appreciate it. Should we wait a little bit longer, or should we do it now? What do y'all think? Yeah, Dean. Yeah, Dean. You always come off as cocky. We'll see. You said 15 subs. Yeah, if we do get to that point, we will. Yo, Tim, thank you so much for the Venmo. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Tapping that screen because I don't like Dean. You already know it. Sydney, thank you for the Venmo as well. I appreciate it. Yes, I will definitely bring up the Aramaic translations and stuff like that. Those are important to bring up. Matt knows them way better than I do for sure. But yeah, chat, should we do Dean right now, or do you want to do Dean later, y'all? Dean now or Dean later? What are y'all thinking? Thank you so much, by the way, Tim. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah,
I'm 19.
Yeah, do you think that being gay is wrong or immoral?
Yeah, I do.
So, yo, chat, can a mod make a poll real quick about later or now? So why do you consider it wrong?
I consider it wrong because it goes against, in my opinion, in fact, not in my opinion, it goes against the natural order of the universe as... Well, obviously I'm a Christian. I could argue it from a biblical perspective, but I'm saying it's wrong because it goes against the natural order of the universe. The fact that a man and man cannot reproduce, because whether you believe in God or not, the fact that nature in itself doesn't allow a man and man to breed a child shows that it is wrong because it doesn't promote the human race, and it doesn't. And so, if everyone was gay, or if being gay was promoted, the population of the human race will naturally plummet down. So hence why it is wrong and it's immoral.
Yeah. Do you think it will? Do you think it? Sorry. Think it's wrong for me to not want to engage in intercourse with people?
I think it's wrong. Sorry, say that again.
Is it wrong for me to never want to engage in intercourse with anyone?
Well, that's your own personal decision, but I feel like. Wait, what?
Do you hear that random other person? Why does I don't know why.
What the fuck is that?
Yo, do you want me to? You just want to send a guest request back?
What?
Just send a guest request back real quick, bro. There's some random person I know.
Okay,
it does this sometimes. My guest box, it does that sometimes. I don't understand why TikTok likes to do that. So it's really, really weird. Everyone, keep sending guest requests back, and we'll make sure to get to everyone, y'all. Stop ignoring me, Parker. Wait, what are you saying, Ayana? I didn't see your message. Trust me, I'm not ignoring anyone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Oh yeah, sorry, you're the same person. Yeah, so go for it. What were you saying?
Yeah, so I said, what was I saying? Yeah, I said the fact that I'm Christian, I could argue from a biblical perspective, but I won't. I said the fact that being gay goes against the natural order of the universe, and nature in itself doesn't allow for a man, or a woman to create an offspring. That's why it is wrong, and the promotion of being gay, LGBT, that's wrong as well, because if there's more gay people, then it's not promoting the human race. And yeah, if everyone was gay,
So is it wrong for me to not want to engage in intercourse with anyone?
Obviously that's your own personal decision, but I feel like that's an injustice to the universe.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Is it wrong though?
Yeah, in my opinion, I feel like everyone should strive to have kids for the continuation of the universe and for your bloodline as well. If that's not important to you specifically as a human being, then fair enough. But I feel like naturally and on a general basis, I feel like everyone should want that continuation of their offspring for the universe and for the world and for humanity in general.
So it is wrong. Okay, is it wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile?
Was she infertile being born, or did she become infertile after? Because obviously, when you're like,
does it matter?
No, because
we're talking about my choice.
No, because obviously, after a certain age, women are fertile to a certain age. So when they become like all elderly, they become less able to have kids. So obviously, if she was already like fertile before, and you already have kids of her, then it's not wrong. But obviously, you can't say that, you can't give that argument, because a woman that's infertile, it's not her choice. That's a medical reason. But if you're gay, you physically can have kids. Your sperm physically works. You physically can have kids, but a woman who's infertile physically can't. And if you're gonna use that basis, on a general basis, a man and a woman can have kids.
Hey man, I'm asking in this particular circumstance, right? I am fertile. I could be with someone else who's fertile. I chose to be with someone who's infertile in this context. Is it wrong for me to do that?
I think it'll be right for you to leave her.
No, would it be wrong for me to engage in intercourse with her?
Are you religious?
No, I'm asking under your view.
Yeah.
So it is wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, for sure. So you think it's wrong for me not to engage in intercourse, and you think it's wrong for me to engage in intercourse with a woman who's infertile. So, for example, right, if two people are married and they produce multiple children, and then after they've already produced multiple children, one of them gets a hysterectomy. The woman gets a hysterectomy. Okay. Yeah. If they engage in intercourse, is it immoral?
No.
Wait, but that's a man engaging in intercourse with a woman who's infertile.
No, but they're already under a marriage, a loving marriage and relationship, and they've already fulfilled the human purpose of creating an offspring and continuing the blood lineage. So if they're
okay. So let me ask you this question.
Sorry. Right? Can I just finish what I was saying? Sorry, I don't want to be rude, but yeah, they've already done, in my opinion, they've already done their human duty of continuing their human offspring, and they're under a loving relationship, love and marriage under God. So they're having sex is more of a way of just them showing their love and their appreciation for each other. So I wouldn't classify that as wrong. No.
Yeah, so like if a man produces children, right, and then later on decides to engage in gay intercourse, is that wrong?
Yeah.
Why?
Because being gay is wrong. Because it doesn't lead to, it doesn't lead to procreation.
Yeah, but it doesn't lead to procreation for me to engage in intercourse with the infertile woman after we already produce kids.
No, but she's a woman, so that's right. As if I bring it to...
You see how it's not about reproduction, it's about the fact that she's a woman now?
Yeah, because if you bring it back to a biblical standpoint, God made Adam and Eve. God said...
So it's not about reproduction, it's now built upon the Bible saying man wrong, man, woman good. Okay, so if that's the case...
It all intertwines with each other. It all intertwines with each other, to be honest.
Yeah, so what do you mean it all intertwines?
Like they all add up. The fact that it has to be a man and a woman because that's how God made it. And that's a man and a woman is the natural position and starting point of nature and the universe. So
it just relates back to God, right? How do we know that God exists to proclaim here that this is the correct way to conduct ourselves?
I'm not talking about God. I believe in God, but I'm not going to use that argument because I know you don't believe in God. But
you just did that. Wait, no. The whole point that you just did, right? You literally just use it as an argument to say man bad, man, woman good, right? Because you fell off the point in which said that it is wrong to engage in intercourse with someone if it doesn't lead to reproduction.
Okay, let me reword what I'm saying. I'm saying the fact that it's a man and a woman, which is nature-wise, that leads to procreation. That is the natural point of human beings in how they progress and complement each other. A man and a woman complement each other the best in relationships and for the promotion of the world and the promotion of the human race. You can talk about exceptions or extreme circumstances, but that doesn't take away from the general point and the general basis that a man and a woman procreates. You can talk about a man...
No, we don't need to talk about general basis. I'm just talking about this particular circumstance because we're isolating these factors that you said were relevant.
Yeah, but
okay?
that's what I'm saying. Exceptions don't disprove the rule, though. We can you can bring up particular circumstances for any...
I was disproving a principle, not a rule. Okay, a principle, it does disprove a principle. No, because a principle is applicable to all scenarios.
No, but you're talking about an isolated situation, though. That isn't the general basis. And when we're having arguments and debates like this, we have to talk about on a general basis that we can all understand, or all comprehend, and we can all make a conclusion of. You can't just talk about little exceptions or isolated incidents where this can happen.
Let me clarify. Okay, so when you make the claim that being gay is wrong because it does not lead to reproduction, I respond with, oh, there's another scenario that does not lead to reproduction. Is it wrong? And you say no. Well, then now you have to give me a relevant distinction between these two circumstances. That means that it's applicable in one scenario, but not applicable in the other. If you can't give it to me, well, then I would just ask you, if you disagree with your reasoning in one scenario, why do we accept it in the other?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That's not the only reason why. That's what I'm saying. That's not the only reason why being gay is wrong. Because no, it doesn't not lead to reproduction on a general basis in the normal scenarios that we could all comprehend. But it does. A man doesn't complement each other same way as a man a woman does.
Why?
Because a man and woman's typical attributes and features about themselves both complement each other better, because a woman is known to be nurturing towards the man. A man is able to use his is masculine, brings out the best of the woman's femininity, and vice versa. This is something that we can all observe through our normal human experience, that a man and woman, their distinct characteristics complement each other better than a man and a woman and woman. Hence,
I just don't see that to be true, right? Like those characteristics you just...
Sorry, I like you. You're a nice guy, but I just want to continue what I'm saying in it.
I don't know, man. You go on a statement and you make 5 or 6 points. I mean, I want to try to address some, right?
Yeah, let me just finish this last point. I want to give an example. So, for example, in a lesbian relationship, for example, in the relationship, in a couple, there might be the one woman might be more masculine and the other one might be more feminine. Same way in a man and man relationship, there might be a man in the relationship who takes the more feminine side and a man who takes the more masculine side. So we even see it in these gay couples as well. So yeah, you can continue though.
It's in some gay couples, does not mean in all, right? Masculine and feminine doesn't necessarily go together, right? There can be two very masculine people that are very, very compatible. Okay. This idea that masculine and feminine are like inherently compatible is a presupposition.
So would you say that would you not argue that men and women complement each other more than a man or a woman?
Yeah, I would dispute that.
Okay, why do you dispute that, please?
Well, because again, we see people who are masculine do very well, and we see people who are feminine do very well. I don't see a reason as to why masc-fem would be some sort of greater level of compatibility. Could you give me a reason why it's a greater level of compatibility?
Because as I said, their characteristics complement each other better. Of a woman's characteristics.
That's a precept. I'm asking why.
Yeah, I said it. The characteristics. A woman's
Why do the characteristics complement better?
Because a man in a relationship tends to take the leading role. The woman is more nurturing, looks after in a traditional standpoint, looks after the house. The man's the provider. Not even just that, but like in general, the man tends to lead. He's assertive. The woman falls back and is the pillar for the man, the peace for the man. Like they complement each other perfectly.
These are again presuppositions, right? So, one, right? Most people do not act this way, right? This idea that like women are supposed to be the peace. I appreciate the hand art, thank you so much. And men are supposed to be like the stability and the provider, right? These are things that are applicable within some context, right? It does not mean that they're applicable within all contexts. Especially to say that like because someone is masculine, that means that they're gonna be compatible with someone who's feminine. That's just not entailed given what you've said.
Okay, but would you not say majority speaking? That's how it is, though. The majority.
No.
But.
Could you give me any type of source, like a study that would indicate that masculine is more compatible with feminine than it is with masculine?
Traditionally, I'm speaking.
You're just saying traditionally what has happened, not traditional. You're not saying like giving an argument for why it should be that way. Oh, and by the way, I am doing a co-host. So if you're not willing to engage in a sort of like a 2v1 kind of setting, you can dip if you'd like. I'm just trying to clarify before I add them up.
I don't mind.
For sure, bro. All right, let me add up Dean, everyone. A little bit of a Dean action. I'll let him actually talk to you real quick because, I mean, he's just joining up. What's up, Dean? How you doing, bro?
What's going on, Parker?